What is up? What is up? What is up? What is up? What is up, baby? कैसे ऑन टाइम ही कह दे, ऑन टाइम स्ट्रीमर कह दे. What is back? Of course is late. हेलो क्या 1 मिनट के लिए? वाह भाई वाह, 30 सेकंड भी नहीं. और फाइनल बॉस स्ट्रीमर, एक दिन मुझे अच्छे रैंडम्स आएंगे यार, एक दिन मेरे करण अर्जुन आएंगे. हाँ ला ला. और बताओ चैट कैसे? अंडी बड्डू शंडी. और 1 मिलियन नहीं हुआ तो एक्सक्यूज मी, 1 मिलियन, आई एम जस्ट 1 इन अ मिलियन. कैसे बंको? सब बढ़िया भाई. आज वहां पे मेरे 2 लेफ्ट और राइट गोटेश लोग गए हुए हैं, पूरा वो सब बना के, पता है भाई, मिस कर रहा हूँ यार. सारे लोग वहां का मेरे को वो दिखा रहे, क्या बोलते हैं, फोटोज फोटोज दिखा रहे यार. दो मेरे खास दोस्त वाले लोग बंक्स पगलू बन के गए वहां पे. सेन 2-0 है भाई, सेन 2-0 है वो ठीक है, लेकिन उसका नेक्स्ट जो मैच है वो क्या साउंड. अरे क्या गाना सुनना तुम लोग को.
我觉得我们就是要一直不断的提升自己的比赛状态呗。我觉得我们第一场比赛的话，其实包括我自己啊，然后就是状态没有提升到最好的那一步吧。
भाई उधर सोचो लोग जल्दी गए हैं, लेकिन फिर भी राइट स्टोर पे लंबी लाइन है.
有机会去拿冠军的。
पैदल
a lot
जल्दी
of mind
जाके.
games now that all the teams kind of showed their cards. It's gonna come to a lot of adaptability and like being able to think on the spot and make new plans.
这也我从来不关心。
चाहिए ना एक राइट स्टोर, चाहिए ना यहाँ पे चैट.
越开心吧，我就喜欢别人质疑我。
Sorry, Duros. To be honest, you guys don't want to see Sentinels next.
Preet bhai, thank you for the membership. Then by easy peasy.
BILI Gaming versus Sentinels.
एक ऑनलाइन स्टोरी कर देते. मत करो यार.
Both teams had a great start in their opening matches, but that was just
ये
a
Valorant,
warm-up
अरे ये नहीं
compared
है
to
रे
the
बाबा.
stakes. Today, playoffs are on the line.
Yeah, first team moving on out of the Swiss stage here, and it'll be
Priyanshi
Sentinels
bhai,
going
thank
up
you
against
for the membership.
out of China. This match
वाह,
is gonna
Spartan
be a
bhai,
good
वाह.
one.
Honestly, I can't wait to see what
If
matches
BILI
will be
win
played
this,
here. And
नंगा
look,
नाचूंगा,
and we have a
नंगा
sunset pick out of
naked
Sentinels.
dance
Out the
on
gate.
stream.
I mean, as we take a look here at the opening
Nanga
match select, like you said,
nachunga.
now, Sunset is going to be chosen by Sen. This is what we wanted, right? Even in the opening match, we wanted to see them go to Sunset.
Which this is so insane because in their opening match, they first banned Sunset. This is
Easy
complete-
2-0
I
bhai.
can't imagine like this isn't going to take them off guard.
भाई
I
मैं
think they
बिलीव ही
must
नहीं
have
कर
seen
सकता.
something
ये देखो
from
aura
that
देखो,
Billy
aura
Billy
देखो,
game
aura
that they
देखो.
could maybe have an answer to.
Yeah, they have the VODs, and maybe just, you know, let's have 7 maps in the pool. Let's make sure we can play everything with high aspirations to make it towards best of 5s towards the end of the tournament. I also think it's quite interesting opening things up on Icebox here. It's a map we
Stream
haven't
volume
seen
थोड़ा high
Sentinels
करो, कर
play
रहा हूँ.
since the nerfs to Taeho. That's a
चलो
map
निकले
that
रखो.
we still had John playing the Taeho on. Not every team was rocking the Taeho there, but what agent is
वाइजी
even
बहुत
gonna
मारेगा,
play now?
वाइजी
That's
मारता
what
है.
I'm wondering. There's so many different options. We've
Vaisi
seen
मारता है.
Sentinels play so flexibly and so many different agents. I'm ready for anything, but I'm specifically looking that this could get a little spooky here for Sentinels, considering Wisey's aggression is very
भाई
rewarded on
वाइजी
a map like
एक्चुअल में वाइजी है,
Icebox.
लेकिन एक बार वाइजी को
you
रोक
saw him
देता
like
ना
pushing so far forward, whether it was through Viper walls or even like
ओपा
going
देता और
through,
सेन
like,
तो
kitchen
रोकेगा भाई
and fighting back towards spawn on
सेन
the
तो
attacking
रोकेगा
side.
I think it's so interesting that for BILI, they get to play 2 out of the 3 maps. We have
I
already
Binks after
seen
so long.
against
Excuse
Liquid,
me, मैं
and
तो
for
रोज
SEN,
stream कर रहा हूँ
how
प्रियंका
have
जी
BILI been preparing for this, Mel? They don't have footage on the first 2.
Exactly. That's
Name
honestly
change
that's
किया
where
और
I'm
बोला था
wondering where
first
this is going to go, and I think a
membership
lot
of
of it is going
life
to rely on
आपका
what they
लूंगा
were saying in that
और ले
video
लिया
was
आपको अगर याद हो तो
adaptability on the
love
fly,
you
and we want to see
यार
the Chinese teams capable of doing that on the fly right here, right now.
Yeah, you also have to keep your eyes
Map
on
ball,
Icebox,
send,
like this is a map where
baby.
Lucio was absolutely popping off on the harbor pick, was looking really strong there just the other day in his debut.
I love the Harbor so much, but if it's anyone that knows
विशाल भाई
how
आपका
to
20
deal
हो
with
गया
that, probably
just
gonna be
saying
Sen,
I am
you
up
know,
4-0
they're
Plenty of it,
familiar,
for sure.
they're familiar
I mean,
with the
game
Harbor
एक
here.
with the
But
29
what would
मेरी
you
जान के
like
टोटे
to see John QT
भाई
do
Binks
here?
की तरह
We saw the
खेलता है,
Sky
excuse me.
already, we saw a Viper too.
Yeah.
What are his realistic options here?
I mean, one of the first thoughts my mind goes to is Sova, but at the same time, you know, Neri does play Sova. I could definitely see
कल
them
मेरा
with
एक
something
दोस्त ने
standard like
किसी
Sova.
चोंटे
You really
स्ट्रीमर
can't
की
go
सुन
wrong
के
there. They
घर
have
पे
2 great
3
players on
लाख का
both of those
पीसी
roles.
Because
मंगा
most
दिया
recently they have been
बहुत
playing Second
पीटा
on
वो
the Omen. They've been playing no
पता
duelist
नहीं
on
किसका
that
स्ट्रीम
map.
देख रहा हूँ पता नहीं
And
भाई
you know what? Like, you are bringing up Sova. John did play a little bit of
3 लाख
Sova
का
early
पीसी
on
कोई
in
बनाता
the
है
year back
मिनिमम
when
4
Sentinels
का
were playing
बनाने
like
का
Abyss, for example, but we haven't seen him playing it on Icebox. And that is an agent that you do have to put the hours in to get up to speed
होमगार्ड
on
को
a
बोलो
map.
भाई
Yeah,
क्या कर
looking
रहे हो
at
एक की
what
लाइफ
BILI are going to run,
डाला का
because
पीसी
we
तो
don't
चुपचाप
anticipate them to change anything. Icebox look pretty solid against a
Gaming करना है
Liquid.
भाई
Is there anything maybe Sen can just do to counter, you know, their Harbor Viper comp with their agent select?
I think in terms of reading into the Harbor Viper comp, they need to be very
Mostly अगले
vigilant
महीने
about
काश
the
दोस्त लूंगा
usage.
डांस
Sentinel's
इन
gonna
शुभंकर
start
भाई
attack,
डांस
or if they are on defense, they need to
वैसे भी हम
constantly be aware
7th
of
के
the
लिए
cove and
रुके
whether
कब
they need
से
to break it.
Yeah, I also think
आके
that you need
तरस
to
गई
do
है
like
मेरी
some amount of exploiting the timings of the harbor walls, because like if you're attacking into a harbor viper, like you can just
Benjamin
get
Binks
permanently
memberships?
stalled out. It feels like over
Impossible.
towards the A side of things, especially if you can't find a way to like break through the wall when they're recycling that. So a lot of teams, a lot of times,
Best
teams will try to
member
fake
was
that
buddy.
utility and break
Thank
that
you,
harbor
आशुतोष
wall out
भाई
for,
बस
like, a
मेहनत है
quick
बस
pivot
और
or
कुछ
fake on
नहीं
the other
मेहनत
side.
और तुम्हारा
Exactly, and
प्यार
I'm specifically looking towards Sentinels on the
विशाल
defense
भाई
here,
चैट में
because
क्या
just
बोले अपने
yesterday they
गोटेश
did struggle against a double controller comp
घंटा कौन
on
सा
split
बेस
when Sentinels
कल
started on
0
the
आता
defense, and I'm
लास्ट
expecting
मैच
to
सेम
really,
टीम था
I'm really
तो 15
expecting
15
Zekin to
0
step
का
up here and
3
get
0
those
तो लीड
opening
पे
kills
था
that we did not see him get in that first half of defense split.
He's got to, right? And especially it depends what his agent is going to be, because, you know, we haven't seen him play the duelist on this map on a little while, but he is so key, I think, in Sentinel's game plan, especially when
भाई
it comes
मेरा
to like
बैंक का
having
सर्वर
any
का
amount
है
of
डाउन है
forward
भाई
information, the
खाना
lines
ऑर्डर
he's going to
करना
be
मेरे
holding,
को
whether that's an operator or with a rifle in his hands. If he's not
बहुत टाइम से
firing on all
नॉनवेज नहीं
cylinders, they're
खाया
going to struggle.
भाई इजी सेट इजी सेट
I mean, Sentinels, they have the Pope on their side, so I don't know what BILI can do.
Is that the new Pope?
in
I
this
see
matchup.
Killjoy,
It's gonna
I
be a tough
smile,
one
buddy.
for them. I also do wonder on the side
Easy win
of
for
BILI. Who are
BILI.
they sending out to match Zelsis? We saw on the side of Wolves, Sufa BB was up there, was
Obviously,
given a
my man,
right
thank
back
you,
to
Dishan
him.
bhai.
And we saw really the impact you can have when you can get into the heads of
ठीक
some
है
of the
एडिट को बोलना
players.
पीछे जैसा म्यूजिक
BILI,
बजा रहा है
I don't
वैसा
know,
करे
K9
थोड़ा
maybe?
मैशअप
I'm
वैशअप
not sure. I
क्या
know
कर रहे हो
Neff was
बॉडी
very
बनाता रहता बस
chill and nonchalant when
Yeah.
he was up here in the post show yesterday, so I'm gonna assume it's not gonna be Neff, and
ऐसे सब
YZ is
hot
also
mix
that
बना
silent
के
killer kind of duelist, so
वो
not
करते
looking at
रहना
him for that either.
Yeah, I do want to highlight on the other side of things though, Narrate, because this
मत
guy
करना,
came
मैं
back
आ
into
रहा
the
हूँ
server
लेकर।
just the
क्या
other day and
चीज़?
was looking real strong with Sentinels again. Like you think about like a few of those like really clutch rounds, these moments on split from Narrate, where he was just absolutely sharp, and on like the bonus round as well, that got them snowballing in this comeback in the second half. And on top of that, his cross map utility with the breach stun setting up his teammates was just excellent.
And in those rounds where they were down in the first half, where it was a pretty lukewarm start, we saw him being pretty yappy, pretty emotional, and pretty, I guess,
Next pick him कब
talkative
आएगा
in
I think
those
players के
rounds,
बाद
Mel, which I definitely didn't expect coming out of him.
Yeah, what I'm liking seeing the most out of Narrate
Excuse
here is
me?
the fact that he's really coming up to the occasion, right?
Tariq
Like they were
bhai,
down
na
4-8,
maan
he
re.
comes in with a 3K on the pistol to bring them back in. He's the ultimate example of composure for Sentinels.
If
Tariq bhai na maan
Sentinels
rahe haan.
double down with a Tejo, it will be the first Tejo we see at Masters Toronto,
Discord
and not
कैसे join करने?
something
Help me,
we would have
mods.
expected.
And we are seeing Russia lock in that harbor. 2 people instantly locking. I think one of my favorite parts about the live agent select is really just seeing how instantly some players lock in, how some like to play around and wait and kind of give us that anxiety.
I really hope they play Sage. I'm such a big Sage enjoyer on this map, Ender.
I'm an enjoyer too, but I just don't really think that's in the Sentinels' wheelhouse, all things considered. I think Sen have a lot of experience playing up against this BLG comp. This is a comp that a lot of teams over in America
Aegis music creation
love to run. Even going back to last year with Leviathan, this is pretty stock standard. It's going to be John QT going over to the KO, all things considered. So KO, Gecko, double flashes, and a lot of options to like fight past.
KO Gecko, I love KO Gecko.
This is really interesting.
KO
I
तो
think
बहुत
it's gonna
बाप
pair
लगता है भाई ये
exactly
मैप
into
में.
what you just said. Getting in front of those walls and
भाई ये
disrespecting the
मैप
controller
में
Etel is, I think, the best thing that Sentinels
याद है
can do.
chat क्या
Also,
मार रहा
catching good
था
knife timings
Rusia?
against a Viper or a Harbor completely invalidates that cycling of utility to hold onto the A site.
M80, well, you'll always be famous. You'll always be famous. I can't wait to get into this one with playoffs on the line. It's time to send it over to the big dogs, Uber and Wyatt.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. Those memories of Sentinels shocking
Second
0 to
woman,
Bangkok are
cooking by
starting to fade in the
cooking.
periphery.
Noodle
After
com
opening
normal
here in
as
Toronto,
well.
but to make
Chill
those playoffs, they've got BILI Gaming standing in their way. Why? An opponent who said they wanted to go up against Sentinels. They feel more confident against America's rosters.
That is what YZ
जिंग
said.
भी मस्त मारा
Oh,
उमें
God,
लेके
just saying
इसमें ये
earlier,
कॉम्प में
sorry you
बहुत common
blew
है.
us. You don't want to go up against Sentinels next. The community are absolutely expecting Sen to win this game, kind of writing off BILI entirely, feeling like this is Sen's to lose, easiest path to the playoffs for them.
Yep.
But BILI,
Naruto
sometimes
Tango
a
the
volatile
five
team,
mans.
but when
Chalo.
they hit hard.
Pistol
Especially
round.
YZ.
Coming in, folks. Eyes on YZ like he pushed up. It's Zekin getting in their face already.
Down A.
Trying to get up over towards that Belt's directions. Gets his,
Get
but
dash
YZ
का
is still
आवाज
standing.
करते करके
That's
उमें लिया
something
इसने.
The BILI are going to have to be aware of playing on attack. It's so easy for the Omen to get some of these forward positions. Play from Belt, play from pipes.
No Sentinels
No
presence
duelist.
here
क्या
at
no
A.
duelist?
They're
Second
not
क्या था तो
convinced
फिर
that
भाई
that's where
उनको लग रहा है
BILI are
वो
ending
ओमेन
it.
है वो लेकिन है नहीं.
Corzelsis has pushed up, ready to watch a drift back in the B direction, which is a little bit more tightly held, but now,
Confuse
just now,
करने के लिए वो confuse करने के लिए
coming
team
through
को.
to the A side. BILI looking to pave the way.
They're just biding their time. They're seeing if anyone from Sentinel's backside would have gone for a peek. Maybe they can get a man advantage that way. Neff spots out Celsius. Everyone from B rotating off. Do they expect this long?
They're gonna crunch it.
This is
They
Mara.
certainly do now. He has to convert. Neff
Clean
finding
one
the
taps,
advantage
baby.
for BILI
Neff
as the rest of the team pivot back towards this B side, and it looks like he wants to go for more. What a shot!
Out of nowhere comes Neff. Heads are rolling. The IGL from BILI making an early statement.
30 seconds left.
Nice little pivot back here from our Chinese number 2 roster. See the vulnerability of Zelsis in mid and pounce on him.
That is a cheeky plan too. For
भाई पहला उसने
under
जो
two.
मारा
You don't see
Zelsis
that
उसके
often.
बाद
Narrate was already even tagged up by that additional damage from Neff, who goes insane to open this game up.
Beautiful opener.
clean
That early aggression for second isn't something
Karka
Sentinels
jump
can really
मेरा.
convert off of, even though it does give them that initial pick-off.
Pinky, best streamer of Valorant in
Yes.
whole you space to you. Love you.
Crazy.
Thank you
And
for
also just credit
supporting
to
me. Jan
Neff
Garden
finding
music.
that perfect window where the site was open, where the team dragged the rotates, and then he knows that that is his opportunity to get the
कोई
space.
ना,
They
कोई ना,
set time
कोई
to
ना.
pivot back. Great opening round from BILI. Well
कोई ना,
played.
पहला
Well
round था.
called.
This composition as well probably bears a little bit of discussion from Sentinels, right? It lacks duelist. We've seen Zekin on the Omen on this map
20
before.
घंटा stream कर रहा हूँ मैं.
It is obviously the kind of,
उसमें
you know,
भी
agent
tech
that you
post
post
डालने
up with an op. It's
शर्म
some moments,
आती
but
है.
is it no real scan initiator on this Sentinels roster? KO, of course, can 0 point in, but outside of that, it's pretty flash heavy.
भाई glitch हो गया था भाई. Remake कर
Yeah,
सकते हैं
those
please?
0 points are going to have to get a lot of value. They're great on attack.
भाई वो
throwing
देखो बेचारा.
etc. Last time we saw Sentinels on
और
this
second कैसे
Icebox
दिखता है ना?
map, it was in that playoff run in Americas. They beat G2. That was with the Tejo.
भाई कैमरामैन सिर्फ
But even
इसका
still,
पीसी देख
that
रहा
was the
भाई.
first
समझ रहे हो?
time an America's team
दाल
beat
में
G2
there
in
is
a
something
full
black.
series. So they are no joke on this map. BILI picking into one of their better looks in the pool.
Yeah, we saw this
Feels like
comp.
it's going to be evenly matched.
We saw BILI obviously face up against that Liquid squad, right? And they sort of mentioned they were not really satisfied
fixed
with
रहेगा
that win. It
players
was
के?
I think it's safe to say slightly weakened.
Monitor और
Team
CPU अलग
Liquid
देते हैं.
will turn up for their first game here. That won't be an issue
Keyboard
going
mouse
forward.
तुम किधर
But
भी डाल सकते हो.
this would be a real result, and that is a very
नहीं.
illuminating
ये तो
0
सामने वाली
point
टीम से
early.
भी खेल सकता है अगर चाहिए.
Turret out.
Attitude,
opted to
attitude
buy
रहना
fairly
पड़ेगा
light
बस
here,
उसके
no
लिए.
one
समझ रहे हो?
committing to a full upgrade rifle on this anti-eco. Nev watching over towards B for any early aggression, posted up with that Marshall.
By read a bit heavy.
And again, maybe thinking they could absorb some aggression with a full team on A if Zekin
By
opted to
heavy read
go
a by.
for a forward play, but it's not going to come, so just pivoting back to B main.
John at least has
Xbox
this
के time
one-way
पे
poison
Billy
offer
भाई
he
ने
can play
थोड़ा
off of, but it's
झाकड़ी मारा क्या?
unlikely he's going to be able to encourage a bounce back to A for Billy. And now they hear the Marshall ring out. They know it's about to get heavy. Pressure on John as he backs away. Harbour wall's going to be set up now. SEN will have a chance to fight for this.
Looks like YZ wants to
Good
go hunting,
position
playing up top,
देखो.
unexpected position.
Takes a bit of damage, drops on down, but the rest of Sentinels are considering throwing themselves at the situation. Knight from Yellow spray through that Viper wall.
Try करेंगे
His double
लोग.
controller can be very oppressive to play against, and YZ finds a time to get back in. Knight cleans off Narrate, trying to control from Crow's Nest. And Zekin and John. Yeah, not long for this one. Great little shock dart that catches the KO out, and Zekin has not got much to do. So SEN do fork over 5 ult orbs to Billy here in this anti-eco.
Lag.
Cleaned up with these, the actual guns brought into that round, recovered as well from Billy, so can't really ask for anything more than that. Sentinels are going to be on their first full buy.
कैम थोड़ा नीचे कर रहा हूँ.
Well, I'm so on HP then.
So it's a stack for SEN over on the A side that doesn't really pan out.
ये जो तुम लोग ऐसे जो
Billy
पहले राउंड
Spidey
में तुम
senses
लोग
tingling
जीजी
now,
बोल रहे
not
हो,
to commit there.
तो वो लोग ऐसा
Make the right call
20-25
in
राउंड
the
काहे
end.
खेल रहे हैं? एक
Rifles
राउंड
in
में कर
hands
देते
now.
बेस्ट ऑफ
Still a
वन.
Marshall for Nev, Guardian for Russia. Leave this with the Bulldog. YZ takes a big hit early. And he's, my goodness, the audacity to stand and fight that. Ends up being a trade. Happy enough with that for the attack side on your bonus.
Kano wanted to go for more swing off of that, but didn't
बी
actually
मत
have a
जाना,
second player
ड्यूली
to
जिंदा
throw
है,
the
बी
hit,
मत
so
जाना.
that offers an opportunity for SEN to even things up.
ना
But
ना
not two
ड्यूलिश
additional
बैठा
players,
इधर
though,
आप ड्रॉप मार
taking
के.
a significant amount of damage.
हाँ.
Again, Zekin is just going to take advantage of these teleports on any decent opportunity he
बेचारे को
can
आधा
find
घंटा
on
लग रहा है स्मोक
defense.
करने, क्यों कर
Get
रहा
into
है
these angles that other players couldn't.
Of course, he has his own
टेक्निकली
variation
अच्छा
on the
टाइम
poison
लग रहा है
of one
स्मोक
way
करने
that
का,
we see.
समझ रहे हो? डिले स्मोक डब्ल्यू.
So we'll be slowed down, BLG towards green. And they might up to pull the pin on this one. Alarm bot in mid, so this would spot out any BLG attempt to thrust
ये
up that
अच्छा नहीं है
part of the
पता
map.
क्योंकि अभी
Two
Zekin
players distributed
पिक
today.
लेके येलो से क्लियर करेगा कि बी में कोई नहीं है.
Acquiring that orb, the sound from it will keep SEN to some extent distracted. Now have them
30
come
seconds left.
steadfast on that B site for this late pivot over towards A, where you do have Bang, John stacked up. They want to anchor. These are entrenched
ठीक है
positions.
अबे Zekin ने क्लियर.
Bang No's got a good little line around it one way. Russia, how?
The jump peak.
Two
क्या?
headshots. Absurd against Liquid. Russia also incredible game from him. Big step up and in a pivotal role on this harbor. Cracks that A site open.
That play should not be happening. That is not realistic. What on earth? We're going to need to see the replay of that one. I believe he gets the spike down as well, so he's just 2 orbs away now from the Reckoning and off on the hunt even. Bonus round being converted on attack. We have seen this map
कैसे?
be pretty attack favored since coming back in the pool with just A-hit slams, especially when you have the harbor. It's so oppressive. It's so difficult to get back in those sites.
Russia belatedly now going for
मैं
some
क्या
extra
बोल रहा हूँ,
guns.
डालो ही
This
मत
is
वन
very
में
likely going to be a turret awaiting him in kitchen. And I'm getting deja vu. This is reminiscent of SEN's start against Wolves on split. They lose the pistol and the bonus, and then the timeouts start rolling in as they look for an answer.
Yeah, they
That
just
Viper is so
did not come
hateful.
into that game yesterday looking warmed up at all. It took until that second half. It took until Narrate
भाई
stepped
मेरे
up,
हिसाब से
wins
जी
the
में
clutch,
भी अगर
inspires
रूसी
the
सर
rest of his
खेल
teammates
ले
with some confidence. That is
भाई भाई
unreal. Little micro snap.
Oh, I mean, that
Ben
is
cannot
land
believe
Valorant at
it.
its best.
He cannot believe that that happened. And I don't blame him, because neither can I. BLG also, because they just carried over such weak weapons into that bonus, look at the amount of rifles they recovered. Look at their economy already. 4 players at 5k or so.
There's going to be a lot of work for Sen to try and keep a lid on this and to get us in the raid. Embroiled in an early engagement. YZ doubles down.
7-1 for him already.
YZ
YZ is a relentless player. He only holds down W. He will always go for more. Even if there's not util to support him, he'll just play off of whatever he's got. He's going to always take the fight to you.
And that right now is learning the hard way. No chance to deploy any of that Gecko util falling early. John's about to swing this from lower rafter. Does he have a timing on Knight? Gives himself up.
In the meantime, yeah, look at Neff. He has worked his way up tube again. This turret has been watching this position. So if he goes a bit further, he's going to have to break that. The rest of BILI making a late round pivot towards B. This has been the name of the game for them so far.
Delay है लेकिन Neff
BT लेगा. Delay है, 2 nades है. He succeeded at pressure the other side of the map with a pack and then pivot back.
Second tried to put that one-way back up there. Wyatt, but it looks like BILI a little bit too fast for him. Caught out of green here by this Nano Swarm, and Levius is affected by the paranoia. So Zekin decides to tuck in Snowman. Sen want to take a pitched engagement here after the plant.
It's dangerous. The harbor is down, so they don't have that additional high tide to actually obscure the view from these angles. Zekin takes full advantage of that. Just not enough power to keep that Viper wall up.
लेकिन पोजीशन बहुत स्ट्रांग है BLG का.
Challenging the BLG out of these entrenched positions around the B side. Zelsis though does get a spot.
That's 5-0 lead against Sen.
Does he drop down and take a fight? He's looking for a gun barrel. Sees it on the right, but Neff's too quick with the left side swing. John will flash himself out here. Zekin has to take that yellow fight, and John succeeds. It's all on YZ now. A great start to the round, but he can't quite land the plane. That is a hard-fought round for Sentinels to win. And it's very costly to get the defenders into the game.
Steady hands there of John and a couple well-placed flashes to allow him to get back in that sight. Take out Levius, who was in a deep, entrenched position, tucked in that corner. That was Sentinels fully forced into the round after saving a couple rifles. And this had been converted by BLG. Massive lead would have been taken.
By
5-0 the absence of Russia. None of that
5-0 hota tha chat.
More difficult for Sen to locate these anchored positions for BLG.
Kano's inability to escape after planting that spike was his
next life
undoing. I was nice for a second. Obviously, this BLG economy is out of control. They're going to keep buying, and they love just swinging from belt. Aggression, covering up some of the potential dangerous angles. Just that standard harbor util to open up the round, send that forward, deny the defenders from the ease of getting that orb.
But even if they lose this round, BLG have that economy.
Lose this?
To keep the pressure on. Now throwing the rate in a pretty aggressive position, and Bang is there to follow up.
Up down
YZ play. Oh, I know where he is. Time to swing. And hey, so far it's been working for him. I cannot blame him whatsoever.
It's been the same spot he's played from though, and Sen had a high-low setup with Bang there, just pushing around pipe. BLG there maybe just overplayed their hand a little bit, and we're running low on time. 43 seconds left in the round. No duelist up for BLG.
And F does break that alarm bot. You can see it has drawn some attention from the defenders.
Oh, यहाँ से wall कर रहे हो लोग right से चले जाएंगे
plant करने. Boiler position, mid position, and now the util is coming through from BILI to get into this cycle. Russia gets the spike down here. If he can get it down, and should in the cope, he's going to have the reckoning for the post plant. That could be enough to convert a 4 versus 5.
Thankfully, the code instead opts to head up to Crow's Nest.
All 5
guns in the game for a retake. A very flash-heavy composition. First, it's a bit of information. Thrash is going to go ahead, see what he can spot out. Rushia's on top of 410, and he'll be brought down by Bang. He's been very snappy in these rounds. Night falls by the wayside. Now it's Neff and Levius who have to play from a long distance. Neff IGL all on his own, and that is stunning. It's up to Zelsis and John to bring him down, but John's on the defuse, still gets the job done. Ironclad nerds to keep the stick. Neff exits with 4, but not the round win.
Brutal damage done to Sen. Look at their economy there. Coming into this, it's pretty appalling, and they're staring down the barrel of multiple ults. That reckoning wasn't actually used by Russia. Didn't have the opportunity. Was a little bit focused, perhaps too much so on getting kills. He posted up top here. Bang exploits the lack of anyone being able to trade for him. Just gets an isolated 1v1. And there, it's all too easy for the rest of the SEN players to pull back in, immediately pressure the spike. That was well played, but now they're in serious danger of getting put onto an eco.
The Andron again to dissuade. Narrate's pretty forward positioning here off the rip. Okay, a cascade throw
ये
down
अच्छा है
here.
बे बहुत ज़्यादा फॉरवर्ड है
behind it.
चुपचाप
Moving to B
यूटिलाइज
early this
करने
time.
से बी जाओ
BLG have been getting pretty free control of B main, and you can see that they're leaving the orb. They're going to give
किंग
it to
और
King.
एरर
He's going to
टेक्सचर
have the Hunter's
किंग
Fury.
बेबे
Deltas here has to play safely as he can. Harbour wall to follow up on the Viper one. The BOG under the cover of all of this site obscuring util will have their
He's
plant.
just walking through. He's just walking through the walls.
But he can. He's not walking into a high-low
This
setup like it was the
is
previous round. It's a
Mumbai.
singular player of Zelsis. And he wasn't even in an aggressive spot. Viper's bit to follow up here. Zekin found YC to again.
Not slow down.
भाई
He's
इसको
just
देखो
going to
बे
keep
इसको देखो
fighting.
Maybe that's exactly what SEN are hoping for. They've even up the odds now. Okay. Here's the null command. Rushia has to respect the fragment, stepping to the side of it now, still occupying this pit, but takes a big hit down to 30. It's dangerous, but Rushia thrives in these circumstances, and the spray is good. 2 for the Harbour. Levy's now playing from Crow's Nest. He's John on the low ground, but all these ultimates, it's just too much to handle. BLG close a round out.
5
That is
6
just
2
YC opening up the round with a great kill onto Zelsis. Always going to hunt for more. But ultimately, in that retake situation, there's just too much util remaining, too many ults remaining for the BILI side. Once this pit goes down before John is able to use the null command, they are in a horrific
भाई 10
situation
2
to
है
get back in.
सेम
And
रिएक्शन
look, going into this,
Busy
we're
था.
looking at a YZ that throughout stage
Clear
1 was able to be the
cut.
highest ACS, highest kills
Clear
per
cut.
round player in China.
आज मैं ये
And you're
ऐलान
wondering,
करना
is that
चाहता हूँ
just
कि
because he's able
आज
to farm some of the lower tier teams,
मैं
get away
PLG
with
की साइड
things
पे हूँ
that he shouldn't be allowed to get away with as the
Yeah.
competition scales throughout this tournament. Look, so far,
BILI
he's
को
had a
support
couple
करेंगे, chat.
misses, but he's hitting hard. 9 and 4 right now,
And in that-
finding good first kills.
In that series against TL, he's involved
W.
in 31st.
चैट 7000 लोग देख रहे
15
स्ट्रीम
first
को
kill, first
लाइक
death, but
करो
often when they are looking to create that
ना
early space and be
भाई मेरा बैंक
traded,
का सर्वर आ गया क्या
always
भाई
looking for a fight, but it has hurt him on a couple of these rounds. Walking into a high-low setup, standing on top of yellow, above the Viper's wall, where, you know, Zekin is easily able to pick him off. Couple of things there that can be his unraveling.
Got an early timeout call from
योर
Captain
बैंक
Canvid.
सर्वर इज रेडी
I think
किसके
it's
साथ
far
बिजी है
being
भाई
out
मेरा
of
बैंक
hand
सर्वर
percent. This is essentially a full eco right now. The Kaplan said yesterday in the coach interview midway through the game against Wolves after that first map that it was difficult to execute our game plan. We're not used to their style.
ordered
We're not
this
used
from
to
this.
the way that region plays. It took time to adapt, to get in the game.
Yeah?
And BILI, they're pretty unique. YZ,
How?
one of one player.
पंको
0 point revealing all
Sen
of
is
BLG.
losing
They're on a slow roll in this A direction. Last time there was a stack here for Sen at A. On that round number 2, they pivoted away from it towards B. This time though, YZ's licking his lips, looking to put this blade sword to work.
मेरा भी
Reckoning also
UPN
gonna be
चल रहा है,
deployed now.
हाँ
It's a
क्या?
lot for Sen to manage with these weaker weapons. And YZ, floated like a butterfly, gets hit pretty hard though there, dropped low.
ना मान रहा भाई
Zeltas did fall by the wayside. And here's K-Knife in to the cookie jar.
भाई भाई मेरे को लग
He'll
रहा
have his meal, it's all on
Actually,
Sen.
कैसे
Now
पता
step
चला?
up and let this one be done without much events.
Absolutely effortless with that reckoning. I mean, when your positions are getting scrambled and you have to fight
ये
out
कॉम
in
क्यों
the
है
open,
सेट का
awkward
सेकंड नो ड्यूलिस्ट नो ड्यूलिस्ट कॉम
with
कॉमन
bad
है
weapons
कुछ नया ट्राई कर
is
रहा है
absolutely fried. And that's going to be BILI's economy thriving.
मैं आगे नीचे सिक्योरिटी मना कर रहा है नहीं उनको बोलो
Serious control
मेरा
of this
रूम
game.
नंबर और ऊपर भेजने बोलो वो लोग भेज देंगे
Sentinels maybe just at least glad that
या फिर
all of
पंको को
those
भेजता
ultimate
हूँ विशाल भाई नीचे रख दो बाद में ले लूंगा स्ट्रीम के बाद एक मैप के बाद मैं जाके ले लूंगा
Playing for Boiler.
Oh, Zekin just unaware of what's going on, and Zelsis tries to swing in for him. They end up going 2 for 2.
6.1 के वजह 2 के लाइक्स भी नहीं हो रहे लाइक करो चैट सारे मेरे को लाइक करो चैट
Right now, they're going back into B main. Why is he going far away? It looks like he wants to try to re-wrap through mid. The danger is the spike isn't
ये भी राउंड
exactly
गया है ना
planted for
वापस
him, so
लड़के
he's
इस
gonna
बार
have to
इस
pick
बार
up the
जेट
pace and
लड़के
get
भाई वो
really
लोग
deep towards that site.
Wow,
टर्न
but
बाय
the
टर्न
Chummy's
खेल
made
रहे
a
हैं
bunch of noise and Bang is ready for him. Never change, YZ.
भाई बहुत एग्रेसिव है
Two players
यार
over here towards yellow. That's what BLG are working with in this post plan. John is readying a pop off this flash. Russia moves in. Oh my goodness, again! That is ungodly from Russia. In the mosh pit, not a care in the world. Another buy round from Sen, slapped down.
Swings out in the Molly. Sen a little too slow to react. Wall lined up. Again thrown onto an eco. This is brutal. Things getting so scrambled with the anchors here between Zelsis and Zekin.
This has again been the issue though. Look at Sen overwhelmed by this pace. Like, Zekin is not ready for YZ to be so quick to yellow. Zelsis, as a result, is caught out in the open, and they do well to go 1 for 1, 2 for 2 in that case. But still, they get overwhelmed.
But this really is some serious deja vu from yesterday against Wolves. The team from China starting on attack, hitting crazy shots, running over them mechanically. And it took Sen until the second half to get their heads in the game. But right now, things are getting completely out of hand. Feels even more so than with Wolves yesterday.
Here comes all of the Harbour util deployed. Code placed out a little further into the open. K9 able to get a plant despite being a bit more exposed. And there's Russia yet again, sharpest attack. Narrate tries to show.
my god 7-2
absurd.
And they're making great use of this now. Sen
7-2.
really having their Jimmy's rustled. Only with these sheriffs to go to work with. Another clean execute. BLG once more commit that reckoning into a half buy. An eco round for Sen just to secure it.
What was it, 2 rounds ago? I think on the other eco he had used one just to convert it with ease. Only a handful of opportunities for Sentinels left to get into this. As I mentioned earlier, this attack side on Icebox has certainly been favored since its return to the pool. Teams are just so overwhelming with their assaults on these sites. 2 is not nearly enough to play with. That just feels like an inevitability for BILI to take this when the sides swap. Another buy round, many ultimates to play with. Bang yet to get super involved on this map, and it's a map that I associate with his dominance. His anchoring here is typically fantastic, but just hasn't had opportunities to get things rolling just yet.
So far though, Bang really has been the only antidote to the chaos that YZ has brought. Catching him as he, updrafted onto tube or part of that high-low swing on A.
जी ये राउंड आ रहा था
Not
जी
been able to string these rounds together.
अरे ये राउंड नहीं आ रहा तो भी
This
सेन
time
फाइव
though,
का
they've got
चांसेस
ultimates
है
that can dictate tempo a little
और
bit more
अटैकिंग
to
में
the
सेन कर
defender's
सकते थे
favor.
लेकिन
Viper's bit there at B.
जिस हिसाब से लर्किंग चल रही है ना पूरी टीम की
I do like this setup from Sen. They have good information across the entire map. Controlling B main with the pit. They've got the turret to watch for players coming up tube. Zelsis can watch under. Just jiggling that angle. The sack on A. This is a solid setup.
All right, what is this?
Split right now, the rare A split.
Okay, we've got some pressure coming from A main at the same time as well. Narrate has forward on the side. John getting a little bit nervous, but he's going to spray him anyway. Oh, it's a 3-piece for the Moroccan mastermind.
John बचा लिया मेरी जान के टोटे
Billy bites his time.
यार
Gets
John
second up by Rafters to take the fight, but Levius beats him to the punch and through the smoke apparently. Levius deals with John.
You should run.
Numbers are even now and both teams go for these lockdowns simultaneously. A Venn diagram of disaster in the middle as Zelsis waits on them to come on out and give them a fight.
Bro,
Boy howdy. Sen having to fight tooth and nail for every one of these rounds.
But
That
क्या
was
खेल
so
रहे हैं
chaotic.
भाई
John again goes off. At the moment has been the catalyst for Sen getting rounds. Adjustment back, spray down, ready for the swing on the right from YZ. That was snappy aim again from the IGL.
Good call to fight mid, boys. Really good job fighting mid. I almost threw, but I'm coding.
I think self-affirmation
सेन जीता
part of the
या
tool set for a
मैं तो
competitive
पहले ही
player.
बोल रहा था मैं सेन की तरफ भाई
Go for the A split. It's very rare, but unfortunately, when you try to reinvent the wheel on Icebox, you lose the round. You hate to see it. I think the A split win rate on this map might be like 10%. But
not great.
Keep on trying. I love to see the attempts. It is just so hard to pull off.
It's YZ this time. He's getting up to very early. Obviously wants to listen out.
चल बदलो पगलो लैंग्वेज
Looking for his latest dose of diet
भाई
milk.
भी देखो भाई वो लोग का एम है बे चैट
Just some trades here. Shots through them one way, most likely. Favor BILI. And there's John.
Oh my god.
Nonchalant is YZ.
I'm liking this round from BILI right now with YZ fighting this middle area of the map. The rest of the team making a lot of noise B main. And then I believe they run away out of B main to try and audio cue a pivot. Is Nary going to catch YZ here? He's trapped between two players.
Caught an audible. YZ now reveals himself. Narrate's got the timing. Finally, the thorn in the side for SEN has been extracted, but plant down a B.
भाई लेकिन डीले कितना है? 100 का ult है.
Enough distraction that neither anchor could focus on main. Flash coming through, paranoia into B main as well. Counter Hunter's Fury, just can't connect onto Narrate.
A little bit too low. Neither Narrate nor Zelsis affected. Russia in this position, we saw him rip a shot on towards Crow's Nest a couple rounds back. This time a little bit more patient. Levy is in position for a wrap. SEN surely. Oh, they've got a turret watching the timing, but it doesn't seem to matter because they're fighting over the B. It's favoring this Chinese squad. It is Russia dominating Yellow again and again.
Russia is looking incredible.
भाई ये लोग इतना crazy कैसे खेल रहे हैं? कैसे?
From the last games we saw of him during their qualifying, but he was good, but he's hitting another level right now.
मैं last time बोला था ये मैच में रूसिया ने बहुत मारा था भाई.
One more orb and he'll have it. VLG are just so proactive. They are just choosing to swing out together.
10 ulti आ रहा ना उसका?
Trying to move forward. They're catching them out in the open on these retake
10
efforts.
ult आ रहा ना चट उसका?
Defensive null command is ready here for John. Tough though to get ahead of this Viper Harbor comp that canvas off this B site so effectively.
At no point SEN have even had a worthy enough economy to try and op in this half at all. It's never been an option. And this last one, Zelsis going to get more proactive, get down mid. BLG have certainly been sending silent lurks in that area of the map, so hoping to catch someone.
They're pinging Zelsis' location, but the turret's been extracted from that area. Levy's pulled it out. Neff doesn't quite have a sharp enough peek around the corner. Now SEN have that mid control this round.
I love that from Zelsis. This is a really intelligent pivot.
So look at SEN pulling off this A side. Perhaps because of this. The Reckoning comes in, SEN is just going to give it up for the time being. Zekin. Got to be joining the team now.
KK wants to get in a cheeky position to even things up, but he's triple swung. SEN are so prepared for that. Probably expecting YZ to be up there, to be frank, but they'll be happy to get that kill regardless.
Tide expect multi-swings on YZ. He's got to get out. Cloudburst away with a paranoia and effect. Russia, though, again, surely not. He backs up. Takes John QT out of the game and then falls back to a more safe position. He gets a second. How is he getting away with this? Levis and YZ now have to fight for this in a short-handed situation. He's on the swipe location and in the middle of the dark cover. He dispatches Narrate. Now, though, overwhelmed. Zekin and Zelsis to the rescue. Levius sees one of them, but he can't stop Zelsis. A great round from Zelsis, getting that mid-control, converting into a very important fourth round for SEN. Deja vu vibes continue from their last game.
Zelsis really did play that last round fantastically.
Why
Him and John, the two players that have kept SEN in this game. 4 can be enough for this second half when you get rolling on attack.
All right, we've got more Icebox just around the corner as BILI makes a strong start. It's up to SEN City to come alive.
भाई गलत खेल रहे हैं BLG. Chat. गलत खेल रहे ब्रो. गलत खेल रहे ब्रो. ने मेरा फर्स्ट टाइम मेंबरशिप लिया है यूट्यूब पे. मॉड्स किधर है मेरे मॉड? चैट 7000 लोग देख रहे हैं. जब तक सेकंड हाफ चालू होता है सारे मिलके लाइक ठोक दो. पूरा 1 मिनट का म्यूजिक बज रहा है. लाइक ठोको, उसके बाद फुल स्क्रीन जाके एंजॉय करो स्ट्रीम. समझ रहे हो? लाइक ठोकना इम्पोर्टेंट है. एकदम जोर से पकड़ के थम्स अप बटन पे क्लिक कर दो. एकदम मतलब तन बदन कर दो लाइक करके. समझ रहे हो? इसलिए हो रहा था क्या कान में चैट? एक बोलते लाइक कर रहे लोग, देख रहे हो? 8-4 is good off. It's not a good off.
Coming back into our
Itna
second half of
best of
Icebox
3
here in this series between Sentinels and BILI, with the winner advancing to the
Bhai,
playoffs.
bada
We got you guys a
chak chak
Coinbase
bada bada.
econ report, and already Russia, no surprise to me, standing out. Guys, been looking pretty incredible, but a lot of very efficient play here from BILI. Remember, this is a measure of the sort of damage you do divided by the credits you spend on it. And we know that the economy was incredible for BILI over so much of that first half, Wyatt.
I think specifically what's been incredible is YZ. He's taking so many first
Varun bhai, thank you for the
engagements, either getting a kill or
19.
often dying. He is constantly pushing and yet has been able to have a very
Maybe I'll get
strong
lower
number
bracket.
for this econ report at 68.4. He's dying a lot, taking so many
Reply
fights,
diya hai,
having to
check
rebuy.
karo.
Yeah, he keeps
हाँ
rebuying,
क्या, you are
but he's
very
still
lucky यार,
going
double supply.
off. Right now, 15 and 8 for him. Most deaths on the team and most kills. That is the most YZ stat line imaginable.
Now, the word from Kaplan after Sen's game against Wolves, where they started in a really similar fashion. It was only a 4-round defense side on split, admittedly. He said, we just needed some time to calibrate, but when you lose the pistol and you lose the bonus, you're going to bleed a fair number of rounds. That's a fairly disastrous way to start a series. See what Sen have for us, though, on this attack side, which is where obviously they were able to generate some momentum in their last game. With the pistol now, already early push up from BILI here. YZ, unsurprisingly at the front, and Zekin is waiting.
कौन बोला भाई
Classic
नो डुलिश
right
कॉम
click.
पे भाई कौन बोला था
Things up for Sen on a must.
कौन बोला
Pistol
था
round.
नो डुलिश कॉम पे 12
Taking their time. Zekin's going to wait for the rest of the team to be able to group up so they can take B main together. Neff just hoping to get one kill and then escape, and he does exactly that.
That was narrate, poor guy.
Hey, can
take
you
it down
narrate
there.
what happened there,
That at
please?
least is
Thank
BILI,
you.
a bit more confidence. Evening the ledge, there's now an encroachment from the Sen side on A, and it's just K-Knight who's
भाई
watching
दो
for
दो भी खेल रहे
belts.
भाई.
Bro is out in the open. Just watching for Bell Recon. Gonna go through today. Attempt to swing onto pressure coming both sides of the map.
भाई उल्लू बन गए रिकॉन वो नहीं किया वही टाइम पे क्यों का
Very exposed in
नाइफ
that
भी
spot.
पे आया.
Russia, he also pretty
यार
exposed and on his own.
बेचारे
Fellas, we're
इतना
getting a
अच्छा
little
खेला था
bit
भाई
silly
उल्लू
with
बन
these
गए
beats
रे.
right now. Sen are exploiting that overextension and aggression from the defenders. Now Levius wants to get in a decent position. He's go for the one. I love the way he's playing this. The movement is sick.
That is raw sauce. And there is Neff to come to the rescue. That could have gone awfully wrong for BLG. What a tale of two teams in that round. Firstly, individuals out in the open getting picked off, and then Levius, 3 kills from behind that box. That is diabolical.
That was buttery smooth movement. He's breaking ankles. They don't know which side to look on. He's just taking
30
these
seconds.
little
One
tiny
enemy
hits.
remaining.
Look at how he's able to isolate players. with
भाई
three
डांस
kills.
कर रहा है वो बंदा बॉक्स पे डांस कर रहा है सालसा कर रहा है लेफ्ट राइट.
Clean up the round. That's pretty
कोई
rough for
मार
this America's
किसी नहीं रहा है
roster.
उसको.
Sen desperately needed a pistol here to get something going. No force here, though, in the anti-eco. Pistols, and Neff says, well, don't mind if I do.
He loves just pushing up, getting one and leaving. He gets away with it again.
उल्लू बना दिया लैंग्वेज.
Just Sen on all classics.
भाई मेरे को
Standard way to take double there
जेन्युइनली
with the
लगा था ये लोग
problem.
5 and
Couple more
4
times
करेंगे
in this
पता.
half where you have Zekin teleport across, basically pseudo jet. Well, that
रिस्क
flash
है
comes
तो
through the
इश्क
job.
है सिंपल.
Neff trying to see what he can find. YZ, front center, delivers. Zekin flattened Russia. Pick it up where he left off. And he'll have himself a defuse here because, of course, we love Reckoning. Great ability.
I gotta say, the anti-ecos from BILI this game have been great. They are hardly taking any damage at all. A couple in the
मैच
first half,
में
they were
हाँ
committing
उसको
directly
बोला
to
था
do
पता
it.
है व्हाट्सएप पे
So many kills.
डब्बे के
Just
पीछे
kinda
ऐसा ऐसा
cycled
ऐसा करके
through those.
मार.
It felt like it didn't even
अपन
matter.
ऊपर आओ पे गोली
But
मारेंगे
kept
क्या.
them in this state where they are winning the economic game. Sen had to
जरा मैं
several times in that first half. You see it on the timeline. They're not able to string anything
ओ
together.
मेरे को समझा टेक पॉज हुआ था ना ऊपर वो नाम स्विच किया वो लोग ने समझ रहे
They
हो.
don't take any of the upgraded rifles
Fuck
on that
यार,
initial
Sen
anti-eco.
fan
Still,
का दर्द
same case
कैसे
here. They have
समझाओ तुम
Bulldogs,
लोग
a
को.
Guardian, a couple SMGs.
Sentinels need a clean first gun round here against
आज
BILI.
मेरे को समझा आरसीबी
Otherwise,
फैंस
things
कैसे
get
फील
awkward.
करते हैं.
Snakebite here to dissuade any early aggression. Sensei, right, we'll wait this one out. in the middle of the dark cover is YZ, hovering over them like a spectre. Holding onto it as well, it's Narrate taken out and he just drops back.
क्या position था भाई?
With the Spectre as well, and now they want to double up play back
ये
yellow.
क्या position था भाई?
0 points. Nice little cascade to play off. I like that Ramusha giving good utility to support, to these anchors.
Slowly, BILI giving up this map control, but they're always forcing SEN to part with their util in order to do so. Very expensive advancement for SEN across the map here.
Celsius is hoping to be on his Neff arc going through Tube. Hoping to have as much impact as the Viper did on those attack side lurks. He's hearing a lot of movement there, actually. Of the players going through Kitchen. That should alert the rest of the team that they can get into this B-site off the wall. And it's nice when you have those additional dark covers as well. You can cover up and obscure that angle from Snowman, make it safer to
Oh god. Zelsa surely has heard this. Looks like very quickly YZ got under Tube. So Zelsa hasn't been able to be effective from this position outside of just radioing back some of this information.
Look at that second, puts a dark cover on the turret so he can get by undetected.
Maybe this is taken down here. Second, playing from yellow. Knight has to step up here. SEN got 3 guns in the game still. K-Knight needs to find a way to extract them. Maybe take Bank first. But it's a big ass and Zelsa's finally activates.
He's in the action.
Forced on away. And there you have it, Sentinels. That first buy round is fruitful. 3 rifles maintained. When the climb begins.
They were really doing the most. So Zelsa's going that round with the flank, but
Pizza party करेंगे chat. Pizza party.
all good. Nice.
विशाल भाई ने भेजा है pizza.
Spam through for another player to swing.
Something sort of indicates to BILI that they need to rotate off
Pizza से
that
अच्छा
B-side
तेरा
after
भाई
they throw the
garlic
high
bread
fight up.
पगलू.
SEN just cut noise and wait. They sort of respect that stall util. So BILI are in a bit of an awkward spot in the end when it comes to the side hit. They allow for a plant.
Cheers. Cheers chat.
Here's round 16 for you.
विशाल भाई thank you so much for the food. Cheers.
Thrown from John over towards Pipes, which is going to be very common because YZ will love to just stand up there, activate the dash.
Oh,
go
Dominus
for
का
an early
garlic bread
fight.
है.
Oh my god, again. Neff, speaking of early fights, just wants to keep trying to get these tight angle picks in main and then fall away. That time, punished hard for it.
This is something we've seen SEN
यहाँ से
do
comeback
already
कर
this
सकते हैं
tournament.
chat.
On the attack side, punish these individual wide swings, risky plays from their opponents.
अरे आने नहीं.
Celsius. Sometimes the best laid plans go to waste. That one though at least resulted in a 1
देख
for 1.
जीत तो सकते हैं 10-6 है.
SEN have a pretty
वो लोगों को save
indicated
करना
post-fight
पड़ेगा अभी.
scenario now. And now I think BILI say, we don't have a whole lot to do here.
That was nice from Zelsis, just able to timing that drone. And again, this is another round where he gets a lot of information over towards A.
Chat एक चीज बोलो.
BILI, they are so far pushed up. They
Technically
are
देखा जाए ना.
drone that deep, which is pretty
3
wild.
buy round ही
That's
है.
so he just knows that, hey, the rest of you just go on and
Technically
beat.
देखा जाए
Either
तो.
light or free at this point. I mean, most likely light, with a 1 anchor playing far back, maybe spam angle through Snowman, something like that. And so they're happy to just take that site for free yet again.
A bunch of questions about
लग रहा है अंदर से आ रेला है comeback कर. आ रेला है करके लग रहा है.
I feel it's much easier for me to call a macro game when I'm not lurking on the other side of the map playing Sentinel. Much like
Doable, yeah.
Celsius is in this
Kali का है दे
because
रहा.
I kind of want to be in the initiator's shoes. I'm comfortable in this role and I have a much better handle on both the micro and macro aspects of the game when I can play with the body of the team.
Yeah, nice to be able to have that utility to set up second, be very involved in the executes. Let's see what BILI ought to do here. They are just going to half buy with the saved rifles. They don't want to commit too much. Their economy is definitely not good enough to do so. Rusha actually with the glass cannon Guardian, very rare, and has another record. So perhaps that could be enough to win this half buy round.
I mean, what he did with that Guardian earlier in that first half,
that was
should be studied.
That was disgusting.
भाई एक पता है बिना सोआ के ना ज़्यादा टाइम लगता है एंगल्स
here.
खाली करने.
Kind of enveloped by that high tide.
वो एक
And no
down हुआ
hurry
है
to leave
लेकिन
for now, but this Al drone is like going to reveal at least Zekken.
लेकिन एक अच्छा है कि
is there on B.
Kyo का
Tentatively
pop
Sen
flash बहुत
started
काम
to
आ
probe
सकता
this part of the map, and Neff has to find a timing sort of to swing out, but sees nothing.
Bang has gotten in a great forward position. Neff will be falling back. The BILI are happy to be stacked up towards A. They want to push up right now, but what a timing on that 0 point.
Sees two.
भाई वो लोग repush करने
players that
वाले
are actually
थे.
going to back up on A. They are really working the map right now. With Neff pulling away from B. Center fan
भाई rotation देखो on point
will
रे.
be sniffed out by
BILI
BILI
का.
pretty darn quickly. They're going to make a 4-8 straight down mid. They'll get to B pretty quickly as a result. This Viper's wall, though, will be a factor and in
Russia का ult भी है bro.
Narrate's looking to try and get up a plant.
They're really trying to delay with these mollies, and in fact, if time gets low enough, they might want to use this Reckoning if they can stop the Wingman.
They didn't. Wingman gets the plant down.
Hey, sir.
John and Bang get to work. Oh, buddy, blink and you miss it.
कैसे?
They try and interrupt the plant midway through, swing that wall, but they've got no idea what's waiting for them on the other side.
Deleted from the server. John is turning up.
सारे smoke में मरे
Another
हैं.
3K. I think that's his third of the game so far.
कैसे?
Deny that half by deny any value for the Reckoning, which is ultimately just thrown out the window now. Pop flash.
W भाई एक smoke में मरा. क्या wall down करके मारा बे. वो side पे smoke था wall down करके मारा.
One of the most active entry players.
Bro, wall down करके मारा chat.
They're gonna want to take time and swing through Viper walls.
We see just how these very heavy flashes for Sen let
बच्चर
them just
काटा
play
गांडू.
forward for that space in the post plant, get through their own Viper wall, take some of those engagements.
चैट टाइम आउट है मतलब तुम लोग को लाइक करने का जिसने स्ट्रीम को लाइक नहीं किया जल्दी से स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो लव यू
Lay it on thick on the other side of the map, and this is Sentinels who lost this second half pistol, was still able to recover on that first gun round with 3 rifles in tow. And the economic situation in this half has been a far cry from what we saw in the first 12 rounds.
Great economic state. Ults coming into this next pivotal buy round for BILI out of timeout. A difference between the two teams on the respective defensive halves is that because BILI got off to a hot start, they do have
Cameraman
that they can bring into the fold heading forward, and they are going to do so. That's wisely picking it up. We'll see what they opt to do with this setup. Super common to just do something like taking the jet off when it wants to be main. Everybody else go stack towards that A side.
They don't have an Aldrone Sentinels to force that up, but Dizzy can have a similar effect. Wising is glass cannon here.
Language
He
flash.
has to be a little bit cognizant of that. Strong wind would blow him over.
Try and take this mid cross, which is going to be, oh my god, okay!
We just said it! Not the kind of caster curse I'm sure Wisey would have liked. No armor, very susceptible to that spray down through the smoke, and that's a high value kill that Sen got. Zaka though is out of the game.
उसको नसीब है सन का.
Hearing the teleport, swinging out to even things up. High tide, cycle when that Viper wall drops. The lockdown is placed. BILI try to fight or just get out. K-Knight is hoping to just get a spam kill before retreating out of it. They will play this safe.
There are, amidst this, getting Neff in a backstab position, but he's spotted out by the turret and actually has to call a cancel on that. Narrates in the side.
Oh my god, what?
Settles to short things up. K-Knight swings out. John, man, he's been solid. Finds his one. Rushi, though, has been very, very dangerous in situations not unlike this one.
versus ये matter करेगा.
Knew this was coming. The turret got broken about 10-15 seconds ago, and he knew Narrates. Okay. Gets in there and interrupts Rushia. Now Levius credited with that first kill of the round on second. This is just too much to expect from him, and Narrate steps up to clean him out.
बोलो इको है chat.
Able to get an ounce of value.
8-4 से 10-9.
And then Sen, very easy 1-2 hit with the ultimates. Lockdown, take the site, everyone's off, Viper's pit, hit it with the post plant. It's just that simple sometimes.
You don't mess with
Zelsis again with that awareness too to watch the flank. He is playing a great map right now. Really impressed by him.
Trying to
very
fight
smart,
me?
more than anything.
See how it goes.
Null command on deck here for Sentinels. They're always the option for a fast hit behind that ultimate. It is going to be someone eco around here.
Very emotional kind of a person. Huh?
Early high tide here just to cover that A side of the map as BILI look to hedge their bets through mid and B instead.
I'll tell you, BILI would love to be able to force some of these ultimates out on this round. So when they get to the next buy round, they can have the advantage in terms of the ult economy, with K-Nut being one away. Still holding on to their lockdown as well.
BILI have no current information about the A side of the map. So the Owl drone does get deployed. K-Knight
Full
needs
retake.
get an idea of the movements of Sentinels, and they've got a bit of info here. Blade Storm's at the ready for YZ.
भाई थोड़ा सा जल्दी नहीं आ रहा है जक्कन भाई.
One affected by that 0 point. An income Sentinel trying to make this hit, but bang is taken down. YZ eviscerates him now as K9 tries to crouch and spray. It's no good.
Long range that frenzy, not going to do a whole lot. I mean, I like John using No Command to turn those knives off, but he's just hungry for more. Trade it out.
Still, YZ is in that flanking position. Sen know there might be a little bit of a clock, and the knives are back out and ready to go, but Narrate getting into the game.
भाई alt मारा है.
Trying to do it.
पीछे से रुकना था भाई वो लोग को.
There's a lot to deal with. The turret claims him. Oh, you hate to see it.
भाई alt मारा है. क्यों अंदर कुछ वो लोग पीछे आने वाले हैं यार. तुझे को पुश करने वाले हैं. भाई कुछ तो कॉम्स का वो सीन हुआ वहाँ पे.
That's too funny. Okay, Billy, at least, like I said, all right, they get one of the ults out. The null command is forced because they want to ensure that YZ can't do anything on the flank with the Blade Storm after he kills Bang. And frankly, that did end up mattering. He had the angle on one of the players. Probably would have gotten a kill with the Blade Storm, but only had the frenzy as that secondary. As expected.
Yeah, they get that soundbite in there. Make sure
Very loud.
Early thrash off the rip here over towards the B side of the map. Billy quickly have to give that space up as K9 is looking for a Hunter's Fury to light them up and sees nothing. Not a damn.
Alt for alt. लेकिन मेरे को एक बात बताओ, एक और alt आने वाला है.
Just hoping to, of course, catch Narrate there after he uses the thrash. That is not the case, and Narrate should be able to recover that ult to use it again.
Second time that K9's tried that. Last time
मेरे
was
भी
when
like अब alt मार के
thrashed out on defense.
ये ले मेरा दूसरा.
Zekken is
very balanced है गेको.
entrenched here in mid. Also,
मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ 3 बार उठाने allow करो.
where are we headed with that?
ये करेंगे.
This is Sen taking their time on the flanks, waiting to see if anyone is going to push out. Thrash clearing out everything. Front side does get the ping on the YZ, but certainly no one should be able to convert on that. He's way too far back.
I think they're going to try and fight this anyway. YZ
waiting for it.
He's recovered. Yeah, ships in the night. They pass through the dark, cover on either side of each other. Zekken has gotten deep, but YZ has a chance to pop out here, and Zelsus is not ready for it. There's a gap in the net. Zekken, though, himself is the cat amongst the pigeons.
अरे!
Reckoning deployed, and BLG able to catch him out.
यार जेट रहता तो ऐसा नहीं करना पड़ता उसको.
Closer to claiming this map
यार!
That was almost so clutch from Zekken. Just didn't know exactly where he wanted to teleport. Waited one unfortunate extra second.
यार.
At some point there, I believe Rusha got a kill, which was why he was able to get and then gets that reckoning at the very last moment just to ensure that they can win this very crucial 2 versus 1.
But do it round.
YZ was able to slip through. He gets 2 kills on that retake. I think Zelsus
Chat,
is
do round
ready
chat.
to see a Billy player come from there after Zekken.
BLG can do something
like
very funny वाला चीज होने वाला है.
Does have the Viper's Pit. Does he want to just use this on B straight away? No, he doesn't. Expecting maybe there's going to be a Dizzy with a
Night बेचारे इतना नहीं मार पा रहे. दिन में खेल रहे हैं ना ये लोग वहाँ पे.
Post up on the angle.
Pretty patient from Neff. We saw Bang throw his down off rip in this context.
इस बल्टी जी को चट किधर देख के
The
मारा.
Viper's Pit over on the B side.
Going to use it fairly late, but it'll
पूरा
deny
side
the
में
common plant spot.
आओ चुपचाप ये भी.
Sentinels though still convinced there's a reason to linger.
अरे
Pushed up very close.
लिंगर
You can
ठीक है
see
लेकिन
the
ये चलो
rotation
चुपचाप.
that has been called due to that from Billy. All of the players stacked towards B, even with the Viper's Pit down there. Sen, they want nothing to do with it. You know, this comp that they have, it is lacking a tool to really effectively deal with getting through a pit. So they would rather go towards this A site. YZ is hoping to just get one and run away.
Doesn't have a tailwind. Always have to be like a natty P. And again, he has no backup. He doesn't expose himself like some of his contemporaries do in this situation early this map.
30 seconds left.
Paranoia comes in, YZ unaffected, though.
पूरी
It's going to be
team आ गई
on the box, but Zekken knows where to dig him out. But he
team
has
आ गई
come with the
bro.
reinforcements.
The spike is so far forward.
It is out in the open. Zekken has to help John retrieve, and they're going to come forward. Playing from Crow's Nest now. It's Zekken in a 1 versus 3. And Roshi is too quick for him. 3 for the Harbour. Map point for Billy.
It's been a great effort for Sen to come back on this second half. But at the very last moment, Billy are looking like they're going to capture another win with Rusha and YZ both at 22 kills right now. That's what they finished with the other day when they played Icebox. But they've still got more rounds to push things further. They are playing so well. It was dangerous from YZ's point of view. This guy's committing to the site. He's trying to tuck. He spotted out. He had to break that molly. But BILI were so fast on that rotate back from B into the site that he got the support he needed.
And maybe Sentinels were a little ponderous. The way that they allowed
अगर सेन हारता है एक बंद तुम में से एक भी बंदा है जिसका पिकेम बराबर रहेगा एक
was an element
जिसने सोचा था VLG
yeah, but it might have been narrate with that in hand.
2-0 तुझे लीड नेक्स्ट मैच बोल सेन नेक्स्ट मैच
supposed to be in that situation made it virtually unrecoverable, especially with BILI flooding back in as they did. So last time out here for Sentinels, a good run back, reminiscent again, I'm going to say it, of their game against Wolves, but this time BILI have stopped their momentum.
The difference between this game and that one might just come down to the fact that BILI was around in the second half. That might be the only difference because Wolves almost ran it back, but they just couldn't at the very end. They didn't give themselves that buffer.
All right, Toronto, let's get loud for round number 22s. BILI trying to close this out. Sen trying to hang on.
Got the full buy both sides here.
बलक के और सेन दोनों है क्या लिखा उसमें मेरे बलक के
pressure and 3 opportunities to close this game out, take their map pick.
अच्छा मेरे में BLG और सेन अच्छा बलक पड़ा
dialed in our Sentinels. They know they've got a hill to climb.
माफ करो
Does he catch his YZ? But he's hanging on the rope for the time. What am I watching? He still crosses. The sheer audacity from this guy eventually. Tailwind's going to get him back to safety. BILI though happy to rattle the cage a little bit.
Russia wants to go for more as well, just trying to take a little
genuinely एक बात
catch
बोलो
someone before his exit.
हाँ
No respect for BILI.
राउंड देखो
Happy
पैसा दे
on defense right now to just maintain those
अगर सेन
stacked up positions
सिर्फ
towards
दो
A,
राउंड
play B for
बैक
retake.
टू बैक
It's just the alarm
निकालती
bot over
है
there from Levius to get the information if Sen are going to push up. He also ran out just
Then they go
hearing the
eco.
footsteps. Everyone's here. 0 point clears back. B. It's going to be a flash for second to
भाई कितना डीले कर रहा है वो बंदा
K-Knight does have that Recon dart available, so
does K-Knight just have the 6th sense right now?
he's hanging around, doesn't? Oh god, he's still holding that line. Zelsis is about to walk into a trap, and K-Knight from the rafters hangs. It doesn't matter.
Bro,
what a win for Zelsis. Now it's a step forward for Sentinels, but much more to be done. Look at this rotate getting pulled over.
It's convinced them that they have to go back to this A site center, fully cut noise after getting space back yellow on B. Zelsis caught, so things are evened up, but the plant will be going down 4-3 right now.
Bro, what
he
the
single-handedly
fuck,
opens
bro?
this opportunity for Sen to get an uncontested B-side plant. Trades his life out. He's done his job for now.
John has a strong amount of utility to play with here as well. Actually has both flashes. They didn't need to use it to take back yellow earlier. He's got the molly for paranoia. Gonna be tough for BILI to get back in. They do have a cove maybe to get a safe defuse. They're hoping to use it there. Yep, it's going to be activated.
Paranoia thrown out second, just a little too slow to the punch. Narrate tucked in the corner. He knows he's going to be overwhelmed, and Wisey wants to push up into the rest of the defenders. The high tide comes down, and so does the curtain on this first map for Sentinels. The dragon stirs, and BILI are eyeing off that playoff spot.
Defenders
what a way to start.
It looked like Sen were on pace for another comeback in the first map, just like what they did to Wolves yesterday. But BILI winning that pistol round on the second half, closing things out, making adaptations at the end, and finish it off with a great retake and an all-star performance from both YZ and Russia.
299 ACS for YZ, not too shabby at all. A strong start for BILI. Much to discuss about this map for that. We head to a break, we'll come back, we'll talk some shot.
It's time.
मैंने बोला था कि नहीं BLG जीतेगा बोला था कि नहीं चैट मैंने क्लियर कट स्लो मोशन में बोला था कि BLG जीतेगा कन्विंसिंगली क्लियर कट हाँ बोला था रूसिया भाई मारेंगे मैप में क्या खेला भाई क्या खेला रूसिया भाई आप कभी भी इंडिया आओ याद रखना आपको रूसिया गुटेश करके बुलाऊंगा याद रखना कभी भी आओगे सर आप भी खेल लेते मेन लाइनअप में तो
Let me show you how the fuck does. Oh man, I was just getting warmed
भाई
up.
क्या बनाते ना ये लोग भाई हाँ वो वैलेंट रिकॉर्ड ऑफ जिंक्स इम्प्रूव आपकी पूरी फैम है लव यू यार अभी भाई लव यू यार भाई क्या बनाते भाई स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड कप में क्या औरा मजा आएगा ना चैट भाई मेरे को वर्ल्ड कप का सबसे बाप वो लगा था वो पीस डालने का
Lewis, where are you coming from here? China. China to cheer for a Billy game. Come on, give it up to him. He flew all the way from China for this game. Jackson, you have to tell me what is the idea behind this costume.
I'm the Pope.
You are the Pope, so you're trying to bless this game.
Of course, I'm here to bless all the games, all the players, and all the fans.
Are you blessing Sentinels this series?
I'd like to say I don't have a bias, but let's go Sun City.
Awesome. Well, let's go ahead and play a game. We're gonna play a small game of rock paper scissors. Do you know the rules behind this? Perfect. Okay, so we're gonna go right away. Chat, Pro, I'm gonna need your help. I just called you chat in person. That's awesome. I'm gonna need your help to pull out the rock paper scissors with me. All right? We're gonna do on shoot. Ready to go? Rock paper scissors shoot. Cool. Let's go. Rock paper scissors.
पेपर
shoot.
जीतेगा.
Okay, we got a 1-0 over here for Lewis. Ready? We're going to do a second one. Best of 3. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot! Oh, 2-0. Thank you so much for participating. We got some cool prizes actually for both of you guys because, you know, you have a lot of guts to come on camera with this costume. I love it. So we have a signed Billy flag and also a signed Sentinels poster. So thank you so much for participating. And good luck for the rest of the series. Hopefully your team wins. Right, Fritz Bub, let's give it up.
भाई मेरे को लगता है ओ भाई कोड लीक हो गया मेरे को लगता है मैंने जन्नत मूवी थोड़ा ज्यादा देखी है ऐसा लग रहा है मैं ही हैंडल कर रहा हूँ सबको हाँ क्या लिख रहा था मेरे मुंह पे ये लोग मेरे मुंह पे क्या लिख रहे हैं
Billy, they continue to dominate against America's team. Icebox, I'm your hosting, so I'm back here in the venue on the desk with Ender and Mel. Another slow start for SEN, but this time, Mel, it got punished. Billy actually closed out that map.
I think we're seeing what could have happened yesterday, where Sentinels does lose that pistol in the second half, and they're not really quite able to mount that comeback. And Billy with some phenomenal plays, insane highlights.
Yeah, I mean, throughout the entire map, it was just a complete show. Obviously, Wisey is going to come out looking incredible, but Russia again on this harbor is just looking insane on this map. Both times now, BLJ have played Icebox in this tournament. Him and Wisey have put up a near identical performance. It's nuts.
I also want to give a shout out to Neff as well. I feel like both of the controller players on BLG just stood out and really impressed me because there were so many highlights, so many rounds where it looked like SEN had a good idea of what to do. There's a round where they're holding a one-way high-low. Russia just jumps in and two taps both of them. There's early in the half, Neff especially was dominating.
Is it? I know I'm overreacting, but might be my favorite Harbor player of all time after the 2 times I've seen him here on Icebox. And I'm glad you mentioned that 2K. We have it here as the HyperX reflex moment of the day. This is against Bang. doing?
Like, what are you supposed to do?
He looks more like Bang than Bang does.
It's just insane, jumping over the one-way. Usually, you're the guy, you're just trying to break the crosshair, and the person behind you gets the trade. But misses the first shot because of the movement, and then 2 headshots is just insane.
I mean, how frustrating has this gotta be for Sentinels? They're making the right play. They're holding a one-way. How does he jump through and get 2?
I mean, Cap doesn't even know how to react to that.
I mean, they, like you said, they did everything right, leading up to that point. And also, Russia, 5 Harbor ults on one map. I don't think I've ever seen that. That was insanity.
No, and just a testament of what a good job he was doing fragging out. They're also prioritizing him getting orbs, getting plants consistently. Like, that was the game plan. Just get his ult up as much as humanly possible.
Let's revisit some of that game plan on their first half. Because they managed to build up a very nice lead.
So the thing is, I really liked how BLG used lurks and communicated on a cross map based off what Neff was doing. I want to zoom in on the map here and just look at the early info that they're getting. You're going to see this KO knife go over into B main initially, and then there's also this big fight with a drone that clears out all 3 players on the A site from Sentinel. So then BLG decide, okay, we're going to call over into the B hit. It's a 2-3 split right now, and we're just going to leave Neff, to hang out over in this area and get the lurk down for a moment. But this information is going to come in crucially. There's a flashover. Do you see that out of the KO? KO has rotated from B and is going to flash on that line. And all of a sudden, that's 4 players spotted on the A side of the map. Footsteps are heard rotating away. And Wisey, who loves to fight forward on sites, gets that info call. There's only 1 player on the B site. So he goes for the push, gets that kill. And what it does is it opens up this huge amount of threat. Wisey now could be anywhere. Good luck, Sen. You're not winning this round.
Oh, good luck, Sen, indeed. But let's take a look and see what Kaplan had to say ahead of map 2.
Here with Coach Kaplan. Now, Kaplan, you told us yesterday facing the Wolves that you guys needed a little bit more of time to really put your finger on the pulse of your opponents. Do you feel like that was what was happening today as well?
Today, definitely my less preferred way of losing. I think we're losing to ourselves, playing scared in moments and not playing together in moments. Just the team play is not where it was yesterday, and we just got to clean it up. It was getting there, just a little too late, so just got to keep it going.
All right, so pick it up. Get your head in the game. All right. Thank you very much, and good luck.
Thank you.
Well, the good news is we are moving on to Sen's map pick. And Mel, this is where we want to see them go, right? Onto Sunset. But I guess the burning question with every map we've seen so far is, what does John QT play?
It's always a question with the Sentinels roster, but I'm so excited to see them on to Sunset. I mean, the historical name at this point, Sunset, is a real thing. They were dominant on this map. One of the best teams in the world.
They were dominant with John on Cypher.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? They have not
नहीं
played
है
Sunset in 2025. Now, this team did play Sunset in 2024 when they were putting this roster together, but it has been a long time since we've actually seen them work out on this map.
I don't think they've played Sunset since Tens and Sassy. Am I wrong?
They played at off-season tournaments when they had the new
We're
roster.
not counting Sen City Classic.
Hey, that's a real tourney.
We're not counting Sen City. We're not counting that. But I mean, even okay, what did he play in that tournament? Was it
silver
no, I don't think so. I believe it was rocking the
diamond
breach next to Narrate's fade.
Okay, how do we feel about that potentially coming up?
I think we're just really going to have to put our thoughts of the John QT Sentinel to rest. I think the most we'll really
I had it flipped. It was fade for John and Narrate on the bridge.
Okay. But of course, we've seen BILI play Sunset already, and maybe the thought was they could have countered some of the Icebox stuff. Mel, did you feel like there was something on Sunset Sen could potentially abuse here?
I think so. I think Sen can really take them off guard because, one, we have no idea what their Sunset looks like. There's no footage. We don't even know what comp they're running. So I think there's an ample opportunity here for Sentinels to bring back this series and push us to a map 3 with the element of surprise.
Yeah, I am interested because John played the KO on the last map, but I know that back when Sentinels were sort of driving the meta at the start of last year on Sunset, they were a big KO team. They did pivot away from that eventually, but I'm wondering if there's an element of like comfort there with like the old playbooks that John was coming up with and a lot of those KO lineup ideas.
Yeah, and as we take a look at the live agent select, there's been a couple of pretty fast lock-ins here. And yeah, there will be a Cypher, but Mel not for John.
Yep, those days I fear are behind us and long gone. But this is interesting. I really like having Zekin on Neon. I feel like it's such a staple agent for him. He's hit so many iconic clips on the agent. And I think Sentinels is really good at building up behind him and helping him get those entries.
Yeah, I think it'll be a really nice change of pace for him as well, especially coming after the Omen map where
gameplay.
Things are a little bit he's going to have a lot of explosive power in this one.
Well, this is Sen's pick, Uber and Wire. Let's see why they decided to debut their Sunset here.
Too little, too late. Those are the words from Kaplan in that halftime interview. We see what he's saying. Sentinels again, a slow start in the first map of their series today. Not unlike against Wolves. They actually assert themselves enough on Icebox. Here, we get a map pick of their Sunset. They banned this map first against Wolves in their previous game, so we're wondering what the plan was there.
Yeah, I found that to be bizarre. This was, as the desk mentioned, their map last year, finishing with a 74% win record, all-time 17-6, and they banned it first. I was pretty shocked by that. But maybe they just wanted to leave it for a later series, perhaps, kind of keep it in the tuck, and go up against a BILI Gaming who they were able to block. This is where they beat Liquid the other day in this match. Sen going to be relying on the information that they were able to glean from that affair.
The last time BILI made a global playoffs, it was to beat a North American team.
Jali.
It was quite some time ago, though.
My eyes are down.
That's what waits on the other side of this map for your attack side team, folks. And they're already headed over to A. Sen not really in attendance.
On that roster, that was still YZ, K Knight. They know what it takes.
Icebox में बहुत common है. No Sentinel
to make it to those playoffs. Neff catches a beautiful timing while the rest of the players swing from mid for the distraction. Lovely.
He was waiting for that. He knew, of course, there'd be contact taken by his top mid teammates.
Even a tank onto Celsius, 13 HP. Backboba doubling up with John, who has a full kit, but no players to actually use it with.
Shock dart, that's dangerous. Definitely threatening to someone like Celsius. Now, gonna swing out there, taken down. K-Knight is quite low as his Levius.
Valo खेल रहे हो basketball बता दो.
Just have to throw themselves at this, and YZ will wait for the relay bolt to pave the way, and he slides. Easy as you like. Forget about buying a Val. Can Sen buy a pistol?
It's simple, but I just love what BLG are able to do there.
Getting
Neff getting all of that space, walk down and linking into tiles. And that's the thing that takes that fight. Then caught with the util out. One onto Zekin, I believe. That is so well played. So simple. But so well done.
And again, gets BILI off to a hot start here on Sunset. Already saw this against Team Liquid. It went close. 13-10 result for them. We may not see Lotus if they keep this up. Already over towards B.
दो शॉट का लाइनअप एक साथ. हेलो.
There's going to be a counter push here coming out of.
बैकसेट जाने के लिए देखा.
Spike planted.
Want to go off this paranoia. Zekin running in.
Russia though, ready to receive him. Zekin just cut down before he can really land any sort of damage. That's just going to push this. Says, oh, well, let's just see what's on the other side of tomorrow.
Nev by basketball hai.
K9 will see John. He'll be low. Easy as you like.
Nev by na maan rahe bhai.
Pretty cheap, straightforward bonus. Russia even had a proper
rifle in this round. This is
continuing the theme of BILI Gaming winning all the positions, but then just having clean anti-egos. They are not, and they're running at them. But despite that, they're not giving guns away. They're not suffering too much economic damage whatsoever. That has kept them, as we saw on Icebox, just able to consistently buy.
Okay, another slow start for Sentinels. Definitely not by the wayside though. On Icebox, they gave up the bonus and it really came back to hurt them. YZ forced off that line though, fault line. Paranoia came out to meet him.
Look at this fast pivot though from BILI. They are right into mid. And all of a sudden there's so much pressure on Celsius. Oh, Borussia caught on the teleport. What a snap from John.
Tidy stuff.
भाई जॉन ही बचा रहे भाई सेन को आज.
BILI commit heavy to market and are
आज
stopped in their
John
tracks.
Day है आज John Day.
John has been on one today. So many multi-kills.
Bro.
A bunch of 3Ks on Icebox.
क्या shot था भाई?
Remaining from YZ.
Beautifully done. I mean, they are running headlong into Cypher Util in market, in fairness.
Gelses by John by ने बोला भाई तू आप.
That's why he's credited with 4 assists already. So, proper buy now for BILI. Realize perhaps a slower approach might be necessary. Not unlike the one we saw on Icebox. So they
Monday and Monday ने John Day
bring the
यार.
tempo down a notch.
They have slowed things down. A tad at dark cover on the right side.
रिया जा रहे हैं आप और पिंकी से APS मिलते हैं रोहित भाई देखो तो 179 पता चलेगा मेरे को पता नहीं है इतना मेरे को आइडिया नहीं है इतना समझ रहे हो आइडिया नहीं है देखते पता चलेगा
Been happy to face.
He's looking for more. All of BLG are going to be here. Does Zek have a way of getting out scot-free? He wants to hang around, lingers for one, relay bolt. He wants more, but Rushi's got the other side covered. He's fortunate to get out. Fast lane deployed. Seconds out of dodge.
एक और सालसा bro.
He just doubles back and says, you know,
एक और
I'm going to take
सालसा
some more. And there's John.
भाई कैसे कर लेते हैं भाई ज़ेक ने सा पूरा डांस किया अबे उसने लेफ्ट राइट आगे राइट लेग पीछे पीछे ऐसे क्या
He's tucked
एजेंट
on
है
the corner
भेज
now, at
होती
least
है
in the position to punish John, so he does. Narrate though will put him to bed.
क्या एजेंट है भाई
Jump up, but that round is all about Zekin. The utility he was using in main was perfect. This was some beautiful Neon play. Almost looked like he was going to get caught on that right side. Made the teleport across, but he's able to slide out of the way. Fast lane to
I'm up there. Don't worry, I'm on the board.
Beautiful. That was smooth.
टारगेट कर रहे हैं किसको टारगेट कर रहे हैं
John with license to chirp at his teammates, having amassed a massive 8 kill total so far, and the Rolling Thunder built up pretty quickly. Love to see those kills.
अभी तो एक का जरूरत नहीं है लेकिन अगर बिली ने वेस्ट करवा दिया लूबिंग थंडर तो ओपा हो सकता है
Zelsis is playing in the site here.
Use these multiple, reconnaissance initiator utility pieces to get really close to B main. Second, 2 shots to free and easy kills.
Bang wants a bit of the action too. Nobody's come knocking. Have you heard the good word of our Lord and Savior, the SEN bundle, he says? Back away, still no action.
पिक्सल दिखा
This is BILI knocked down to a pretty anemic kind of buy.
ये क्या वर्ड है अभी
Grouping up for this foray on A. Their last gambit here for this round number 5.
अनीम मेरे को पता है मैं देखता हूँ अनीम क्या है बे
TP onto the box and they cover the smoke, but drops off that instantly. And as expected, the spam does come in his direction.
Sentinels, they already have made the pivot here. Just a nice double
जी
face
किधर
to
गया
deny anyone
जी
from
गेमिंग
building
होता
the
है
elbow.
जी गेमिंग
Bang in the perfect position for that double face. Make it a high-low play on the box.
Link was smoked up and bang, yeah, of course, can play from here as Omen. Narrate might want to Prowler out here. Rushia was right in the way. Still no plant yet. Knight had to get off of it because of the threat and the C's coming in.
बे सीज का रैंडम सेक्सी है ना जैक
Do stick it. Oh, not sorry. Knight got off the last second again. Okay, we have a plant. Second thinking about it, but that's awkward as the curtain drops. Celsius had his 6.
भाई डांस कर रहे
Backing him up as Rushia and Knight caught out in the open. Maybe is now at risk of being turned into Swiss cheese. Realizes he may as well wait to this bulldog to see what can be extracted. The answer is absolutely so nothing. Flawless round for Sentinels here, round number 5, tied up nicely. And that bank's starting to build.
That's 2 fully flawless round wins now for Sen. That's got their economy out of control. Getting the heat up. Just even there, the silly movement into the fault line so Zelsis can get the freest kills. This is going to
जीत गए सैन जीत गए W
an early timeout call from Coach Bale of BLG.
So I guess it begs the question, what are we seeing so far from BILI? Well,
समझा पल्लव भाई समझा
the luck at B main and have run headlong into Zekken every single time. Their pistol round strats are really nice, they're elegant. We start to see them lose their edge though in the rounds that followed. Like you mentioned, White, Sentinels 2 flawless rounds back-to-back means they're pretty inoculated against the volatility of going up against the Chinese teams in the next few rounds. Big Banks, Rolling Thunder, Overdrive there for Zekken. But BILI might want to create something around his Hunter's Fury and his Null Command. They've got both of their Initiator ultimates at the ready.
Yeah, this round 6 is going to be pivotal for BLG. Investing everything, Initiator ultimates to play with. This is where the game can get out of control for them if SEN are able to take this and they waste their ultimates and put them on back.
बिली को जिंक्स कर दो बंक्स भाई.
Fast pivots from BLG.
सेन के सामने बिल्ली भी बिल्ली बन जाती है. समझ रहे हो?
Into market, just weren't really getting information across
Deep
the map.
deep था ये बात. Deep था.
They're absolutely denied. And as you said, these B main fights have been played well by SEN so far.
ये तो SEN का map है.
It is Zekken who is just dominating that area of the map, but he's allowing the aggression come to him, which is sort of a juxtaposition to the way he was playing B main on Split versus Wolves, where he was playing equally as aggressive, but now he's just absorbing that. All right, well, that's a nice way to start the round for YZ. You think Coach Bale told him to do that in the timeout? Was that the strat call?
Was it that specific, I wonder? I'm not so sure, but that double stack top
सारे angles पता है भाई.
And they've lost their fade util, so they really like the mechanism with which to get this mid-round info and to set up their re-clears. Now flying blind to some degree, whereas BILI, of course, have their Sova setting up to clear their way into elbow.
Rolling Thunder है retake के लिए. Easy retake बोलते हैं. मत जाओ पे.
Will cut off, or rather get the information for that really obnoxious tuck close right angle. So as far as SEN know, you know, BILI could be postured all the way up towards A right now. Zekken and Zelsis able to collect 2 in this mid-fight.
It's really taken off the pressure after things went a little bit awry early, but Levius has gotten deep here. Trapwire cleared Camera also out of the picture. He realizes there might be multiple guns waiting for him in Boba, and here comes the Rolling Thunder. SEN, watch the sight right behind him. Zekken's there with the Overdrive 2 and a neural theft.
30 seconds
It's going to tell them everything they need to know, that the spike is en route to A.
Maybe hoping to get a bit more with that Rolling Thunder if BILI had already gone into the site, but they'll be content with just isolating another kill to extend the man advantage of this round. They certainly should expect that YZ could be postured in spawn right now. Russia caught with the utility in hand.
Slip past YZ, he just wasn't ready for that. Russia had no advance notice whatsoever.
Fast
lane thrown up here, paranoia in effect, and YZ's going to wrap around, try and play from alley. Here with a fault line. SEN know where he's coming from no matter what, and Bang will simply try and defuse. John QT brought to heal, but YZ couldn't do much more. Zekken says, hey, Gabagool,
इतना नहीं है YZ, इतना नहीं.
Out of the game for BLG.
इतना नहीं, गोट के सामने नहीं ये सब चलेगा.
This was a 5v4. This was a free kill at the top of the round.
कैसे फील हो गया रहेगा ना उसको.
From SEN, the decision is to just post up in mid, try and catch BILI on a rotator spike off that A site. Or maybe just that lurk, if it is, you know, Levius maneuvering through mid late. That was well done from SEN. BILI, they are forced into this round. Rifles and Guardians, why is he going fast? And what a kill on the Bang.
Oh, I'm going to be punished. Bang not in a position. And here comes that Null Command now. SEN start to scramble on the site, and YZ will run them down. Narrate can barely tuck behind boxes, and YZ comes calling. Make short work of him.
Oh, you know he's going to go for more. He is not slowing down.
I mean, why not?
Almost out.
Why not? SEN here hopes to maybe play into this double up, but Russia there is watching. Sat behind YZ, giving him a safety net.
Balance agent hai.
And of all the players to do this to, Zelsis here, they're not looking his jovial self right now, as SEN still working on that map deficit. So he will try to slink away. No smart words, no back talk, no sass. It's about getting out with this gun intact.
That's the first time we've seen BLG just go for an A slam. Just play with that neon speed. Overdrive is
Aditya bye, many happy returns of the day.
They're going for a lot of mid-round pivots, which just have yet to work for them. So let's take it back to basics.
And this is likely what they called that timeout for BLG. Fast hit A site behind the Null Command, get YZ in a position to succeed. Deny the stalling util.
Technically देखा जाएगा attacking map है.
Obviously turn off that heavy.
8-4 होएगा तो भी SEN जीता.
What is that?
समझ रहे हो?
So stutter step?
Yeah, he was the slide, but just hits the wall right
next to it. Triple headshot मारा है लग रहा है.
Very awkward for Bang to happen.
पहले वाले को.
And someone like Narrate can't seize there. Obviously he's suppressed. So all he can do is try and back
इतना
away
धीरे
and
बात करते हो आज तक नहीं सुना
allow a
मैंने.
teammate to play off of him from Link, but that was never going to happen.
A lot of pings from BILI over towards the A side, and it looks like they're going to have that
Knockout
flash
match
to get
है, नहीं,
into elbow. Again, just accelerate, teleport, and the speed from the Neon to take this space with some haste.
This time, Sentinels respect it. They've got the kind of comp that can make these retakes work with the breach. How's the timing looking for Bang? Less than ideal!
Oh no!
Players caught with slappers only!
With that push down that was well, BLG, they're going to feel like they need to get into this A site right now, so they
अभी इसके
accelerate
वजह
the
से वो
pace.
लोग को सिटी या फिर किधर का तो कंट्रोल लेना पड़ेगा.
It looks like they're at least
Spike planted.
maybe YZ does.
They know he's there.
क्यों पॉपुलस के
Sentinel
साथ
pinging
नियॉन
this
पिक
alley
करेगा.
area heavily. They're trying to overwhelm him. Russia on the side, sees, thrown out. Here's YZ, and there he goes.
Oh, just too many players.
Sen playing around him. Really needed to overload him player-wise to win that out. Here comes the Hunter's Fury, though, from elbow. But Zekin's got near to the site. Knight, he's got to be under some pressure. Napier sat on the other side of the dark cover. Will spam if he needs to, but does he know when the rate is? There's the spray. Gets it to half. That ought to be enough. Shock Dart comes in. Too little, too late. K-Knight unable to avert the round win.
लेकिन मजाक सेट कर
Not mad at the
BLG
idea
बाप
from
ले
BLG to get that pop flash from
Sexy
Neff. So
idea
a
था,
swing
sexy idea
towards
था.
spawn from YZ.
5 बंदे
Hoping there would be
unexpected था.
maybe a couple players, but there were all 5 of them.
टीम अप करने आया था वो.
He was cooked. Celsius was just ready to dodge that, play a bit
If you
of
can't
anti
beat
on
them,
flash.
join them.
Enemy remaining.
From there, it's just overwhelming. So unable to get into that site
यार,
for free.
BLG
Able
का
to
round
pressure
था.
the spike. No one from BLG
Shah.
playing any entrenched positions aside from Rushu's caught. BLG, they do have the cash though to keep on buying. They get the spike down. Keep it rolling. More attempts.
A slower stance over towards A, and it teases Bang out right into the line of fire.
Dink as well. Frustrating for him.
Now right here doesn't want to overextend, it's just him. Trapwire here at Link can be played off of if those reinforcements get there, but this is a perfect use case for this neural theft.
I guess the information as far as Nere being the lone man on site at the moment. Why is that? He's going to make a relay bolt, but he's going to get him out the way.
Does he know John's there as well? It's actually 2 plays in the set. Oh,
No,
there's Dirty.
Kusum.
Zelda's on the side, large and in charge. Deals with the Neon. John went down, but Narek's still alive. They're over towards the alley side, but Rushi dipped early in the round at 10 health. They're still able to cause some problems, making waves. And it's on the Vibes Merchant himself. Celsius knows 3 players are looking for him. Levius will be the one credited with the elim. Tight game after 9 rounds. Sen with a slim lead.
भाई ये कौन सी टीम है भाई?
Continuing to always push. That was a great molly
Oh,
thrown by
God,
Neff.
need का भाई वो.
Capitalizes off of pushing into the spawn there. They're forced out into the open. Celsius gets the trade, but then look at this here. Russia pushing up into that A link. They have a flank coming from top mid, so even if he goes down, given his low HP, should be an instant trade. It's proactivity.
And that keeps the money train for BLG going. Costly round for them, but they're still able to keep this money pressure on. Now, a bit of a variation. Looking towards mid, Wising's already started to slink his way up, and wait a minute. Testing market very early. Relay bolt forces Zekin out of the open. Does he get cracked from B-Man at the same time? Zekin caught in the open.
Caught on the jump up, he had to retreat. He was stunned off. Teleport in now from Rusha deep into the site.
Celsius now not quite aware of what's waiting for him on the other side of this dark cover. Has to pick his spot to perfection. Pings his own location, Neff though finds him. Can't see a damn thing, but still knows how to hit that M1 for the boys, and there's a triple swing. Sen have the players lined up. Neff and K-Knight fall by the wayside, and Narrate's gotten into Boba.
Blue read been a
Why is he out of the picture? Now becomes a bit more uncomfortable. BLG, loose footing here on this anti-retake attempt, but gonna try and sneak Rushia around. Does he have the look on Narrate? So aware Narrate was fit, but not ready for that. Bang. Percent on both sides, tries to break half of the pincer, but doesn't know where to look.
Oh, that post plant is just so well played from BLG. They are everywhere in the wall.
भाई वो लोग को लगा एक तो बीच में होएगा.
Have that intuitive internal timing to pick up the one flank that was coming from YZ. But
भाई
even at
sexy खेल रहा है
that,
bro.
Levius on the cross. Earlier in the
Sexy खेल
round,
रहा है.
that great sun forces Zekin to attempt to retreat. Then you have Neff picking up 3, hits another great molly, by the way, that forces John into the open. Utility looking excellent from him at the moment.
Fuck बे, मजा आ रहा है बे. देखना पड़ेगा क्या चाइना रीजन पे अपने को?
Tie things up. If they win this round here, the final of the half will be a tragic bye for Sentinels.
बहुत प्यारा खेल रहे हैं लोग.
This defense side for Sen has descended into a absolute bar fight. Another null command up for Neff. That was a big part of their fast A hit we saw a few rounds ago where Whitey had the overdrive as well.
Yes, yes. देखो ना जाके.
Set up for something that looks reminiscent.
देखो.
This time Bang doesn't want any early action.
क्या region का करूँ मैं?
Away. He's been having a tough time with those early fights that Billy have been happy to take. Double face down mid. K Knight caught completely unaware.
जितने बार टेक्सचर उतना 25 बढ़ रहा है बात तो है.
Wisey spammed that area in a previous round and got a kill. Sen still trusting in that setup with their two initiators at the top of the map. Drop the spike.
Smoke thrown up towards elbow. That's from Bang. So Wisely does feel a little uncomfortable pressing up. Look at this positioning. Double flash. Rusha wants to swing. Doesn't actually catch anyone. Sen are happy to just play off-site right now.
This insert for Zelsis in mid. I'm pretty sure he hears Levius there and he even sees him. Doesn't want to commit. Here's that null command now to supplement this hit to the A side. With Spike already down. Levius just doubles back in. Zelsis was there, deals with him.
I love this null command. I mean, Sen are obviously going to play this for full retake with the man
that
they had, but it's just going to give so much delay. It's going to reduce the clock by such a significant extent. Here comes the util. Now the retake can come in.
Decken gets into the side immediately. Across the snaffle with the Stingers able to fight him up close, but Wisey looking for the Neon. Gets out on the side. It's through with the Stinger for second. Now BLG down to just Levius. And he can't see this tap on the spike. Flash there for John to set up a third kill.
बोला ना है.
Sentinels with the patience of ages.
बोला था
Wait
कि
the
नहीं
null
सेन
command
है.
out and have that retake util with Zekin.
कैसे जीते ये राउंड पता नहीं. ये गेम तो समझ में नहीं आ रहा है. ये राउंड BLG का था. सब जगह लिखा हुआ था BLG करके.
Fast. They were able to do all of that with the clock reduced so significantly.
That kill is massive. Overdrive also earned now for Zekin. John has been delightful this game. 12 and 7 for the breach. He's got his rolling thunder again.
That was such an important round for
Night bike का दिन नहीं है बे आज, ना?
Canvid would have been in a dire state for this final one.
Early action today. This time, Bang's been a little bit more careful about those early peaks. Does get some info. Then pulls off. No double stack top mid this round for Sen because John is helping it A early.
W.
On a rare round where Zekin gets incredibly active in B main. He was playing that much more passively earlier, mixes it up.
They know this is coming, White. They know they can rotate early through alley.
And again, this is Sen. They can play this for retake if they want. Bang is actually trying to swing, but it's denied by the relay pull. He is inserted deep in the site, but this rolling thunder is ready to get ripped to assist him.
Okay, TP out of that awkward spot for Rushia now. He's able to play that link side. Give another option for Billy. John is biding his time. He's got just the answer for this. And here's Billy. Maladroitly touching down. Bang got dealt with. Rushia's in a bit of a nasty spot, but Celsius just clears him out. Wisey slides back into action now. And there's some presence here from Ali. John's going to get pressured. Flash himself on the angle. Wisey tries to turn it. No swing just yet. Takes two. Tries it again. This time, Sen have the answer. A 7-round defense side. It's very back and forth stuff. Determined.
अच्छा खेला यार, लेकिन BLG यार. I think 6-6
BLG make a go at it later in that half. Sen were dominating. John QT is putting on a show at the moment.
Both teams leading all out there. Both teams looking for that ticket to playoffs. Stick around. More from Sunset. Still to come.
भाई AC डाला फिर भी गर्मी हो रहा है, मतलब ज़्यादा मिर्ची खा लिया क्या मैंने?
Going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in. Try and beat it. I'll give you a sec.
भाई किसकी साइड पे? Valorant के.
Hey, please.
क्या गाना ये? गर्मी बढ़ गया कल से भाई, गलत लेवल का गर्मी होती है। अच्छा, ये भी था, लिरिक्स भी था। चलो गाना अच्छा कैसे हो गया? भाई ने गाने को भी जिंक्स किया, excuse me. Maybe ऐसे fast English बोलता था पता है बचपन में. I don't wanna know, no. I don't wanna know, no. I don't wanna no.
Sentinels keep it tight. They don't win that first pistol.
बहुत fast.
But in a war of attrition like this, your efficiency is everything. Here's your Coinbase Econ report for the first half. John QT giving us a nice little 77.6, and it's no surprise he got every ounce of value he could out of his kit.
Had some insane.
Obviously.
And I believe it was the anti-bonus was sickening.
PRX
Obviously,
Genji किसको support?
consistent
PRX.
utility investments, etc. So he was certainly making the most of everything that he had. We even saw in that last round the way he was able to shut down those last two players with the flashes he had, the fall line as well, Zekin swinging off that. Lovely stuff from the IGL. He has certainly been the star of the show today for SEN. He was the one keeping them in the game on Icebox as well. But can he get them over the finish line here on attack with his calling, with his individual play, or will BILI be able to make playoffs at an international event for the second time?
The mood definitely a bit less playful out there for Sen City, a bit more serious.
Excuse me, language.
Less of the getting out of the chair, more of the grind, nose to the grindstone gameplay.
Pistol.
Sentinels going to be the attack side here as we head into a pistol. A pistol
9-5 उसके बाद 9-6 और मेरे को शॉट आउट मिलेगा फिर 10-6 11-6 11-7 12-7 13-7 गेम खत्म for SEN.
That is going to tell the story for the intentions that he has
या
in
फिर
this
एक
round,
दो
which
ऐसा
is
ग्रेस
to
मार्क दे दे
go really
39%,
fast,
39%.
throw a recon bolt at someone, and
मेरे हिसाब से
just hold down mouse one.
Little jiggles there from Russia sees enough. Already, the cavalry are on their way, but look at the spike location. Take note of that. Bang is grouped up here with John.
Varun bhai, thank you for the 20-minute jam today.
Pushing up. This might be an anti-YZ play, and yeah, he's backed around the corner. Sen don't get the kill off this. But that is the cyber cage popped.
लेकिन delay ना अभी तो लोग angle खाली कर
Pivot away back towards mid. Just under a minute now on the clock.
Oh, K9 saw something there. Late re-explore. Switches to the ghost. Gets some good damage. Second was the one with the armor.
Wait, the shock dart.
Oh my god! Down to 13. Dangerous now. BILI, you're not going to let Sen mill around mid. They're going to dig them out if they just linger. And they have.
That entire time, Zelsus was getting space towards a fault line. He wants to swing off. There's so many players to face, but he does even things up. Not without taking a lot of damage. Shock dart could be lethal this time. No. Goes wide.
Zekin and Zelsus both low. But still in the game. Still paranoia there. Flash util also disrupting BLG as they try and set up from link. They're going to push the site now. Through the smoke. Bang, tucked in the corner. Everybody comes to him, served up on the silver platter. Bang and boom, Sen get themselves a pistol.
First one in the series to extend the lead. Bang comes to life there. It's a little quiet for him so far, but he absolutely makes his presence known, capitalizes off the attention that was being paid to his teammates while that retake was coming in.
One enemy remaining. Last
Beautiful stuff.
standing.
The right clicks tap down at the end on that. That is lovely control.
Cathartic for Bang. He's often demonstrated his frustration in this game. Hand swipe stuff. A little bit difficult for him to get going. This is definitely going to be wind in the sails.
Lotus भाई क्या खेलेंगे वो देखना पड़ेगा.
Russia actually
I think
going to
Jetty
pick up the Bucky. Getting that close corner
Neon
towards elbow. Lethal range.
And a double swing potentially set up for BLG. We're going to work.
Trade it.
Oh,
okay. On the slide.
Yeah, K9 being dealt with on the other side is a problem, but BLG have mostly stacked this site. Delasas, spray is good. YZ can't defeat the crosshair placement. And he'll take his ult orb as well.
By next round ult is इसका full info.
An inch away from connecting onto Zelsus, but doesn't quite go far enough.
मैं तो बोलता ult खोली.
It's going to make things very easy.
Last one
this out and get a clean anti for Sen, who, as opposed to BILI, they are buying those heavy upgraded rifles on this round too. Zekin has that fancy.
थोड़ा ज़्यादा Lotus हो गया, लेकिन वो cover में था.
Nice investment, some nice higher tier weaponry on their bonus round coming up next.
Clean starters is certainly what Sentinels are looking for. This is the map, remember, that they banned against walls. We really weren't sure if they were feeling confident on it. We were surprised to see it taken out of the rotation in their last game. But now we're reminded it's called SEN set for a reason. They've not missed a beat on this map by the looks of things.
SEN set
Back away here. Secure that crucial 9th round and get going on the second half.
I am genuinely wondering if that was all a ruse. No, we hate Sunset now. We're banning it first.
I mean,
next series
Heretics are
Just
also...
बता दो भाई SEN का GG है ना नहीं SEN 2-1
One enemy remaining.
And there were another team who were great on the map.
SEN set.
Side note.
All right, first buy and a half here for BILI. Maxed out investment against the bonus.
अगर पहला kill अभी SEN को मिल गया ना
they will be running
तो
away
भी
with
उतर
this
के
game.
heavy info
It'll
देगा
look like
SEN
they're headed towards just a dominant win on their own pick, and we'd be destined for Lotus, which they played very well on yesterday. Dangerous goings here for BILI. It's not going to get any easier. They need this round bad.
And have got a pretty early focus towards A. They even pop out defensively, hoping for a timing to catch SEN on the
ये
wrong foot.
punish नहीं कर सकते क्या ये mid वाला?
Much slower. Celsius gets a warning shot there. Nothing that he'd write home about.
इसमें SEN जीता तो SEN जीत जाएगा ये मैप तो जीत जाएगा अभी नेक्स्ट देखना पड़ेगा ये तो SEN का मैप है क्या
is going to
अच्छा खेल रहे
further that idea in their minds.
It just clears it, backs away. And now SEN are waiting. BLG just to peek out, take a risk to get some information, and look to punish them as a result.
This drone could be dangerous. It's broken. Narrate on the swing, wins the duel with the stinger.
And now the neural lift, that's just what they were looking for. Seconds, 2 kills in the previous round, plus all pickup gives them this very important ultimate in a situation like this. And they know A is a short-headed site. They know YZ is lingering close to top mid. But do they know that he's this close?
Left.
Oh, the timing.
Oh, God, timing.
You can't manufacture that. Narrate's able to respond. That's the second kill for his stinger in this round. This bonus from SEN so far has been smooth sailing.
You just can't help but want to go for more.
0-2 होने वाला है.
Force a little bit out in the open here. Time is getting so low, but he is shot down. 1 versus 1.
10-5.
That kill, that's the one that might break the back of BLG. In this round, in this map,
Save buddy.
It's like a fault line connected onto K9 in link. So SEN are knowers.
Last player.
They gotta deal with it. What?
नहीं कर रहा
This has
है
been
वो
an opportunity to recover these rifles.
ऐसा है नहीं
Levius knows there's just not a good argument for trying to do anything more in this round, so we'll walk
फिर
away.
देखो वो तो जीत गए थे
And
ना
the
राउंड
conversion
उसको
on the
लगा कि
bonus
सेव
round
होने
is
वाला है करके
massive
वो
for
गायब हो गया
Sentinels.
They have so much cash that Neri doesn't even care about trying to recover one of the rifles. He finds it more valuable to see if he can actually kill Levius. And, oh, he will.
Oh.
He will that. And gets the rifle on top of it. Not really going to get any better than that for Sentinels.
मैप 3 बोलते चेटी कोलते
This lead feels insurmountable for BILI.
And look how SEN
बेसिकली सो इंप्रेशन वो लोग प्ले स्टाइल है भाई हर कोई इन्फो लेगा वो लोग सीधा लड़ते
Aftershock forces Russia out of that box corner.
Last player
Really
standing.
stepping up in that round. Wins the initial duel against Neff, gets the re-swing trade onto YZ.
Approved,
It's just
approved,
only
approved.
an advantage to take another fight. Bad buy for BILI now.
Judge
Investing pretty heavily. Yeah, Russia is invested down to nothing to get this judge posted up deep in B main. This kid does spot him. He sees the barrel.
Russia there. That really is
Wait a moment.
pretty painful for the judge player who
Yeah,
does not
babe.
want to have his cover blown so early. And sorry, Zelsic just blew up his spot.
Oh, and now they know he's tucked in the corner. He is
Oh.
He's stuck. He's cooked. He's cooked.
Caught out by the util combo.
इतनी
We're
मार
now on
सकते हैं ना
B-side.
लेकिन
Definitely has a bullseye on it.
सप्रेस तो था नहीं
Prowler out. Because seeing that trap wire, Levius caught in the fault line, but inside the smoke, that's a way of safety. He can tuck into this little alcove, but he knows the vultures
मार तो
are
सकता
starting
था
to
यार
circle.
So they want to go even further. They're getting into that backside, trying to post up. Second at a deep position. Levius still there, and he
It is
is
on point
caught.
bro
Little wayward. That
it
one
is
is
on point
nice.
जीत गया
Now drops down. That's a Zekin understands his projectile motion pretty well. So this round like
XP
the
का
alphabet
स्ट्रीम
will
देखते
end with
देखते
X.
मिलता है और लाइक करने पे भी मिल सकता है तो जिस स्ट्रीम को लाइक नहीं किया जल्दी से लाइक कर दो स्ट्रीम को
Will be put out by Bang.
Chances are getting incredibly slim here for
इससे
Billy.
एकदम वो वाला रहता है ना
This lead
मारने
from
वाला मसाज
Sen is way too dominant.
वो
at
करने
the
का
moment.
talent
They are
है।
playing so well on this map, as we thought they would, which is like so weird that they banned it yesterday.
Boys trip.
Maybe we could ask about that later. They really were just
One enemy remaining.
pretending. They're just pretending. Bring it out day 2 to get into playoffs. They're looking so good. Zekin is playing so well. His aggression is being supplemented by some great util coming through from John.
In the press conference yesterday, Kaplan sort of spoke about the road for Sentinels to get to a potential playoff spot, and he says, we're generally really happy to be matched up against another Chinese team. We feel like there are similarities between Wolves and Billy, and we feel like they can be exploitable in the same way.
अपने बिडी
He
लोग
said,
किधर
obviously, we
है?
would love that first seed, but you know, we know how that all went. He says, happy to take on this team after dealing with Wolves. Feels like it is the path of less resistance. And
Bagaimana
that's a narrative
Kencho,
that's definitely
Majama.
being carried by a lot of fans out there. They feel like this is a more comfortable run for Sen to playoffs. But after the
Obviously,
disaster that
Sambai.
occurred in Bangkok, I think many Sen fans, players included, are happy just to secure that playoff berth and have some more time to get set for that phase of play.
I think 2 दिन का time मिलता है extra
Wants to
practice
play
के लिए।
against an NA team. He feels more comfortable playing against
Yes.
the
और
other
upper bracket से
style.
गए
These guys wanted each other. They both got their wish. And we feel just destined to go to Lotus unless Billy can convert this round with the economy on the
Hello,
line.
Jim. Bye.
I feel like I've heard that quite a lot over the last few
No, we
rounds.
really have.
The conversion of the bonus with the 2 stinger buy for Sentinels is
उनको
backbreaking
काय
for
को
Billy.
चिल्ला रही है पता नहीं।
This is probably the last best chance.
8,000 लोग देख रहे हैं। जिसने स्ट्रीम को लाइक नहीं किया जल्दी से कम से बटन पर क्लिक करो और लाइक कर दो स्ट्रीम को। 8,000 लोग देख रहे हैं। 8,000 लाइक्स होनी चाहिए थे। हेलो
This man Livius wants to pick up a trip actually to just adjust that somewhere else into the site to play off of
भाई
later.
बेस्ट है बे ऐसे
To
मार।
catch Zekin, those tripwires can be the bane of the Neon's existence. That hasn't really come into play yet, however.
But obviously, Sunset was changed so that that trip is not unbreakable anymore, but that was a factor of champs last year, so these teams have long since adapted to the changes that Sunset brought way back then.
नहीं लेकिन वो फिर भी इतना तोड़ना easy नहीं है वो।
Devious angle on main. Oh my god.
Cover going up.
Don't ask me how he saw that.
बुलेट प्याक करके निकला।
So going to punish the little tight swing. So no Zekin. Sen have to convert on this 4 versus 5 scenario. 0 point came out in that A direction. Tension really building. They know BLG are on the precipice here. They just need to give them a little push. There flashes himself out. Bowler was going to come from anyway. And why is he tries to swing off it? The ball caught Neon. And now BLG down to 3. Guardian in hand for Rushi has got to stand his ground now. Found the Prowler. And all of a sudden, sent around a dodge. They're leaving.
There are 15 seconds left. John is taking this fight all the way through spawn. Can he get?
So much.
Will he right? Oh, okay. Rushi sees this. He knows they're going to get ahead of this.
जीत गया।
One
Oh my
enemy
god.
भाई
this
भगा रहे
fight is
बेसम।
just- Bro, I
भगा रहे।
I mean,
वहाँ पे
sure,
क्यों
that
क्या
was-
कर सकते हैं यार?
seconds
Offline speak लेकिन
remaining.
अटक गया था वो।
That is the tightest clearance that you could ask for.
वो कुछ ही नहीं कर सकते।
BLG.
लेफ्ट साइड से
Levius
चलेगा
just
चलेगा।
in
तुम लोगों का
dismay
second
has to
life है।
drag
Right side में
himself onto
I
the
think
side.
shorty या eco रहेगा
and
तो
face the
वो वाला
music.
play बना सकते
The
हैं।
Sentinels, it's a cacophony of cheers.
I can't believe he did
Right
that
side वाले
timing.
गली
He
में।
had me sweating bullets. All
क्या गली बोलते हैं
good.
उसको? तेरी गली में,
All
तेरी गली में। क्या
good.
गली बोलते हैं उसको?
Center on a run. 5 rounds in a row. First kill converted by
भाई
that disgusting
पुराना
shot.
सीन दिख गया। यही मैच फन में करते हैं। और
Irrelevant.
बढ़ता।
I don't think Neff actually got that flash banked far enough back to connect on the swinging players, or they were just a little bit out of the way, weren't wide enough. A little bit hard to tell, but regardless, it didn't connect onto him, and he was forced out of that
टेंशन
position
बोलते हैं।
due to the utility.
It's round number 18, and it could be the last.
नाइट का नहीं रे दिन आज।
They are getting dominated
भाई
right
वो
now.
होता रहेगा ना? क्या
Sen,
बोलते हैं?
as we expected,
fear,
had
stage
this
fear.
map at the top
नए
of their
players को?
pool. That is going to make them so dangerous. They've replaced Fracture, which they didn't
मेरे को
like,
आज तक नहीं हुआ।
with one of their home maps. John opening things up
Wait,
already.
5?
Collecting a kill top mid. I think Neff might have just peeked out by that
Walk
dark
the
cover.
smoke, yeah. Rushia, once again with the Guardian in hand, has always opted for this one. The money has been there. We just saw how deadly he is with a single shot. Now, Narrate's selling this. Obviously, Not always normal to have your fade be the lurking aspects, so he's going to rejoin with the rest of the team. Mid is
Must
open
be.
for them.
जो ये लोग ने
Market
किया था
has
वही
some
है chat.
architecture that needs to be dismantled. There's the trap wire. That'll be dealt with nicely. Levius not in a
ये लोग के
position to play
तीन
off of
बंदे
it.
थे.
And now Sen.
Sen के
Simmer.
लेकिन BILI का देख
Things start to
एक ही
come to a
बंदा.
boil. Let's swing it, smoke down.
भी
Sen
नहीं
can
है.
break the crosshair placement and deal with Levius. Sen had the numbers overwhelming the sole defender of the site.
ना
Why
लग गए. एक ही को मार पाएगा.
All-star YZ has to salvage. That's a good start. Rushia down, no big damage done. And Noisy eventually will be dealt with. Electrifying play from Zekken in a 4.
Zekken bolte!
Sentinels are far from done. Playoffs back into one of these teams, and they're leaving it all out there.
And the star duelist of Sentinels just went insane on that map. Just as good as we remember it. They left it for this game to qualify for playoffs. And now we're headed to Lotus, where they looked excellent the other day against Wolves. This is going to be tough for BILI. They have to rally back.
Don't go anywhere. This Trans-Pacific clash is delivering and promises to.
भाई लेकिन मेरे को एक बात बताओ. Just imagine करो अगर 0-2 हारते तो आज BILI उनका मैप तो सेक्सी खेला था. ये मैप में कुछ करने नहीं मिला ना BILI को. उतना देख नहीं पाए. मेरे हिसाब से मैप का ही सीन है. नींद में लग रहे लोले. मैं आँख खोल के सोता रहता. पॉसिबल ही नहीं था. 2-0 होना था वैसे. तेरा मेरा थर्ड मैच BILI 3-0 हुआ ना अभी. ने मैं जीता ना अभी. मेरा थर्ड मैच सेन. म्यूजिक तो यहाँ म्यूजिक तो कल ऑफिस से रे बाबा. इसके बाद PRX वर्सेस GENG X का मैच. When 2 X's fight, PRX और GENG X, वो तो मिस करेगा. ले लिया मैंने इसमें. ठीक है. नेक्स्ट इसमें मेरा सेट. ठीक है. ठीक है. कंफ्यूज होता रहता हूँ मैं. किधर भी क्या सब बढ़िया. थोड़ा डिप्रेशन ले लो. प्लेसमेंट तो वैसे भी नहीं लगेगी तुम्हारी. है जी. किसको बोल रहे फॉरवे गेमिंग. किस किस के पिकेम लौड़े लगने वाले जेंजी चूज किया है. मैंने किया जेंजी. जेंजी अगर हारा तो भी लोअर ब्रैकेट से आएगा. PRX अगर हारा तो भी लोअर ब्रैकेट से आएगा. समझ रहे हो. लेकिन उसके लिए सेन को अपर ब्रैकेट जाना इज कंपलसरी. वरना टफ हो जाएगा. समझ रहे हो. ऐसा सीन है. मैं जेंजी सिलेक्ट नहीं किया. PRX FTW कुछ नहीं होने वाला पिकेम्स का. वो मिलेगा ना बड़ी. ये अपने वीडियो लोग है क्या. भैया जी आवाज नहीं आ रहा. किससे बात करना चाहते हो. बराबर एंटर बाय. या हाँ करेक्ट है. या क्रेजी था. वो ऑल अराउंड ही क्रेजी था.
Going down early, it gets quiet. But in that last map, let me tell you, this team was locked in. It is very clear that they have been focusing on that. And Zelsis in particular has been very pivotal in calling it out when he sees it. When there's a round where he doesn't like how the communication has been going down, he has called that out and the team has locked in immediately. What we've also seen is a lot of Sentinels having weaker defensive halves and then crushing on the attack. And let me tell you, that is a John QT masterclass. This guy has a great read on what the other team is doing and is adapting beautifully in the mid rounds. He is fully in control on that side. Now, there's one more thing I want to check in on with the comms, but this is for the pre-map here. We've got the rest of Sentinels here. Who's winning map number 3? Sentinels! All right, let's send it up to the desk.
Thank you very much to
Captain,
end
बात
for that
बताओ।
update. In case you guys didn't pick up what he
Logos
said, was
को
Zelsis was very
uninstall
pivotal
करने के लिए
in
Logos
terms of giving some
uninstall कर
ideas on
सकते
that
हैं,
map as
PC
well. And you
फेंकना
heard
पड़ेगा।
from Coach Kaplan after map 1, he was a little bit disappointed that SEN didn't play like a team, but Mel, we saw so much incredible team play on that Sunset to bring them to a map 3.
And Zelsis is so crucial to that because he is able to hold people accountable in a way where everyone is uplifted instead of degraded. And he's always the one that is able to call these mistakes out and bring everyone up to that level. And I'm really impressed because there's so much team play required when they go into all these retakes that we saw them get into. I think it was 4 retakes out of 6 they won on the A site. And to have that, it's so important because on defense, they were up 7-5 at the half. And that's without pistol.
It's great to see them actually start well, because we saw against Wolves as well, and the game and the map early against BILI where they actually managed to come out the first half not in a deficit, and it definitely helped as we went into the second one. And Zekken was somebody in the top show that we were a little bit concerned about if he's going to find his form on that stage, but with John QT out here flashing for him, you know, stunning for him and doing everything for him, he's just managed to play like the Zekken we were expecting on the global stage.
Yeah, this combo and market here was great to watch, but Zekken especially, I'm really happy to see him really arrive in full force on the Neon on this stage. I feel like that, like you said, that was something we were lacking yesterday, but he is such a big part of that win condition. And here, some util, maybe a team blind here, but it's not an issue for Zekken. He's just gonna go in and get that stinger kill regardless. But this is what I wanted to see from him, this aggression and winning these key fights, disrupting the BILI gaming when they're setting up for their post plans or setting up for like a mid-round fake. So I'm really happy to see him arrive.
It's so nice to see him find his confidence again, you know, especially with his family in the crowd always supporting him, traveling all the way here as well. This brings them to a map 3 and meaning that suddenly a very, very winnable series for them, especially if he can keep up this sort of performance as we move on to the next one. I'm not gonna lie, every single one of these highlight kills from him and John is ridiculous.
It really is. He's such an exciting player to watch when he's on, and it's always, especially his Neon is something that rings true in my mind. When I think Zekken, I think Neon, I think Raze, and he always stands up to the occasion when it comes down to it.
Yeah, and when I think John QT, I don't often think Breach, but I'm very happy to think of his Breach now after that performance as well. On Lotus, however, we don't have to speculate what they're gonna play. We've seen it already. Did you like what we saw of their Lotus yesterday?
Oh, I will sing John QT's praises of his calling on Lotus all the way back to the bank. I love how Sentinels plays the map. They play it very slow and procedurally, exactly how Lotus should be played. And I think John is a huge part of that. And actually, you bring up Breach. I know he's playing Viper this map, but Breach is actually one of his best agents in the past 60 days. So I really want to shout out the fact that John has really been able to reinvent himself as a player, going from that Senti and now going into so many different initiators. It's really impressive.
I love the 60 days there. You've been counting. In your Canada, you're like, did John play Breach? They check. Did I like it? Check. Exactly. There you go. Tracking him here. But on the other side, this is where we can start speculating about BILI and the fact that Ender is joining us once again here on the desk. Can I send you down to listening to some BILI comms?
I don't know.
Yeah?
You know what? I omen it up here. I can omen ult back over there and listen on BILI.
How good's your Mandarin?
It's not great, but I can tell you if it's calm or chaotic.
Oh, okay.
You know?
We'll send you down. We'll send you down. But yeah, what about BILI's Lotus? What can we expect?
Honestly, that's a good question. I think what BILI need to do is make sure they're seizing like information and control of the map in the mid rounds, especially with how slow John's calling was. If you were talking about this, forgive me, because I know this is something you were talking about earlier in the day.
Oh,
with how
no worries. I will never interrupt you hyping up John QT's calling. I'll never stop you.
No, but honestly, I was really impressed with his reads in that last map, and I think that with the sort of like slower macro style that he would like to play and sort of punish the extremities of the map, I think it's very important for BLG to like make sure they're maintaining forward lines of information, holding those forward angles so they don't get punished by, you know, a late lurk into a Zelsis or someone.
And as you saw here a little bit earlier in that lower third, if SEN win this map, they make their first Masters playoffs since Madrid. And we all know how Madrid went. Well, it wasn't bad for a Sentinels fan, was it?
No, I think it was pretty good.
Yeah, it was alright. It was alright. There was no bracelet though, so I think maybe this time around they can go for that bracelet, go for that MVP. Exactly. And it all starts here. They have to win Lotus here. The momentum is back on their side. Because they give the fans here something to cheer for.
I think what I was seeing on that second map, absolutely they can. But I also like the vibe I'm getting from Sentinels is that they are a little bit driven by momentum, you know, and it can be hard to come back.
Last match, miss करने का please, love you fans.
When like players go down
today, बड़ा पाव खा लो, love you.
A little bit quiet in terms of their comms.
PRX 3-0 मतलब.
Carrying the mantle now. Today in that last match, Celsius was the guy that was stepping up in a big way, but he has to also be feeling that, bringing the vibes if they're going to be able to build off of that.
A big part of having that momentum shift is having people like Celsius who can problem solve and help the IGL, because it's 4-8. You know, some people might shut in because they're afraid to have an idea and afraid to be wrong. But going into Lotus, I'm interested to see if there's any comp changes, but not expecting anything too crazy.
No, not at all. But the mantra for SEN that I've been hearing in the comp, stay calm, stay confident. That is everything that they're focusing on right now.
However, though, for BILI, they are locking in their picks already. Anything you can do, we can do better.
I like a little mirror action going on
मेरे
here.
हिसाब से
I'm a
SEN
big
थोड़ा
fan
used
of
to
the
है ये
Bias coming in and getting more and more play on this map. It is so effective at stalling down the heavy exec play.
दोनों
I
used
think
to 4 बार
Celsius
खेला.
flies really under the radar, underrated in my opinion on these roles, on this anchor agent. I think his vice is really good. He strikes a good balance of knowing when to play very close to his usual and punish people who are trying to bait out that vice wall that we see so often. And he knows when he should really play back. And his positioning on these sides, I feel like a lot of players can really learn from.
For the very first time that we're seeing BILI play this comp, but only one can advance to playoffs. Uber and Wyatt, take it away.
The prevailing narrative for the road ahead for Sentinels coming into this game, why it was free playoffs. You guys have got it. You guys have the easiest run, etc., etc. But this series has been anything but. Icebox, brutal for SEN. They never got going. They could never get the start they were looking for. But their pick of Sunset still proved to be one of their best. Stunning performance. Now sets us up for a decider map.
Best way to end a best of
spot for these
best
teams in a Masters Toronto playoff.
Clear cut ये बताएगा कि कौन सी टीम अच्छी है.
Sentinels played a lovely defensive side against Wolves the other day, going up 9-3. Typically,
सब बढ़िया स्वयं भाई स्लीप नहीं है लाइफ में लेकिन बाकी सब बढ़िया.
Old Lotus look that's just integrating Vice, who has been unbelievably powerful as a mainstay Sentinel on this map. I like that BILI have gone for this. I think it's a great comp right now, and it's always fun to see Zekken back on the agent that he made his name with years ago.
He looks dynamic, albeit slow to start in that Wolf series. That was not the story for Sentinels on Sunset by any stretch. All right, here Prowler on the corner. Zekken plays off of it stunningly. That's Knight down. Sees to follow up with the nade. Already though, BLG have pulled the plug on that.
Combo अच्छा था, मतलब
tree, though,
देखा
Neff
जाए
is
तो.
unsupported.
Just
भाई उसको क्यों लगेगा दो बंदे
kind
फ्री है
of
जब
through
दो बंदे
door,
बी
but that
है.
is being watched by not just
Time
one
हो
player,
गया तो.
two. This shear is about to be activated. Double push past it. They want to fight these players. Nade is going to do some damage. Swing out from Levius. Can they spike this?
Oh, he just hit past that bullet. Narrate's handing out 3 haircuts. And again, BILI have Neff walk up in the tree, which traditionally, with his Vice comp, you see Zelsa sometimes go set up his arc rows and his util there.
God, that is sick from Zelsa's second rather, that reaction time.
भाई ऐसा लगा clean counter हो गया ना ये round.
Team to go for a pivot.
पहले बी गए दो बंदे थे, ए गए दो बंदे थे. Clean counter हो गया ऐसा लगा.
Hey, and if there was ever to be a map where we get a Zelsa's carry game, well, first of all, he was playing very intelligently back on Icebox. He was great there so far in this series. But Vice on Lotus early this year is where he had some of his best games we've seen from him, if not his best all year up until this point.
Deltas this time at the seaside. And they're trying to chase BILI off this mound position, and Zekken's inching forward. Here comes a hit. Razorvine comes out, going to be avoided by Wisey. Extreme low. Wisey! It's not a molly, but close enough. John down though. Rushia's able to deal with him with that classic and Levius sharp shooting kid. What is this? Dominating. What is happening?
क्या?
Utter pandemonium.
कैसे pandemonium दे दिया बे?
Of course, is a beat behind the action. Rushia makes the turn, sees him come.
And even at that, he gets the dink onto him, double face. Zelsis, there's no hope.
Okay, well, welcome to the show. Everything's made up. The points don't matter. It's a MasterCard Thrifty in the second round for Billy.
Bizarre. Someone said, YZ, nade yourself. He just jumps into it in the corner.
एक round के बाद जीत के बोलना जरूरी है.
How are they able to convert this? The shots from Levius were
for my next trick, I'll catch my own nade.
Look at this from Zek, and he satchels out in one tap. Narrate can't trade. I think he hit a bulldog. He can't see, man. This is ridiculous. I mean, listen, you're hoping when you're a Sentinel, you play B. Maybe you cut off a rotate. You get someone maneuvering towards C. You're usually not getting 3 with the ghosts on your eco.
The third while you are blinded, by the way. Well, that didn't make a lot of sense, but that's fine.
Oh my God. All right, Zelsis is alone towards A right now. Playing in the dark cover, hoping someone may take a little stroll into it, but that's not going to be the case. YZ timings it though to get in the next one with this judge.
Got John's weapons from the previous round, and he's decently set up for this, but Razor Vine's going to slow him up. Roshia, though, not so fetid. He's able to push ahead. Make short work here of Sentinels into the grind. They've become mulch here on Lotus.
Well, they were stacked up on the proper side, but overwhelming with the numbers with the superior weapons, not really able to get anything done at all.
number 1 कौन था फिर?
Bang left on his lonesome. Probably just going to eventually
कौन जीता chat वहाँ
the
पे?
spike. Looked like Sen were just going to carry all of that momentum they had from such a dominating performance on Sunset into Lotus. On defense again. That's what
XLG
they did to Wolves just the other day, but Billy
ये
are
कौन
right
सी
back
team है अभी?
in the game.
I mean, you can't account for a bizarre Thrifty like the one we just saw. That's definitely throwing things for a bit of a loop. And that individual talent on Billy. It's really easy to spot.
It feels like, you know, throughout this series, maybe, I guess, save for Sunset, but any player on this team has just pulled out some magic individually as far as being a shooter with the mechanics, you know, specifically on Icebox. Even the guys who had less kills total when Rusha and YZ were taking over, Levius was still finding moments to hit some snappy multi-kills. Neff has been playing well. All right, full buy here for Sen after it was looking like a great start. Then went disastrous on round 2. Let's see if they can wrangle control of this defensive side. A couple players trying to get out towards Mound. The Bang can take a forward position to teleport away.
Bang wants this Mound fight until he doesn't. Paranoia comes
देखने
in,
का मन तो कर रहा है
XLG away and just get up onto the side.
They don't have any utility left. YZ already used that nade, so no real pressure can be further applied to Bang when they know he's going to rally into bend.
Ascension team है?
Levius is going to get the information that Zekan has pushed up towards B main. Someone is playing close. In the meantime, you have Neff taking a lot of space towards A. Already you're seeing some differences on this attack side from BLG compared to Wolves, where Neff is able to take a lot of space. Spring wasn't really able to do that the other day.
But here's the look. YZ, no blast packs here, so no fast hit. Behind the Prowler though, plenty of util left for K9. Zek just trying to play his life as well as he can here through after, but that snake bite is going to make it, in theory, a little bit more challenging. Just bank a nade here.
Combo!
Response, the C's as well. Rushia though is able to get clear of the blast. That combo
नेड पटा बंदा नहीं रे नेड पटा करके बोल रहा था नेड पटा
but they have a couple players in baby door right now. Things could get awkward. Sen can dump so much utility on them right now.
They do. Rushia near side of Zek with one paltry point of health is able to get his, and Narrate found double. Levius is squeezed up on the side. Rushia is still there, trying to crouch, trying to hide away, trying to live. Instead of having none of it, bouncing back into pole position. A B-side retake. Carrier of the round.
That was a real opportunity for Levius, but the spray was haphazard on that entry from Heaven. I mean, BLG do a good job getting into the light side. Yeah, you know, they get the spike down. There's no real opportunity to do so. The option there was we just have to take the timing to swing out of this smoke on the wall together rather than in front of the wall. But Sen were overwhelming in that situation. You know, I think earlier as well, Neff was feeling more confident to take a lot of that space off A because what we saw on defense that was a duo that was pressed up on Rubble together, but when you know Bang is at Mound, it feels like, oh, this might be my opportunity to go. It's going to be a bit lighter, but it's not like this round. Sen have 3 players ready to go. Nade, sees, caught right onto Russia. He has to teleport to safety.
Took some damage off that though, didn't he?
Bhai Bang ढूंढ रहा है किधर कर
Just a lick though. Zekin is able to get back. Why is he dealt
with?
Back
up.
Bang has the TP out of what could have been a pretty hostile situation, and so the
बेचारा कितना टाइम वेस्ट किया बे ढूंढने में कि ओमेन किधर है
as it sees nade combo came in. And from now on, BILI have to account for that threat. I have to TP across to Rubble, maybe not up.
They're able to get so much value playing around that tree position with the Guardian. Eventually, I'm sure he's going to try to pick up the Odin as well. What can BLG do? Sen are
मोबाइल है आपके पास
more than
नियम
content
गेमिंग
to
भाई
just play this nice and slow.
उसमें एक ऐप रहेगा देखो प्ले स्टोर करके
Second sees is coming.
तो उसमें क्या होता है वो जगह पे सारे जो गेम्स हैं
16 health.
वो वहाँ पे आती है तो जब आपको वहाँ पे दिखेगा
Lotus has already earned that steel garden.
उसका मतलब आ गया
That spike is dropped just outside of Baby Door. It's going to be a very difficult recovery mission.
ना बीटी तो PRX ओ भाई मेरा पीठ
On this round,
हो
looks
गया
like
ब्रो
it's destined to come to a slow crumble for BLG, who will have enough to continue the pressure, buying up on the next round fully.
भाई कोई है यहाँ पे जो टाइम
Been
मसल
able to
देता
get to a couple of crucial ultimates for the next buy round too. They've got the Showstopper and the Nightfall, so they have many tools to use to try and
रूट सिमर
extend
मैंने
their
क्या
lead.
किया
We've seen the variations from Sen on this defense side. Quite often the action is where Bang himself is. They fight over at Rubble. The Omen's there.
Normally
They make
umar
an
mein
early foray for Mount Control. Bang is also in position. So they've been varying, moving across the map. Here's his Rubble fight.
बस 2 राउंड और
I see, yeah, TP back of course.
इसको प्राउलर के साए के बीच में जो इसको टांग दिखा एक बंदे का मेरा हो गया
Gotta say as well, Sen, so far we're barely into this
One man thank for the 2 months.
for a lot of season 8s. That one back Rubble is pretty standard, but they used it in B main as well very early on. I think that was on the pistol, so that's going to cause
Max
a
भाई
lot
को
of
बोलो
concern.
उनका बेटा
At
मिला
any
है
point, if you're a Billy
इसलिए
Billy player, you could be getting hit by that usual combo. They want to get this early A control again. It's just that aforementioned duo of Narrate and Bang
आप
playing
कितने बजे सोने वाले हो
tree. They
वो
are
बताओ उसके
often
बाद में
just
बोल
in tandem on the safe site, playing together, controlling
वैसे
that
मजा
space.
क्या लैंग्वेज है ये रोंद भाई
You're going to see this duo of John and Zekin start to favor the A side of the map as it was a more passive showing from Sentinels early. But BILI have decided just to make their way towards this C side. It's just going to be the Vice and Util occupying that side, and Celsius, as a result, playing safer here.
Sen have gone for a full re-clear through Rubble. In the meantime, BILI slowed down at the moment by some of that defensive utility, waiting out the cloud. They're going to have to burst in. Ultimate from YZ. Celsius is out in the open, and he's caught. Traded, though.
लेकिन
That sheer wall, though, is in play. This is slowing BILI down. Now, though, it drops. They're able to push here on the bend.
There are going to be so many ultimates involved in this.
Nah, spam करेगा.
Back in with the Showstopper, with this Nightfall at the same time. Steel Garden, though, hoping to make it so that Sen can't scale off of their own ultimate.
It has definitely slowed Sentinels down. Not confident, of course, without their primaries to push him, but Zekin doesn't need it. Oh, that's awkward. He'll take Russia with him at the very least. Odds are evened. John steps up. 2 players here out of Waterfall for Sentinels. And they see the shoulder of Night. The double high-low stack, though, is tough for them to break. John knows Neff is around the corner, and he doesn't have the health to withstand an engagement.
भाई लड़ रहे हैं BLG
It's a scrappy fight where they occupy that seaside. Hold on.
क्या
Both Showstoppers just earning trades. Celsius does good work to go 1-for-1 against YZ. That Steel Garden was the antidote to that retake, stacked with ultimates for Sen coming through. And Rush is able to also get Zekin in time before the rocket connects.
भाई मेरी एक आईडी है AK_27 वो हाइड दिया हुआ है अनहाइड कर दे प्लीज मेरा कजिन एक दिन चैट में बकचोदी कर रहा था सीधा हाइड
This time it's a look towards B. Viper's pit on C already laid down.
जब बेटा गलती करता है
about locking this part of the map away
बात गाली काटता है ना अपब्रिंगिंग के लिए
They're not fully convinced though.
Look at this investment.
वैसे अननेट नहीं करते बहुत जन हिडन है
right now on attack.
तो मैं बच्चे भी बोला था लेकिन अननेट नहीं करते बहुत जन हिडन
keep him at bay temporarily.
सारे लोगों को अननेट करेगा तो मेरा 2 मिलियन सब्सक्राइबर ऐसे ही हो जाएगा
Slow down the game. I mean, second is just caught spamming through with a stinger. At least bang there for the trade back rubble.
Mark though has to get out.
Here.
And for Sen, happy enough with a result like that. Zelsis has his own steel guard now, could be pretty effective here. Push comes to shove at the big side of TP4 from Rushi, already gets himself there. Zelsis waits. Spike loose. Oh, that's a desperate scenario here for BLG, but why is he popping himself up? What an upshot. Narrate peers on him, but Levis is able to find the trade. And again, it is down to John. John in a 1 versus 2. John who had to leave his Viper's pit and try and salvage the round at B.
That is bold, but necessary from YZ. Finding that trade, and from there, BILI maintain it, trading further, getting this advantage, putting all of the pressure on John on a round where both teams economically have so much at stake. Time has dwindled so much due to this heavy rotate.
John's not going to see much here. He has a snake bite, and Rushi just opted for a timing. He knew he had a contingency with his teammate in Baby Door. So goes for it, puts it on the middle a little bit earlier. BILI, 2 rounds in a row, stringing them up. How for Sen this gets complicated? They're definitely going to be forced down to a low buy.
Spike down.
Kind of an awkward first engagement. Also does a great job isolating one fight. YZ goes for the most mental trade attempt possible and pulls it off. Feeling forced to call a timeout at this point. Certainly cannot blame him. That was a round of the utmost importance for the half.
I'm glad you highlight that YZ moment as the sheer wall came up. I thought it was curtains for BILI.
It looked like it was cooked. I like the entry into side before that. You have Rusha teleport into dark cover so they can double face, but he wasn't close enough to actually get the trade on the baby door.
PRX, GENG baby, SEN baby, Fanatic baby.
The complexion of the round is entirely different.
And you heard from Coach Kaplan. Couldn't do much more, but
everyone using Vandal.
Well
Defense mein, most of the people use Phantom for
teams, Kaplan has often said, look, it's really hard to get a read on Chinese opponents coming into these games. When we first hit the server, we have to start with ourselves. And then we have to find a way to adapt. And you can see that's been a whole process, right? Sen sort of had to adapt as much as they could on Icebox and couldn't quite get there. It just took them too long. I mean, Kaplan said it. Too little, too late. Now, though, these teams have much more of a feel for one another.
भाई आज नाइट का दिन ही है क्या? गेम तो दिन ही नहीं लग रहा है। तीनों मैच नहीं मार पा रहा हूँ।
But it's the brand of a VALORANT that BILI like to roll with.
Out of that timeout, Sun have 4
अभी
players
तो रात भी हो गई के वहाँ पे।
to fight
कितना बजे वहाँ पे जा?
towards A. And on a scrappy buy like this, where you have some stingers, if Zelsis finds an opportune moment to use that Steel Garden, that could be enough to win them the round. They have full A control, and with all of that noise being made, easy call for BILI to get
भाई
this
हाँ वे लोग
B
सारे
side.
अटैक में फ्रंट में यूज कर रहे हैं
A little bit
अभी
awkward
तो
on the periphery of the map. TP, I mean, ultimate fall from Rusia in the
Next
B. They were convinced they'd have that one dead to rise. And they went wrong.
Rated 10 baby 10
Sen you have to look for a way to employ.
अपने टाइम निकाल के स्केच बनाया वो थॉट के लिए आपको 10 लेकिन आपको ऐसा नहीं लगता कि उनका स्केच बनाया तो उनको बोलना चाहिए मतलब
Mind you, that operator has been maintained. Even though YZ went down previously, so there should be a comfortable end to the round for BILI. They've got all players up. They've still got util to spend.
Papa bye, thank you for 40 very January day. Chicha, I think stream कर रहे हैं members only.
Say that BILI would love to hang on to these guns. They still have a couple players at really low cash.
Okay.
Nice snap from K-Knight.
By 5-3
Finally able to get on the board in this round.
That's 5-3. और वो लोग के लिए अभी घुसने के लिए फेड अल्ट है और वाइपर अल्ट आएगा प्लांट पे हैशटैग के साथ लग गए कैसन के
Yeah, they index heavily and just going for that 4-person rubble fight, praying that that's where BILI are going to be headed, but it ends up being a very standard situation on Lotus attack where you have one player kind of floating towards that A main. You hear, wait, they're using like 3-4 different pieces of utility. Alright, go elsewhere. That's very common occurring on this Lotus attack.
ये ट्राई कर सकते
Why is he still playing with this
जो भी
operator?
लोग हाइड हुए हो
This is definitely an inflection point in the first half, round 9. See Sentinels finally get some rifles under their belts, but that operator punishing these contact picks. It ended up being a 1-for-1.
Been a lot of early trades in this half, just like that.
Look at where John is playing.
Don't have membership. कल stream करेगा normal. बाबू भाई. मैं बोल दूँगा इनके साथ मैं बोलूँगा कल वो normal stream करेगा तो
feel fairly content to play this for the retake when they still do have that steel guard and have the potential to collapse into that site off the back of it. But now SEN want to get back in, entrenching the site, anchoring positions now that they're doubled up. They have the read on the situation. Obviously, BILI making a lot of noise. They want to execute SEN. Are getting over here. Narrate. No one to trade onto him. Finds the advantage for SEN.
And that was all before a Nightfall came down. Sentinels take the risk of being susceptible to that in order to have a player posted forward to get an easy kill. Now the momentum starting to peter off. YC has to just skirt around that razor vine and trigger the shield wall. Needs to try and find a way to use this op.
30 seconds left.
Will this madman push with the op in the waterfall?
Has he heard this? No, there's a player making noise behind
him. No way!
Okay, rewarded and not punished as 2 players from Sentinels quickly try and spring to attention. No horse presence for the defenders. YZ is going to be permitted to push up here again.
भाई ड्रोन जिससे ऑप चला रहा है ये तो.
If he catches his second kill right now, the Nightfall could certainly be enough to win this round.
Bang wanted to check the site. It's unclear if he got any information about where YZ is set up. Oh, okay, the Nightfall belatedly hit from BILI. BILI, look at how decayed they are. It's easy.
Player standing.
Able to spray 2 of them down. Narrate has to challenge YZ here. Blast pack to try and disrupt. Shorty in hand. He knows exactly where his assailant would come from, and YZ drops Narrate like a sack of potatoes. A 2v3 clutch. He's in an awkward spot where the op still converts.
He is just
2v3, 2v4
on that round. The push into waterfall, adjustment to kill Zelsis, gets the free sight for the team. And by team, I mean Kano. He's the only one. He gets over there. What a win. What a win. Brutal for Sentinels. They're going to force into this next round too when we get back into things, and it's left them with just a stinger for Zelsis. Not ideal, a lot of light armors.
And this time they're more than happy to bully their way out into rubble BILI, and there's nobody here. It's another round where SEN only have John on this side of the map, and he's playing very far back.
That poison cloud going to go forward to cover up the view from stairs. Intentions of going through tree right now. SEN, they're trying to be fast on the pivot. They've got Zek here. Narrate wants to get back sight again. Assist John when the pressure is coming in, when he's blinded up by the paranoia.
It expires quickly enough. The YZ's brought down by Narrate. He's watching it from that high ground. John gets absolutely saved.
Count out कर रहा था भाई SEN को. Mods.
Having to peer out from tree. SEN are not going to offer many freebies. Look where that spike is. That is going to be an extremely oppressive scenario that BILI have to fight into. And Dev has to do it by pushing up with the operator.
This round should simply be unwinnable for BILI. There should not be any way.
Sick round from Narrate. Wyatt, he was the standout. Sentinels in their last game. Won't be able to do more than 3 here, but should be enough. Okay, all of a sudden, John brought down. Viper's pick going to be deployed by Neff, but he still needs to plant Steel Garden. But he has a shorty inside the pit. Not the worst scenario for him. And he'll wait this out, maybe look for a timing to swing out of the wall, and he's found Bang! Oh my God. Quells what would have been a ridiculous uprising for that solo Viper. Sentinels, they've managed to claw their 4th round. It's another costly one. And they get to stabilize the economy, but Narrate here is able to find Curry, protect John. Second picked up the op at the end of the round.
Oh, it's my God. You could see that clutch happening. Oh my God. Like I said, unwinnable, but Neff made me believe for a second.
Solo Viper's pit to play from.
And he got that crazy timing after his primary was jammed. Finally, Zelsis rips that steel guard in and does get the value out of it. They were in an advantage situation, but given their economic state, that was a must-win round. You gotta commit it, you gotta convert, and they do just that.
Sentinels have conditioned a weaker A-side presence of the map now with consecutive rounds of just John being there and playing on upper A-side. They might look to throw a variation that has Narrate come back, play tree, and Odin by. A few options here as Billy have now tested that A-side a couple of times consecutively.
ऊपर ऐसा टच करके बाउंस करके वापस आई पता है
Reinvest into this operator. They've been
good or good.
That time right, they threw it to net because they wanted YZ to be able to get deep into the site, but Narrate was just a hero.
Bro, next time this
Absolute
team
hero.
will be in my
Specifically
pick
for
for
John,
sure.
who
Next
was
time
looking
मैं
absolutely
उसको choose करूँगा. कौन से हो? XLG.
That lovely three-piece was found. And they're at topping to the board. He was the MVP of the SEN team over their win against Wolves. He got them back into the game with a crucial clutch split. Phenomenal play from him, and he is picking it up for them right now to try and get into the playoffs.
Billy have reinvested in that op as you speculated, Wyatt. And yeah, early looks at 8. Narrate has come back here with the Odin.
Technically देखा जाए तो 8-4 अभी भी कर सकता है.
Short, so he wants to wait for this dark cover to fall, hoping that someone is going to go for the common jump peek, and it does happen, but Narrate was not too overexposed. Often players do it more towards the middle, but he was a little bit off to that left side, and I think that saved his life.
Why is he unable to react quickly enough?
Drone को देखो भाई. Drone को देखो भाई.
Off of the C site. That is actually where Zekken is set up. He does want to try and put himself where the action is. But whether that means he'd actually push off of C in the direction of the attackers remains to be seen. There's Rubble presence, the threat of the Odin. All the util coming out from Bang and Narrate here have definitely slowed BLG up. So YZ opts to try and hold a B line. Viper Wall will cut him off. Still guarded.
He's going to get that C site free. Do SEN try and actually pull back in here? They have a few players near it, but wow, look at this pivot from Billy to have to go through the thorns. Bay wants to swing off of it. Trades coming through, but now the site is taken. Spike should be able to be planted, but SEN have other ideas.
Yeah, YZ decayed very low. Sentinels don't really follow up on the knife instantly. Simply choose to get in position.
Yeah, cut off by some of those mollies, the thorns on the ground. They're going to do some damage tonight, and it actually nets the kill.
Deccan now with the showstopper, stopped in his tracks. YZ with an op shot now. He's in the thick of things. In the heart of the maelstrom, YZ wants to push Alpha with this op. Oh, are you kidding me? Devastating impact from YZ. Always an ace from Zelsis is able to interfere.
Zelsis down to 10. A little bit of regen, and he is going to get out of there. No cash left. Needs to save this.
And again, it's just absurd. Operator pushes onto that B side. Like saw those few rounds ago where he saves it for Billy. YZ with a masterclass on subverting expectations. SEN still struggling to adapt to this duelist.
Seeing in that instance too, some of the power that even on attack device provides, where it's a denial of the thorns being forward, made it so that no one could really scale or try to fight off of the nightfall that was used. And then shot onto second, denying the showstopper is outrageous. And then somehow seconds later, pushing it to heaven solo and gets a collapse.
John never had a chance to get his gun up.
He will never slow down. He is ruthless as a duelist. Intentions for Billy to take Mound early here.
4 defense side rounds is going to feel uncomfortable for Sentinels, but it is enough.
YZ now just 1 orb away from getting the showstopper.
Delsa's here, operates of his own util. That's Levius down. Oh, this boy! He's mad! Zelsis on the dog inside him.
Spike down.
Takes 3 just as BLG hoping to swoop in and get a nice 8-round halved.
Not bad.
He has thrown the stick in the smokes, so they've gone over the handlebars.
Damn, that play genuinely looked angry. Some fury on the defense there from Zelsis. He looked so locked in. It's all on Rusha in a near impossible situation. Zekken still has Sappers to get back in. He can just send it, distract, while everyone else will collapse onto him. They have plenty of options here.
Bang there's having to deal with him in the end.
W.
So all things considered, respectable
Those
from
are
Sentinels, but at the moment you notice the
में
struggle
के
with the
नहीं
tempo.
होगा
And just with some of the
200 ग्राम
individual
language
inclinations of BILI. A very tight half here, and everyone getting locked in. You mentioned it. Looked like Angie Zealous there on that seaside, looking to try and stop BLG in their tracks. It's been quite the series so far, and it promises to be an explosive finale, so stick around. One of these teams will be headed to playoffs on the other side of this map.
नहीं लेकिन मैं 2 दिन में बहुत स्ट्रीम किया ना यार, बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रीम किया मैं 2 दिन में. अटैक मैप है ना? हाँ. चैट 8300 लोग देख रहे हैं रात के 12 बजे से. न्यू डे और लाइक कर दो चैट. मैं सोच रहा चाय बंद करूं भाई, सिर्फ पानी पी. क्या बोलते हो? बंदा आको को क्या हुआ है? क्या हुआ है? क्या हुआ आको? क्या हुआ है?
To 7-5, first half on Lotus. The Sentinels start on the defense side, get themselves a crucial pistol, and then struggle somewhat to convert off that. Definitely put to the sword on multiple occasions by YZ, and also someone who had a real standout showing by Levius with a ridiculous MasterCard thrifty where he's able to find multiple kills onto that B site with the Ghost. The guy is looking dynamic on this Vice.
On the opposing side, Zelsis was playing very well towards the end, shutting down some of those executes, getting a ton of value. I think it's so interesting to look at how much value YZ was getting from his heavy investment into the AWP on attack, which is something I wasn't expecting from him specifically as a player, but you just don't see it very often on Lotus, and certainly not with a Raze when your job is getting in deep, but still able to find that bang for his buck, spending it on that weapon, even despite having tied for the most deaths on his team. He's still getting value off absolutely as we saw. And I'm interested to see how much he's going to try to pick that up on defense, because BILI, they've won the majority of the pistols in this series, and even this first half when they lost, they won in that round to Eco. If they get off rolling for him on defense, that could be the catalyst for them making it into the playoffs, for YZ making it into the playoffs for a second time at an international event.
Everyone thought this would be an easy road for Sentinels into the playoffs. It's been anything but. BILI stand tall on the attack side of Lotus, but now it's Sentinels' turn.
Please.
With these comps, the way we've seen them play out has generally been favoured as the defenders get spread fairly thinly across these three sites. It all comes down to how you can capitalise on that distribution of defenders. Let's get rolling, folks. Here's your round number 13. Sentinels on the attack.
Balls over the top for SEN to work forward on C, but when the orb is tapped, they want to swing off this paranoia, presumably crunch through the door even. These two players, Bang and Zekin, could be in real danger. Here it comes.
Like the trap. Roshia, though, cut down by Zekin, who didn't think there'd be a follow-up, and Levius is there.
He's pushed up so far that he was, luckily for him, able to dodge that paranoia. Now SEN, they are pivoting towards this A side where BLG have drifted. They are in the right positions at the moment, giving up C. Neff weak though. Backside going to be challenging to anchor against the Horde.
Pretty quick moves though from Sentinels up onto the A side. No upper presence yet for the defenders, and Neff gives as good as he gets.
He'll take 1-for-1 with that low
K-Knight now straight to drop. Here comes that attack side Viper ball now. It's a little bit annoying. YZ can't see past it. K-Knight might need to be activated to disrupt a potential plant. So the paint shells had the intended effect.
Some players getting weak.
K9 flag! Right-click City!
Last player standing.
And they are both very low, below 60.
30 seconds
Tells
left.
them with the sheriff, but K9 thought he had him.
Oh.
He is home.
Zelsis is determined to win. You can see it from his disposition on his face since that last round. of the first half. He is getting serious. This is not.
Thanks for the cast those membership मेरे जान के छोड़े कैसे लो finally renew किया 6 cast those member मेरे 6 cast those member ने finally renew किया
and show exactly what they're made of.
ये खड़ा होता बनता ये खड़ा होता बनता
Why are you going here? Why are you going here? What the?
Find you.
Cut that one off at the right time. 2 pistols here for Sentinels on this map. And it's an A side that is utterly bereft of defenders.
In the first half,
Alex bhai,
but lost in this
I miss
exact
you,
situation. If they hadn't, we could be looking at a very different game.
मेरे को मेरे T69
Really
के
were
याद
able
आई
to gain so much early momentum for their economy off of that.
Okay, Zelsis.
कोई नहीं clutch किया था
Danger, just wants to stay alive. Can't. Oh, they're chasing, even though he is the player with just the Sheriff.
Finally, I think Sentinels have been able to throw enough at BILI to cause him to simmer down.
competition
That's an
मिल
easy
गया
call
Alex
now for
को
the rest of the team to just get into the A side. Zelsis feeling all of that pressure. Should be light on the opposite side of the map.
So patient about it. Here's a plant. John gets it down.
कुछ planted
BILI playing second fiddle, just trying to catch up. And now without much more than Frenzy Ghost. Neff will remain tucked here most likely. And this would allow the game to become even.
sound है
Narrate would love to get something for this outlaw. Some little ROI farming.
ये क्या क्रॉसर है बीच में इतना बड़ा बिंदु दिख रहा है
And he might get something from oh, buddy. Neff, though, doesn't overcommit. Narrate doubles back to the angle. And will handle the interloper. If only just.
Right click, almost got him.
अगर वो टाइमिंग पे
Spammy is
पिक कर लिया
something to be had here, and he's right.
बोला था ना
3
स्पाइक
kills
से नहीं
with
मरेगा
Stinger.
एक ही
Only
मरेगा
Levius to survive, only to perish to the blast. And now we have ourselves an even game.
Second would have loved to have gone for a little bit more. The showstopper on the attack side with his traditional Lotus look. Very important.
क्या लगता है 7-7
Close call, that one.
क्लोज जा रहा है बे गेम सोचा नहीं था इतना क्लोज जाएगा
BILI though, again, the pistol came down to a 1 versus 1. They sort of knew they'd be here after that clutch was lost.
Now can Sen convert on their own bonus. They are ready to fight out towards this A side early. It's light from BILI. Tucking to the box is YZ right now. And actually getting a lot of reinforcements through B. Look at this, BILI, they want to fight it, and Bang knows he needs to run.
Sentinels got out in time though. BILI want to chase this, but just how far will they go?
भाई को देखो चेक
Not as far as lobby apparently. And now the look is over towards
ना
B.
एग्रेसिव कैसा बैठता है बे भाई यार समझ नहीं
It's
आया
like, do they really try to get into B? Now they
ने
certainly
इतना ही
cannot.
यूटिलाइज
But
डाला
maybe
है
they'll pick
और
up the
फिर भी
pace,
स्मोक में क्लोज
continue
बैठा
that,
है
getting through door into the C side, but they'll
There's a
have
sheer
to
wall.
contend with
अलग ही
that
बंदा है
sheer, yeah, with this setup from Levius.
Doggedly, BILI been defending, and Narrate's not able to trigger the sheer wall. That is still in play. Senna going to run low on time here.
That is painful. Orb is now being recovered onto Zekin. 2 away from the showstopper. 50 seconds on the clock. They have no map control at the moment.
They have though. Look at the util on BILI side. It's really limited. Just that smoke from Russia. There's a haunt for Knight. They've drawn it all out, but at what cost?
40 seconds.
So now with the wall down, you do have Russia with that Guardian on this A side. Just jiggle P.
सन आ रहा था बाहर लोअर ब्रैकेट
30
Now,
seconds left.
Calling it.
He knows what the
3 seconds.
situation is. Wisely, does he try to timing this? He goes to the molly.
All up. He's too easy to bring down, and Sentinels here have gotten exactly what they were looking for. Drawing BILI out of the defensive lines.
W
And straight out into the sunlight.
अभी एक और चलो जीत
And
गया
now BILI realized, man, we were so active, so
हाँ इतना क्लोज लेके जाना
responding to these
जरूरी
early
है भाई
probes.
सन
And then they overheated just a little bit, losing to the SEN bonus. Not just losing to the bonus, Wyatt, but allowing it to be a flawless round for the attackers. That is backbreaking.
अच्छा खेला ना लेकिन बिल्जी
Maintain their focus over towards that CB
भाई
side.
वाईजी और
Really weren't
रूसिया
able to
भाई
take
का नाम
advantage
याद
of the
रखा
low clock on account of it just being Russia towards A.
अभी मेरे को
As you
देखेंगे
mentioned prior in the round, too, just
WLG
extracting all of that defensive
और
utility
second team
out of
ऐसा है तो
BILI.
first
To
कैसा
the
है
extent, yeah, they've just had a dark cover. That was it.
There's not much more that Russia could do except peek out, see what was happening. They couldn't hang
It's just great calling from Sen. They work the entire map, get back to that light A side in time. Worked so well. Credit to John. Why is he bold in that situation? It just feels like he needs to help Russia. Hopefully the attention will be on his teammate. But John was ready for that. And it's made all too easy with the vulnerable.
See, things are pretty restrained. You mentioned it. Zelsa's looked absolutely determined to have a clean victory here on this Lotus map. And unsurprisingly, BILI throwing their heads back in dismay, called themselves a timeout in a round where they're in a very precarious spot. Yeah, they can sort of force into this round. It looks like that might be the plan, but it's a big risk to take at this early stage of the half. For Sentinels, though, it's straightforward stuff. No overcommitment. They weren't able to force that shield wall out on C, right? You see Narrate tried to get it. It didn't end up hurting him. They just bounced on back to A. And were able to execute this. BILI just got a little bit too nervous, pushed up too far as individuals. Took to it the YZ push over the Molly. The K9 positioning of upper A side. Just caught out in the open.
Coach Bale for BLG can hold his nerve, keep calm with the team, and give them the optimal plan, because he was furious after that pistol round loss when we cut to the coach booth. And now they're going to have to deal with the showstopper that Zekken has gotten up very early in this half. A crucial round for BLG. Big investment here.
And already, Sentinels here grouped on his A side. Pretty standard. We have Zelsa's obviously watch C. He's got the Outlaw in hand to punish a push-up. BLG, do they want this fight again? Zekken's got hands. Russia finds out the hard way. YZ doesn't fancy any of it. He's only playing with a classic here. Such a weird assortment of guns.
Yeah, it is bizarre, right? I mean, Neff, yeah, unfortunately only just setting up a 700. Maybe these rifles can make something happen. Matter of fact, both of them have looked like intentions of maybe pushing out a B, but that's not going to be the case for the defense. Sen have inserted Narrate over towards Rubble. Potential fight against YZ, where he's highly favored. Far superior gun.
And they're going to use him to try and sell this.
Yeah, they even throw a dark cover towards stairs, and it's working. Oh god, they bought
departing from C.
They have fully bought it.
BILI, I mean, they can't take too many risks. If they think there's a stack opportunity, they've got to take it with these weaker weaponry.
And YZ, he just didn't know while that Viper's wall was up how many players actually crossed in there.
We'll get this at least. Oh my goodness! Eyes in the back of his head. Very timely swing there from Narrate.
That would have been their way into this round, into a realistic retake, but now and after that, it is certainly not the case.
Now just happy to post up here in this seaside. Zekken challenging Waterfall. K9 forced off the line and low with a Phantom in hand. He likely doesn't want to wager it.
Abhi next round.
Second round on the horizon here for Sentinels.
4v5.
Right back to saving.
9-7, 10-7. फिर इको जाएंगे 11-7. फिर low fill करेंगे 12-7. फिर इको जाएंगे.
Sen is out of control.
And so it goes. Sentinels get that magic 9 rounds.
13-7.
Again, this next one, a real inflection point. Another gun snapped up at the end of the round. Celsius his weapon.
More important that it wasn't K9 dying. It was BILI who really needed to save those there, and are able to get away with it. There, it just turns at the perfect time. I mean, like I said, totally different round if that isn't caught. And now, finally, we've gotten to the point for BILI.
जब से मारते हैं 10 के आज ज़्यादा आते हैं. Love you यार the BILI.
Is economically viable to be for YZ. This is going to have to be where the half changes for BLG, where it's going to feel like they are absolutely down and out. They've committed everything they've got, and it pays off for YZ.
Exactly what they're looking for. The contact move up on B main. No more Vice in the map for Zen. Non-committal though in this early approach to the round. They had the spike left behind. They might feel the need to re-clear a little bit that B area before they head elsewhere.
Toxin screen down.
Prowler thrown out.
Doesn't
spot anyone at Sen, silently working their way towards Mound when they had been posted up. When they go for this execute, you could see a world where, you know, Zek and Satchel's in, the rest of the guys get cut off by a sheer wall. Rusha's ready with a paranoia. This could get dangerous. They're ready to anchor BLG.
That can bounce on in. Rushia down, tries to play it safe, getting over towards the site. But Levis is good for 2. Narrate's going to be stuck here. Decayed down. His position known and noted. K9 and Levis in no hurry as John can't even get into the site with the spike in hand. An easy cleanup and a great use of the Nightfall there from K9.
A great counter ultimate. They do a nice job getting in, and it did kind of play out as speculated, where that sheer wall not getting procced earlier does kind of awkwardly cut players off. It does force Bang to feel like, I need to teleport up there, I need to get in. And then he's just out in the open.
Next round जब Zekan का ult आएगा तब देखना.
Perfect ultimate usage there. And the ult paid off. Everything they wanted to do in that round.
9-8, 10-8, 11-8.
All of
12-8. 12-8 तक confirm.
Russia has to play safe passive and it's Bang brought down. A couple steps ahead of the rest of his team, but Narrow at least able to find the trade. Billy responded with this quickly. It's a Prowler. Looking to check that A side proper. Zelsis gives Yorb a tap. I think he takes some hits there. Tries to back up. Neff forced away by the snake bite though. Here's a steel guard for the attack side to pave the way for a plant.
K9 had intentions of retreating for a while. Garden ensures that. Billy having to go for the full retake. Second is posted up so close.
Sees the Prowler now. They know and they make use of that information to get rid of Second. But John is there to find the trade. Nightfall for the attack side now, and Knight doesn't know what's coming. Neck with a wrap from drop. John finds his third for the round, and YC is off. Not the ideal tool for this job. Sentinels back in front. Back with a burst of confidence. A fast A-kit plays out the way they drew it up.
That time is used to perfection. Catches up all the players retaking through heaven. John swings up when they're dealing with Second, gets the trade on the rope, and the rest of the players are pushing forward. Well placed ultimate.
They're still Sentinels though going to have to contend likely with a YC off by. First it was a push out of B main, got Celsius. The previous round it was off of the C side. What will it be now?
He's over at A, positioned with a couple other players. All of that defensive sentinel utility continuing to be littered across that C site from Levius. Dark covers being cycled as well. YZ, how aggro does he want to get? He's going to post up deep. Does John try to take this space? I mean, surely a contact push back into main would be a free kill for YZ. You have to imagine.
Do you ever think to re-clear this spot for the attackers? It's so close to their side of the map, but shoulder peek.
Smart. That's
John
smart.
is lucky to get out of that one alive. Limping away. It still keeps his weapon in this round.
Belgium is very good.
And knows they've given up so much of that positioning that was possible for
YZ or Russia.
Away with his life. Sentinels at 45 seconds are pivoting back towards that BC area, kind of keeping their options open as they're activating that door. The sheer wall is still here. They've had trouble dealing with that on some of these prior exits. It's been tough for them to manage.
Not the right weaponry to sort of follow up on that haunt. Sheer wall is still a problem. Sen don't have a way to safely clear it, to trigger it. They've got to go B.
Not even very much damage actually done. We are down to 20 seconds right now. Second satchling in, a couple players on defense. Rusha gets the first of the spam through. John was just so weak.
And there's not much more to gain from this now. Zelsis heading over towards the seaside, but that shield wall's going to come up either way, and Neff will be waiting. Steps up, and this is tit for tat stuff, round for round. Sen and Billy exchanging haymakers to try and close the map.
Keeping each other honest, that BLG round was critical after reinvesting into the operator. That would have been presumably worth 2. That would have put BLG on the eco. They were in the right places in the right times defensively. They do a good job nullifying the attempt from Sentinels to get back into that B site. Zekin in the air, shot down.
Heavy players.
Rusha ready to go.
Zekin ka vibe hai bhi young prodigy.
They are struggling dealing with this Vice over at C. I've
और
got to say,
young prodigies देखो यहाँ पे. Elden Ring, Night's Range.
Having to go into it when the clock is getting low. There are those thorns on the ground they have to deal with. players
Chat
getting cut off by the sheer
9000
one.
लोग
You know, you
देख
can
रहे
try
हैं
to
स्ट्रीम
timing it
को
where your
जल्दी
omen
से
can take
जल्दी
the
लाइक
top
कर
box,
दो
second can get in, but it's still challenging.
But what is it that forced him to see in the first place? It was Wisey pushing up on A, getting aggressive towards Rubble.
And that's exactly what you want to do with this operator. Once you've got it rolling with the Vice on this map, you take control and you just want to force the attackers to have to deal with that powerful defensive utility. You want to just route them into that sort of trap that you have laid on the opposite side of the map, and they pull it off there.
So there's got to be a game plan for this early round action that Sen have been opting out of more often than not. Is it another Rubble fight? Maybe try and explore B early and fight through some of that fade util that's been deployed there. All that and more to be answered in just a few moments. You can see that scoreboard. A good start in this half of Sentinels. Converting on the bonus is big. BILI have found their niche in this game. Wisey has carved it out, kill by kill with this operator.
In terms of the ult economy, look at BLG. They had that still guarding, but they're so close to 3 other ults. And realistically, the only thing that's from the shadows, which isn't all too viable unless you're going for one of those fast, deep teleport executes, is maybe John can get a kill, get the spike down. Use that pit to bring out the post one. But even at that, you use the pit, you have to stay in it. Steel Garden.
मेरे को लगा था सेन जीतेगा पूरा
counterplays to the counterplays that are available if we get
लेकिन
into a
जिस हिसाब से
situation
टीम्स
like
खेल रही है ना
that.
टोरंटो में एक दूसरे को काउंटर काउंटर करके
Posting up, taking A control without
मिरर
offline
कॉम सब
D.
लेके भाई टफ लग रहा है मेरे को भाई कोई भी
This time
जीत
Sen
सकता लग
have to
रहा है
have a plan for this. They've got to, yep, here you can see, they've got to be expecting Wisey to be on this line. First is the Prowler.
नेक्स्ट गेम लेकिन हम लोग को वो मिलेगा पैसिफिक का राजा
Shot at. Now the second wave, Paranoia thrown in. This is awkward. Zek not affected by it, but the rest of Sentinels are. Now though, time to burst forward. Wall comes down, and so does Wisey. That's the op out of the game. Russia has to ult from the shadows to TP back to his spawn for safety, and that opens this side of the map up for Sentinels.
So much space. Russia wants to get back there, but
Princess of Mind किधर है भाई रुशिया भाई जल्दी आ गए वो लोग
the timings that were available to Sen to scale.
He thinks he can get in way earlier than that, and he was wrong. BILI now, you notice, yes, picking up these rounds here and there, but because there's been a patchwork of back and forth, it's much harder to justify throwing themselves in a 3v5 scenario with no control of the site and with no duelist to work with.
मेरे को एक बार ना सेटअप चेंज देखने का
YZ got really messed up in the moment. It's tough to play around that Viper's wall close up. Really, you either need to be in front of it,
दो
or
बंदे
you need to
A,
kind of be playing
दो बंदे
back
B, एक
towards
स्पाइक
the
C
actual
पे
site
और एक
stairs.
इन्फो वाला C पे
Because in that situation, when it drops,
C
there's
retake करो चलेगा
multiple players on multiple angles
सबसे
that are going to be
easiest
looking at you. It's hard to find a target even. You see him trying to adjust, it's just too much. There's simply too much
easy
for him to
side to
try
retake
to look at, and too many players will have a much easier time dealing with him. I mean, look, he's just wide out in the open.
And that's how Sentinels realize they can take control of that operator held position. Use controller util to close the gap on them.
Really good
Hop when that wall comes down.
W.
BILI with those saves. Ports can buy again. They do still have the
When
steel guard, and
Hospital
Wisey's got on the
check
showstopper. He was one away and died. Kane one away
ये
from
प्लेस थैंक यू
the
तो
fight,
40
one away
मेरी
from
जान
the
को
fight.
बेटे लेकिन मेरा जो
So
मेल है
many
वो मेरा
ults
मैनेजर
in
भाई
this round,
देखते हैं
which they need desperately. A couple players on horrendous cash, while Sentinels just have a bank to
अगर
keep
कुछ
buying.
कोई crazy लेकिन इंस्टा में को देता हूँ
This poison orb is set up to make even just trying to trigger the shear wall potentially lethal for Sentinels. They can't just duck in there and make it come up.
BLG, they do have that forward position over towards Rebel again. Same two players stacked up. Sen have done a nice job re-clearing them though. They're realizing that they're finding more success just working this inside the map and essentially avoiding this vice entirely.
Is the defensive showstopper play on the table for YZ here? Prowler out, looking the same as last round. Russia now with a bit of spray.
Second is fully committed.
He's out, he's out.
He's able to get out,
But again, where to from here? 40 seconds in the round, and they did nothing about that sheer wall at sea, which has been more than a small nuisance for Sen.
And there are still 2
जल्दी
anchors
खत्म करो सेन का
out in the open. That has
उल्टा
to be
ये मैच
traded.
लंबा चलेगा PRX
So
जल्दी
big
खत्म
for
करो
Bang. He paves the way for a firing line of Sentinels to look
हो गया ना
at the
अभी पैसा
six-side
नहीं है क्या
defenders.
करेंगे वो लोग
Now they've gotten in once
Are
again
they
with a
gonna
two-player
risk
advantage.
it or
YC might
play
have to
for overtime?
entry this
That is
with
the
a
question of
showstopper,
the
but Zekit is
answer.
waiting for him to make his way out of that B connector. And he's ready for K9 as well. Bring me another, he says, and YC acquiesces. An easy pick-off once more for the Rays. And it is a dastardly scenario that Russia has to find a way to unravel. And with this Guardian, he's got no choice but just to go for it. Sen encircling him to get away from the blast.
close गया बे लेकिन
Billy might have lost their biggest opportunity to get back
Bang
in
ने कैसा
control
मारा
of this
दो
map
लेकिन
and series.
मुफ्त में ऐसे
Russia
टाइम
lucky to
पास
get away with his life.
Next
लेकिन
round,
ने
Billy
तो अच्छा
Billy, of
मारा
course, gonna
बैंग ने
have
दो
to
कैसे
force
मारा
up with
ऐसे टाइम
everything
पास मारा
they've got. They
गया
still have ultimates. That could turn the tide on a bad buy round to stay in the game. This is Sentinels on match point. 1 round away from making the playoffs.
खुले में अप डाउन मारा
to start
उसने
this
भाई ये लोग
tournament
ने
after
वेस्ट
an
किया
0-2 at Bangkok.
बैंग ने अच्छा मारा लेकिन ये लोग ने
disappointing
वेस्ट किया
fashion.
इम्पॉसिबल है वो अप डाउन ऐसा
Playing with a
मारना
hunger today. You can see it on their faces, especially Celsius in this
Hey,
game. Locked in. Second back on the original agent
इसका सपोर्टर से
that
मत
he
बोलो
made a name with years ago to propel him to the top
क्यों आए हो
of the American
किसको
scene.
सपोर्ट कर रहे हो कौन है
He's putting on a
फेवरेट
show on Lotus.
ना
Billy has got a lot to commit into a round like this, though. Bang has already gotten pretty far forward, and Russia sees that barrel. The Guardian he maintained from the previous round.
बेजी को मदद चाहिए तब
That
तक
showstopper
रुशिया
will be
भाई
avoided. Maybe a little bit quick on the trigger finger is YZ.
मानो या ना
Ray's
मानो
ultimate's off the table now.
And John just able to get a little bit off to the left there from YZ's
Likes
perspective.
देख
Again, this is a situation where you
चैट
have
9000
no
लाइक्स हो
towards
सकते
that
हैं
scene
जोर से
outside.
दबा के लाइक करो
Rolling the space, ensuring that no one is pushing
We
up.
are close
Viper's
to
hit here now.
8k likes
Going to make
already
potential
अभी तो
execute
PRX
there.
और GENG
Absolute
का भी तूफानी मैच
nightmare.
है वन टाइम की पब्लिक
And you mentioned it. Sentinels don't have those.
उसमें मैं पोल डालूं
Initiator
कितने टाइम में
ultimates
मैच
to work
खत्म
with.
होगा ऑप्शन
Don't
ए
have
2
a showstopper
मिनट्स
quite yet.
ऑप्शन बी 3 मिनट्स
Just inches short in all of those categories.
Maybe if they had
अभी
the
फाइनल चेंज कर
Nightfall,
सकते हो
then
वो
they
लोग
could
कोई
throw
और
that at the
टीम
pit.
ना
Prowler, the Viper,
भरोसा
something like
सेन
that,
पे
but it's not an option right now.
आज हो सकता है हेवी काउंटर क्या रहेगा
Was it a hard ball? Hoping to catch a player
जीतेगा तो
positioned far
सही
forward, like we'd seen from YZ in the past. But BLG are actually giving a lot more map control over
30
here.
seconds left.
Now Sen are going to run into this.
YZ does he
Trashbad think of the 40
Shot through the box. He needs to see over this wall and can't quite. So that's free access now gained by Sentinels. Russia though is ready. Pure stopping power. This time it's a Guardian shot to John QT's cranium.
ओटी हो सकता
12 seconds left.
है
Sentinels have to go. Zeki getting sprayed down, but is able to find Russia. YZ trying to disrupt with the blast back, but gets caught out. Knight deals with Narrate. Zekin and Zelsis back to back for the series.
Steel Garden should be connecting onto both though. Zelsis on the run. Zekin just has the shorty trying to play back sight, but the showstopper as well. He got that with the spike going down.
Zelsis is going to be jumped on in tree. Got nowhere to go. Primaries are available again. Back to back. Zekin and Zelsis put Neff in a solo situation. Signed, sealed, delivered. Sen City are back in a Masters playoffs.
Zekin was an absolute phenom on their
two,
2
three,
map
hello?
wins, the Neon on Sunset, and an even better performance as the Rays on Lotus. Puts up over 300 ACS, drops a 23 bomb on Billy, who made a serious
killer,
go at it
bhai.
today. Nobody thought that they would be in this game. Expectations were for Sentinels to make it. People thought this was certainly their game to lose. They won.
by BL by BLG by
What's the expectation? But in this
this is
fashion,
clear cut
I don't know.
scene
Billy
of
made a
WP
serious
Sen
go at it.
anti
The
BL
Icebox game from them was stunning.
भाई
Individually,
genuinely
YZ had
बहुत
some
प्यारा खेला यार BLG
unbelievable highlight
genuinely
reel
बहुत प्यारा
moments.
खेला
And that was definitely the
एकदम
stumbling block for Sentinels.
प्यारा वालों खेला बुरा लगा वो एक दो मिस किया इधर उधर
was always a problem
उसके अलावा
for teams
क्लीन
such as
खेला
this, but
यार
in the end, they figure out how to answer that A-side operator play.
क्रेजी
They
वालों
get that
देखने मिला
control of
बे
util up.
टाइम
Eventually,
बाद
they can push YZ over.
बिल्कुल मेरे
Let's
जैसे
send it
खेला
down
सकते
now
हैं
to Gen
excuse
Lee
me
down on the stage for our Verizon post-match interview with John
ए
Q.
अपने वीडियो लोग हैं वहाँ पे पीछे अपने वीडियो लोग हैं कच्चे में
And it's going to be Sentinels in the playoffs!
पहला टीम बोलते
John, if I may have you over here. Yes, for a short interview. Lotus was a nail biter, no?
Definitely, for sure, yeah.
Yeah, congratulations on
Quasi,
making it to the
quasi
playoffs.
है ये,
And
damn.
This one, since
Sant
Masters in
Tunnel.
Madrid, you gotta be excited.
Yeah, definitely very
You
excited.
plays
That was
के
the
day
goal
में
coming
you
into the
learn
tournament.
space है channel का.
Kind of beating our demons that we had in Bangkok because we got grouped. So very happy of our result.
Thank you for the 40 minute Jan Karate.
In between Icebox and Sunset, because it felt like after Icebox, you guys locked in.
Coach भाई, बाकी
Yeah,
लोग
we
भी है,
realized on
बाकी लोग
Icebox we
भी.
just started super slow. They
Coach
were
bhai.
just like running us down. We were not winning our fights and stuff like that. And we're just like, okay, guys, like let's give them a statement game. We're gonna 13-5 them on Sunset, and we did so. So it worked out.
Well, speaking of demons, we have other demons waiting for you in the
तो बच
playoffs.
गए.
Who would you like
हाँ?
to face for the first round of the playoffs?
To be honest, I don't care. Whoever
Huh?
there to pick us, I'm down to play them. We're coming in very confident.
Juhi
So
भाई फिर
I'm
मास्टर से
pretty sure they don't
निकलते
want
ही
to
नहीं
see
थे
us.
लग.
Let's you
मुझे
just
इधर ही
avenge
रहना है.
energy. How are you feeling about that?
I don't really care.
I meant
I
कि
thought you
क्या
would
पता
say
एवरी
that,
ईयर
but
की टीम
congratulations
करती हो
once
आपको
again.
मैंने
Don't
मेन
busy,
तकबाई है.
everybody.
टीम है, तकबाई के अंडर लोग है, लेकिन जो भी मेल्स आते हैं वो फाइनल जो मेल्स रहते हैं वो बाद में तकबाई को बताते हैं कि ये कौन सा करना है कौन सा नहीं करना है. जो एंड जो है वो तकबाई, गोल्डी बाय, मॉर्टल बाय ये लोग बताते हैं. टीम ऑब्वियसली है. हर्ष है, जयेश भाई है, कुची है. Are you coming for AWC Valorant finals? Nishta ji, I have no clue. I have no clue. I don't know anything about EWC or Valo. I don't know. But अगर ऐसा कुछ होएगा मैं जरूर बताऊंगा. समझ रहे हो? I have no clue. No idea.
Evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers. Hybrid work.
बात सुन के हमने पूछा होता तो रूप बनता. लेडीज ने पूछा तो क्यूटी बन रहा है. एक्सक्यूज मी, क्या लैंग्वेज है ये? क्या लैंग्वेज है? By the way, my cute friend from school of Riyadh. Do you remember? It was, I guess, third standard, F division. It was F division. Once year, one time I come school there study. It was a long time.
Red Bull gives you wings.
शर्म करो, क्यूटी को देख रहे हो. What you don't know. एटलीस्ट मैं देख रहा हूँ ब्रिज भाई. सारे क्यूटीज को सुपर चैट तो नहीं कर रहा हूँ ना मैं. हाँ, दोनों हाथ से ऐसा करके गिरबान के अंदर झाकड़ी मारो. झाकड़ी. अगर सारा क्यूटीज का रेवेन्यू आप यहाँ पे देते तो मेरा घर 2 साल पहले आ जाता. कैसे ब्रिज भाई? थैंक यू फॉर द 101 मेरी जान टोट्स. कल आसपास गोट को क्या हो गया भाई? जेंजी भी गोट है भाई, टेक्सचर भी गोट है भाई. जब ये 2 गोट मिलते हैं तो थोड़ा गोटर्स हो जाता है. समझो. Was not his day, but he's a genuine guy. Love you too. चलो मैं आखिरी कप चाय लेके आया. अभी देखेंगे PRX वर्सेस जेंजी बेबी. भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ, ये जो कच्चा, मेरा जो कच्चा, ये जो मेरी छाती तक आ रहा है, हाँ ये यहाँ पे आता था यहाँ पे अभी ये यहाँ से ऐसा सबसे मेरे छाती तक जो आ रहा है क्यों ऐसा होता है भाई बिट लग रहा हो क्या कितना चाय पिएगा ये तीसरा कप है मेरा चैट लाइक करो को भी घर चाहिए ना वो लोग को उनका खुद का घर चाहिए आपके घर पे नहीं आना है को घर चाहिए ना लव यू ब्रिंदा थैंक्स फॉर द 100 American today
Hello everyone and welcome to Compliments from the Wheel. I'm joined by Texture and Karan, and here we are today to create an authentic, wholesome atmosphere here in the venue by having them spin the wheel and say something nice about the player that the wheel lands on. So are you guys ready? 오늘 뭘 할 거냐면 알아들으신 거예요? 착한 거 말해주시면 돼요. 칭찬. Okay, be nice. Right. Shall we? Texture.
없어 못 지키네.
Okay. 원옙.
몬옙은 이제 착하고 밥을 잘 먹습니다. 일단 밥을 굉장히 잘 먹어요. 맨날 뭐 사달라 그러고 내가 무슨 지갑인 줄 알아.
Okay.
근데 하여튼 아주 착하고 밥을 잘 먹는 친구입니다.
Okay, Monyet, he's a sweet boy and he can eat a lot, has a great appetite, and he always forces Texture to buy him food, but still nice, sweet boy, and he can eat a lot. Okay, thank you for the compliment, Kara.
Yeah.
Bolster.
I like him.
보스터 일단 되게 뭐라 하지 이거를
유쾌하고
그러고 이제 모두와 이제 잘 지내려고 하고 일단 K-팝 좋아하고
아이돌
춤을 또 이제 잘 추기 때문에 이게 확실히 스타성이 좀 있지 않나
아무래도
네 그렇게 생각합니다.
Well, Booster's really funny and he gets along with pretty much everyone here in the venue and in the Valorant community. He also loves K-pop and the K-pop idols, and he's a great dancer. So yeah, great boy. Thank you guys so much for joining me, and good luck.
Thank you.
Welcome to what seems like our monthly scheduled PRX versus GENG showdown. I am your host, so I'm back here with Mel and Ender. Sentinels have booked themselves a ticket to the playoffs already. And Mel, and next team that could lock themselves in will come down to GENG and PRX, and this is a difficult one to call.
It really is, and I feel like even more so given how dominant both these teams were in their opening matches. I mean, 13 wins across the board is kind of insane. Just makes it that much harder to predict.
But it does mean we're guaranteed a Pacific team advancing here 100%. And honestly, when you look at when these teams have faced off against each other, it has been so close for so long over the course of these teams' history.
Yeah, and they have faced off against each other 8 times in VCT at this point. Today will be their 9th, and because the scriptwriters are so nice with it, it's 4-4 apiece right now, and this is a tiebreaker.
It's the decider match. It's got to be good, right? But looking at it most recently, last 2 times it's been that face-off, GENG have taken it once this year. It was a very close match between the 2 teams. It was a 2-1, but can I just say, Karen absolutely fragged out of his mind in this match. He was a demon.
I mean, if we're following the tournament storylines here, I'm going to assume he's going to pop up again with how great the controllers have been thus far. But yeah, I mean, someone argued PRX is due for a win if GENG has taken the last 2 with how close it was.
After their opening match, Mel. Is it still even copium to say PRX could potentially turn it around?
Oh, that's definitely not copium. If anything, I think a lot of people are expecting PRX to win this out, considering how much momentum they've gained in the past 4 to 6 weeks with all these wins, since including Patman in the roster. I wouldn't be surprised if PRX. I think I'm personally leaning into Genji, but it would be such a close game, like 51%, 49% in my eyes.
Yeah, and especially because it is a regional matchup. It's such a different beast than comparing like two teams from different regions meeting up on the stage for the first time. Like there's so many different layers of mind games because you know the tendencies of all the other players on the other team. You know how they like to call as well. So the anti-game that's going to be coming in here is going to be really high level.
Or could you apply it for the other way around as well? Maybe you have to get even one layer ahead, you know? You have to think about what they're doing to you and what you're doing to them, but you don't want to overthink.
I mean, that's the whole thing, right? Is like, when do you actually stop it going down? But no, I mean, Mel, you can certainly speak to this, but like...
Mind games.
When you play a team in every single match so frequently, like, you do just have that natural read.
And I think when people imagine the word mind games and how the prep looks like coming into these repeated matchups, they're probably thinking the coaches are in the back 12 hours after the match, looking at every single VOD, looking at every piece of util, every small detail, every single little read. And that is true, but it also comes in the moments of ultra instincts that kick in when someone on the team needs to make a call just based off of what they felt playing against this team before. Sometimes the prep does go out the window because of those mind games, and it can come down to like a microsecond instinctual play that can make or break these rounds just from how many times they've played each other.
Now, one of the players that haven't actually tasted what it feels like in this matchup will be Patman, and this is what he and his opponent Munchkin said to GENG earlier.
Hey guys, GENG here with Munchkin and Patman. Now, let's face it, we don't really like regional matchups, but you haven't played against GENG yet. So, what are your expectations?
No, भोसड़ी वालों मुझे
I'm
बेट
sure
करके
it's gonna
खेलने
be
का
a
जो
tough
आइडिया है
game,
ना,
but I'm also
flop हो
happy
जाएगा
that
अगर watch
whoever
party.
wins among both teams it's a Pacific team who's going to proceed for the playoffs. So I'm happy.
Okay, now Munchkin, regional matchup. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
This Toronto warm-up, we play a goal, right?
Oh, this is just a warm-up for both of you. You guys are going to make it to playoffs anyways. Yep. Okay, well, good. Thank you, and good luck.
For those people that have never seen Munchkin in this environment before and in interviews before, he is always like this. He's very confident, he's a little bit cocky at times, and Endo, I think he's earned the right to be.
Yeah, when you've been this good for so long, you absolutely have. It's so fun to watch, and honestly, with the opening showing that both these teams had, you've kind of got to believe his words as well, that they're both going to make it through regardless of what happens today.
I always ask this question when it comes to this matchup, but is one IGL better than no/5?
It's hard to say. I feel like we have seen, you know, given the fact that, I mean, this might be a little salt in the wound, but for the PRX fans, they have gotten second so many times. So far, up to this point, I would argue having one guy be the person that can make those clutch calls at any moment, whether it's 12, 12 and up 8 to 12 and you have to secure the match. I would argue having one IGL is better. But
Oh
PRX,
yeah, sure. The IGL
आपका
says
पोस्टर
that
लेके
for
खड़ा हो,
genre
होप तो भी ऑन
security.
कैम। हर्षिल भाई मेरी आवाज आ रही है वहां पे? कैसा है वाइब, कैसा है, क्या हाल बंक्स भाई? एक बंदा टोरंटो से फ्री का मेंबरशिप में मैसेज कर रहा है और एक बंदा टोरंटो से सुपर चैट करके मैसेज कर रहा है। क्या दूसरे बंदे को जरा भी शर्म आ रहा है? देखिए इस एपिसोड में टोरंटो और वहां के बंदे एपिसोड 1। भाई दोनों टोरंटो में, दोनों वहां स्टेज पे है भाई, दोनों है वहां पे। हाँ, दोनों है चैट। भाई क्या फील होता रहेगा ना, मेरे चैट से दो अजनबी पहली बार मिले डायरेक्ट वेन्यू पे। वो भाई जॉब पे। अच्छा ठीक है। फोटो कैसा लगा हमारा? सेक्सी लगा। मैं रुका हूँ कैम में दिखने के लिए, कैम में दिखने के लिए रुका हूँ। जिसको वीसीटी कास्ट दो स्लो हिंट। बात तो है जेरी भाई, मेरे को एक बात बताओ, लक्ष्य भाई और हर्षिल भाई, जेरी भाई भी वहां पे ही है, एंट्री नहीं ले रहे उसका कोई, कुछ ट्राई करो यार बेचारा। हेटर है, लेकिन उसके माथे पे एक हेटर का ऐसा स्टिकर लगा के उसको एंट्री दिला सकता है, ऐसा कुछ ट्राई करके देखो।
Kills. He's playing Omen like I've never really seen someone play on that map.
Just a cheeky 10-1, you know, in opening engagements against Team Heretics.
RVT कैसे चल रही है business?
Because if you look at Forsaken's performance, somehow he matched what Jing was doing on Astra.
Yeah, and he was playing so actively, I think, especially in late round situations. There were a lot of times the rounds got down to like 3v3s, 2v2s, things like this. And he would just like sit around on a late lurk timing or actually push in front of his walls, his smokes at times. He was just completely locked in.
Especially this round that's on the
हर एक
screen now
agent
was
कैसा
such
कोई
a
खेल सकता है
beautiful
भाई।
play by Forsaken.
हर एक
I mean,
agent कैसा
obviously
कोई
his aim
खेल
is
सकता
incredible. We all know that. But it's his ability to absorb and retain all the information and the best plays you can make on so many different agents. There's a reason why we don't see it so often in the pro scene, because it is so difficult, yet he makes it work.
Yeah, and the stats.
शर्म करो, 40 रुपए। हाँ, हे करना थोड़ा शर्म है आपको? अगर आप औरा का कॉपी कर रहे हो तो औरा जितना सुपर सेट करना चाहिए ना। हे करना, व्हाट इज दिस मैन? किधर है 10,000 सुपर चैट? किधर है 10,000 गिफ्टेड? औरा को कॉपी करो बेंच। व्हाट इज दिस? $2K के ऊपर सुपर चैट नहीं करने दे रहा। अरे चल 1.9 ट्राई करो विपुल भाई, चलेगा? अच्छा $2 के क्या स्कैम हो गया।
Up to internationals and makes him look
आपका ऐसा
not
कौन सा
nearly as dominant
इतना
is an insane
यूजफुल
feat. So you 100% need to give your credit to both of these teams.
मत करो।
Yeah, would you agree? The Gen G MIB
Meet by
offers
thank you
Gen
for
G
the
as the
membership.
front runner at Swiss stage.
I mean, again, it's so close between the two teams. I am leaning
This one
towards Gen G,
2022
though. I
loud,
just
23
thought they
easy
were
or
completely
24
lights out in the way they play. And honestly, in some ways, disrespectful to the fights they were taking against MIBR, especially once they got to a numbers advantage. They would just keep re-swinging into lines and just out-reacting, out-aiming their opposition, which MIBR is a completely stacked roster in terms of individual talent. So the fact that like Gen G was dipping them
I love PRX and want them to win, but today Gen G gonna win it. Yep.
And I don't think you need to understand the Pacific region. You could be from any region, watch a game and understand how Texture likes to play. Surely at this point, I know we haven't seen the first seeds yet, but is it too early to say best operator player of the tournament?
I mean, the best operator on the Neon for sure. Look at how quick he's rotating, and this is what I mean. The disrespectful refights. There he's got the stun beast coming back into line a second time. He goes for a third one as well. He was feeling himself.
When we think of
अगर मैंने सुपर चैट एंड 7 दोस्त में काश दोस्त का नहीं लिया होता तो इजीली फाइनल्स का भी जुगाड़ हो जाता ना भाई। अब से अरे मत करो अभी फाइनल्स नहीं होने वाला टोरंटो में। जेरी भाई सुपर चैट करते रहो, टेंशन मत लो।
It's so beautiful to watch.
Yeah, during the press conference, you know, a question was asked to him, who would you like to play after this game in the future? And he basically said, it really doesn't matter, I'm the best.
ओह, हेरट भाई ने हेटर भाई हो आप, लेकिन ऑस्ट्रेलियन अमेरिकन डॉलर्स दे रहे हो करके फुल इज्जत है। PRX भी जीत सकता है, क्लोज जाएगा।
PRX have to do to make sure they don't make
mistakes. 2 months PRX for the win. Let's go, baby.
Match his energy with an operator of their own in something, in my opinion, but also be really diligent about the anti-op protocols. You cannot be lazy. You need to track where the operator is or make good assumptions and good guesses on where they can be.
And that's where I'm a little bit worried for PRX. I'm not sure if they actually have the ability to deal with Texture's
मैं भी जा रहा हूँ फाइनल देखने टोरंटो सेन वर्सेस जेंजी फाइनल will be won by SEN बदला कंप्लीट जेंजी के साथ। भाई भाई मेरे को भी लग रहा है इस बार SEN
very talented player in his own right, but I feel like Texture has just been
भाई thank you for the Canadian Australian $5 million in jam के टोटे।
Okay. Yes, throwing some
क्या फायदा इतना स्मार्ट देख के जब कास्ट होता है मेंबरशिप नहीं आपका।
You do the 2021 CNET strat, which is you find Texture, oh he's here, run, get out of here, go to the other side. Is that a viable game plan?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes, absolutely. There is no shame in doing that. Avoiding, I mean, the op is such a powerful ability, or not ability, sorry, a powerful gun. It is totally valid to try to book and run, but here's the thing: if you aren't running into Texture, you're running into Ash. He is solo by himself, rifling, and he'll take down 4 even if you can avoid the offer.
I mean, honestly, there were a few rounds like Genji realistically should have lost, like that clip from Haven where he's just getting a 4K out of seemingly nowhere. It was just insane seeing what this guy can do on the global stage.
But also, like you guys said, if there's anyone that might be able...
मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ लक्ष्य भाई, अगर आप यूनसू जी को मिलो तो एक बार आप बोल सकते हो कि मेरी बीवी उसकी बहुत बड़ी फैन है करके. Pledge. प्रेडिक्ट करो viewing of this match on your channel. Bunks by Herod by मेरे हिसाब से मेरे हिसाब से ये मेरा प्रेडिक्शन. Thanks by thank you for the 20. Herod by thank you for the Australian American dinar 25.
When they've made such deep runs and they've won a Masters, I can imagine you feel the pressure that you want to not only make yourself proud, but make your teammates proud of you and earn the trust that you deserve to be here. And the fact that he showed up only shows good signs and good tidings for Genji.
And for me though, it'll be interesting, Mel, to see what happens when they're down, because neither team have even faced any challenges so far on this stage.
There is a lack of adversity for both teams. That's a great point I hadn't really thought about. But I'm really interested to see how they will come back. What are the game plans going to look like? What are the changes we're going to see? And the predictions, I mean, Yenzu, of course.
Yeah. I'm literally in the gutters.
It's tough for you, but honestly, I was interested. I was asking all our Pacifics colleagues. So, like, you've got 2 for Gen G with Achilleos and Gen. Paper then went for PRX. Makes sense. It's in the name. But honestly, none of them feel very confident, and I don't feel like this is a matchup that can really go either way.
I think out of all of the matchups we are going to see, it's one of the more 50-50 ones for a reason. Of course, today will be the 9th time we see PRX take on Gen G. So without further ado, the players are already backstage. Let's send them down and bring out the players.
W baby! और किसको क्या नहीं, अभी सिर्फ रिलैक्स करके गेम देखेंगे. दोनों फेवरेट टीम में. आज बर्थडे विकास भाई, many happy returns of the day. Good night, Pala bye.
This is one of the most competitive rivalries in Valorant we have never seen. Today will be the tiebreaker, and not only that, the winner will be advancing straight to playoffs.
So much on the line here. Both teams 4-4 versus each other all time, but we have never seen this roster of PRX against Gen G. So it is a new ball game.
It's interesting, both teams have cores that have such great deep runs in tournaments, and both have rookies on the team meant to breathe new life into these teams, and I just can't express how excited I am as an America's player to just be here in America and seeing this live, because normally we're up till 3 a.m. watching it, but being here, experiencing it live is a whole other feeling entirely.
And looking at the Omen map select here, it is 3 completely different maps to the last time they faced each other, and I forgot to even mention, Suggest was playing the last time these two faced each other, which is a bit of a throwback here. But what do you guys make of the
people are getting access of VALORANT online today.
What happened to
guys, मैं information दे रहे हो तो पूरा लो.
Definitely going to be a fun one, but seeing things
लाइफ में ना अगर आधा हो गया ना तो याद रखना आधी लिंडी
haven't
अंदर
seen
ही
so
अटक
far
जाएगी.
this tournament out of them, but this is like the
Knowledge
classic
ले रहे हो तो
Gen
पूरा.
G, back to the basics, fundamental Valorant.
Half knowledge is very hard
where you are punished more so for your mistakes than really any other map. It's kind of a battle between who can make the least mistakes, especially because this map has been played for so long. And honestly, everything that's to do on this map has been done, has been seen. So I'm interested to see where the fights are going to take place exactly. I feel like we're going to see long, drawn-out rounds, at least from the side of the
Yeah, the slow rounds, what does that mean? All of a sudden, the value of an operator goes way through the roof. So winning pistol rounds, setting up your econ early on in FAF, getting that into the hands of Texture, and you can run away with that.
Now, I don't want to read into anything, but when
Who is
PRX
better,
did
Tens or
experiment here,
oh hello
outside
यहाँ
of
पे hate
VCT
allowed नहीं है
recently,
bye
they
bye
ran
bye
Deadlock
bye.
Is that something you think could work perhaps on the global stage against GENG?
I think it could,
Thoda
given that we were
language.
talking
No
about
hate
so
to
much
any
about the
players.
off prowess and having a chamber player, you're pretty much setting them up onto these lines
Tens
and
to
getting
be
the operator in their hounds
retired,
as soon as possible. And having that extra trip, I mean, you're never going to complain on the map like a SEN.
I mean, that would just be the
क्या
ultimate
compare
matchup,
कर रहे हो
right?
पता
Of the classic versus the techie off the wall PRX style would definitely be a fun clash to see.
I'm
Fruit
hoping
Sims
we see something
streamer,
fun because again, I
Lang
don't want to read too
Dexter.
much into it. They've had a little bit of time since then to work on this. It will also be the first Ascent we see in Masters Toronto.
Right.
All of the teams have not really been favoring this map so far.
अरे
So
PRX
I'm
fans क्या?
happy that the first time we see this is
Looking
these two
at my
teams that
race,
aren't afraid to get wins.
excuse me.
And I'm honestly looking towards Gen G
Asgard
because so
टूटेगा
far
क्या?
we've seen them really lean into Viper. That has been their read and their response to Teo getting nerfed is, can we incorporate double controller into a lot of maps? And Ascent normally isn't a map where we see a lot of double controller, but if any team is
Friends
going to
को live
make
देखना,
that
comment है,
gamble,
मत
I could
करो रे
100%
Yeah.
see Gen G doing it.
You don't see a lot of it nowadays, but it is playable.
अबे आपने
on the
बीडू
map.
लोग
You
किधर
take, like,
है?
the history of the game, there's been a lot of teams that have experimented with it. We've seen
गाना कहाँ
Cloud
लेके
play
जाते हैं क्या break पे?
styles like
अपने
that.
वाले?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And honestly, there's a lot of cool things you can do with a pick like
भाई,
that,
भाई,
even in terms of
बकचोदी
like
कर रहे,
denying
बकचोदी
an
कर रहे।
enemy offer on the attacking side as well.
All
So
chat पे।
I don't know. To me, Gen G, they're still in my
PRX
head. This team that plays
PRX
these older styles, but with us seeing
Ooh,
more and
लेकिन
more of
जीतेगा
them playing
कौन
the
वो
double
बताओ ना?
controller, there's certainly some options.
I'm
क्या
not
होता है?
going to,
Ooh.
you know, I'm not going to deny a Korean team playing the
एक चीज देखने
Korean
Alex
comp
भाई
on a
गुस्से में
SEN.
mindful
That
को
they
उठा के
invent, the stuff that they invent on this map, you know, we still, everyone else still copies this. So if it works, if it ain't broken, don't fix it type of vibe.
Yeah, and that's kind of Gen G's way. I feel like they've just got such a
PRX
keen
fan,
understanding
PRX fans.
of how to play the maps in their pool, both from a calling way, from an individual style as well, that you have to like bring such a level of individual firepower and strong game plan in order to ever break this team.
And I think PRX is a team that I want to say Ascent was the birthplace of us seeing that really true combination of firepower and understanding of the because I remember in the off-season, people were watching PRX's games in the off-season tournaments and be like, whoa, they're using this on Ascent? They're waiting for their drone? And it sounds crazy to say, but PRX was such a dual-heavy team. And I really feel like this was the birthplace of when we started to see
हाँ, ये
PRX.
सब
Are we getting a shoey on broadcast?
the Red Bull shoey!
That's crazy.
So why are you saying oh no as if we're not going to make you do one of those, Christy?
Are we?
Because there's no way you could make me
He's
do
the
that.
When you say no way, there is always a way. Everybody has a price. What
no.
needs to happen for us to get you?
Not
to do
out
that?
of a shoe, sorry.
What if it was a clean shoe? Brand new shoe.
Yeah. What if it was? Who's your favorite player in this tournament?
No.
What if it's their shoe?
That's worse. Absolutely worse.
Oh no. What about you, Mel? One of you two. One of you two. Let's have some fun.
Okay. If it was a clean shoe,
Yeah.
maybe. But anyway, on to more important things here with Agent Select.
If we get a double chamber head-to-head, I'll do it. You know what? I'm
There
not
is
gonna
a
back down.
0% chance Gen G play chamber.
Well, Foxy Knight is
Hey,
covering
तुम
it,
लोग
and
देख के
if
best
this
in
somehow
base.
happened, I will do a shoey in the crowd. And if this is, you know, evidence that I would do it. But they're all hovering right now. Nobody has locked in. They're teasing us.
They're just keeping us on our toes.
All 10 hovering.
Yeah.
This is different.
And if a chamber does
Back
get
to
picked,
me,
I want to say it was
Archie,
Divide that played the chamber, of course, before. So if it goes over to Jing, I'm not going to complain. But it doesn't look like we're going to get the chamber versus chamber.
Oh man, I need someone to lock. My anxiety is through the roof. I have anxiety, y'all. Okay,
we got a
let's get
KO.
Thank
Normality
you.
has returned. Yes.
Almost too normal.
Yes, the agent you must play on this map.
Yeah, it's too normal. Look at the other side of these hovers. The hovers on
Anna
the
will
other
एक
side
पहले
tell
नाम
a
करा
very
दे।
different story.
Oh, it's Viper for Divide.
A
Wait,
Viper out of
PRX?
It's
PRX.
happening. Oh my god, they've looked.
Wait, Gecko?
It's Fade Viper Gecko.
Hey!
Wow, this
To
is
the
completely reversed what I thought was gonna be Viper. This is insane.
But again,
Sir,
like,
मैं
I think
Bandward
Viper
office
is so
में
cool.
हूँ,
They're
Tens
starting
are
on
texture.
defense,
अभी
unfortunately, but
texture,
once they move
Tens
to attack,
retired
like,
now.
you can do things like put mid orbs, you can put mid
not an
walls as
active
well. There's a
player now.
lot of different additive smokes you can make to just make the Jets' life on the other side really difficult with the all.
You know what I was saying earlier about 100%. What's there to be seen is out there, but this is completely subverting everything that I've laid out. 4 of the agents PRX is playing are so off meta. This could prove to be difficult for GENG.
Yeah, and they did run this comeback at Masters Madrid. I knew I seen it somewhere before. It's time to throw this over to your casters, making their debut casting GENG versus PRX on the global stage. It's Achilles and Paper Thin.
Vote karo!
Well, here we go. It's
Like
the first
the
time that you and I
karo,
get to
like
cast
the
these
likes.
2 teams up against each other at an international event.
Archit bhai, big W mere jaan ke today. Thank you so
Continuing to
much.
iterate and to develop.
Love you.
Is this burnt? Is this going to be delicious?
जूते
I
में से
have
जूस मत
no
पीना,
idea,
ठीक
but
है?
they certainly
Take care
have
करना.
It's just classic PRX. I mean, it almost feels like a sunset comp. It should be very interesting to see how they're going to run it. I mean, early with the toxic screen, it's going to be cutting off the front of A, and they're setting up some kind of mid-hit, but all of GENG right now leaning in the A direction. The one-way there from Forsaken, slow it down just a bit. But this has been looking A all the way for GENG. And they're just doing a little bit of diligence, checking wine with the knife, making sure that that's going to be clear for this push forward. And some pressure going to be put potentially on the Patman early, but they're not really quite reading this just yet.
It's going to be the recon forward. Smoke here. Cut off that door. Nanoswarm as well going to be invested. Forces to buy away, so can't stick around to try to spray through that smoke. Minor amounts of damage taken here by a couple players on the side of GENG, but for now we'll have sight under their controls. They look to try to go for this plan, but PRX do not want to allow that to happen. Forsaken is just running at them. Managing to find one. Ash ready it back. Forsaken with a second. Something can get a piece of the pie. And suddenly we find ourselves now in the 1v1. The taps coming through, but Foxy
30 HP का फर्क है दो टीम में.
Is GENG continuing in pistol dominance. Didn't drop one yesterday. It looks like they're looking to stick to the same script here.
Just kind of a rock, paper, scissors in the game plan there. PRX looking mid all the way. Meanwhile, GENG just thinking A. And the retake looked pretty good initially for PRX. They throw in a paranoia. They're using the fade util to force all the players into hell. And they have
Everyone is everywhere.
The shots though with the Sheriff. And that forces Forsaken into the 1v1 after he cleans out hell. Can't quite finish the job against Foxy. Close.
दो बंदे मतलब 5 बंदे PRX की इधर ही है जाओ.
Just ahead in a very important opening pistol on their attacker side.
A full investment, everybody with
मेरा
a weapon beyond the pistols here for GENG.
इसे खाली रहता था कि नहीं.
That Guardian, Foxy 9, Marshall in hand, waiting to see if there's any kind of big
भाई
push out of
Eastern
the A
versus
site.
PRX चाहिए.
They've already rotated and stacked everybody here at B. Is he up over the top? Forsaken chasing, finding one, but Munchkin answering back in reply. That Stinger able to find 2 quick kills. The Spectre as well. SMG's coming out on top here. So still going to commit to the pivot across towards that A site. So still maybe an opportunity for something to get the jump and find a bit more damage here. Here's the footsteps, finds the headshot instantaneously. Peek out, dodges. Now finds himself with a weapon in hand.
W.
To get the shot. So a bit of damage going to be suffered here, but GENG
Best है ना suppress करके देखने का.
Yeah, they're going to keep a couple of those
कोई
Guardians over.
suppress हुआ? हाँ
Very
हुआ.
potent
आजो इधर
weapons
है.
in the hands of those players.
कोई suppress नहीं हुआ? नहीं हुआ. अरे कोई नहीं side का ले जाओ.
But mostly going to be up with
भाई
rifles,
best counter है भी
half
PRX का.
armors, regen shield for GENG.
Simple
Off the
strat.
rip here. Forsaken just playing that corner
strat.
here. Batman scoops it up, tries to go for something, but Card and Munchkin not having much of it. Foxy 9 reliable on the back end in 2 rounds in a row for GENG. Things getting scrappy between 2 teams who know each other very, very well. Last year in Pacific, of course, they faced off in the kickoff and Stage 1 Grand Finals. One going GENG's way, one going PRX's way. So there is quite a bit of history here. Both teams want this win desperately, but as you saw in the pre-show interview with them, there's a lot of love on both sides too.
Timing on the flash, no one there to receive it though. Forsaken go for a couple straight shots through here and does nearly find some damage.
Yeah.
Just a pixel out of place there.
इस वक्त अच्छा है क्या?
Cut of the noise, GENG gonna look to try to convince PRX to maybe try to rotate out. Wingman now sprinting forward. Checks and doesn't spot anything.
And this is something back on Gecko. An agent he played quite a bit previously. Foxy 9 trying to create some attention over at the B side.
Love you.
Patman over a little bit, it looks like. Forsaken now Uses the paranoia. Stalled just a little bit. He's going to try to fight this, maybe.
Connect on damn near everybody, and he can't get the weapon to realign fast enough. Texture narrowly surviving, able to find that kill. Busy connecting with Naran safe in position, rotates across. Shuts the door. Paper X trying to get clustered up. Foxy 9 still going to be in a very deep flank just now. Making his way out towards B. Spike is ready to be planted, but Texture trying to keep some space up and towards heaven. Falling to the wayside is Patman. The pre-fire is able to find one. Karen now going to be dead as well. Something heads away with the elimination. Thrown out, spotting the drop down. Munchkin somehow gets that kill. Foxy now striking in from behind. Finds Jing. Munchkin gets another. Runs him down for 3. Gen G convert the bonus.
Just incredible stuff here from Gen G. This is just classic of the way that they want to call it, of the way that Munchkin likes to operate on any map. Doesn't matter where they are. Let the Sentinel player do some lurking, find your moment to strike. They do a great job of being patient in the early part of the round. They don't fall into the little trap that Paper X is trying to set up in A main.
Let's go, guys! Let's go!
Ever the hype man.
Yeah, he's very fired up. He's been very, very hype. A bunch of sheriffs and one stinger there for Jing. Jing thinking about trying to push his corner. Texture just holding this, crouched right around there.
It's got Karen up over the top here. All 5 players from Paper X on the stack. Foxy slow to scale forward towards A, so something tells me they're not going to identify that this is the open side of the map for a bit of time. Push now getting ready to come through. There's a lot of plays going to be spotted. Line up. Karen able to find the 1 kill. Does a decent amount of damage though. Tavai and Patman both are tagged up, and Texture's got the read. Knows exactly what Forsaken's going to try to do. Gets him through the smoke. Stops him from grabbing that weapon. Jing's going to try to blast back across to get it, but the smoke now dissipates. Mr. 4K himself, does he make an appearance? He absolutely does.
It's fantastic there. Great patience from Gen G, just understanding how hungry Paper X was going to be to scoop up Karan's rifle that was on the ground. You're going to go into a quick operator here for something. 4 in a row to start the side, but this is the part of the map. Think back to Gen G versus in the stage 1 finals for BCT Pacific.
पहले इसमें हम लोग को नहीं दिखा ना कि उसको दिखा करके तुमको दिखा मेरे को नहीं दिखा.
So certainly you feel like this is going to be the better actually side for both of these teams. This is Pacific. We don't play like the other regions. Ascent isn't as defender-sided as you think.
It depends on what Device is going to have ready to go when it comes down to that Viper, but quick intervention here after the 0-4 start. Well, our first timeout call is Alex and Mind Freak. There's the assistant coach. Well,
yeah, for sure. I mean, it just feels like right now Gen G has a really good idea of the way that Paper X wants to play, especially on the eco rounds. They've done a good job of reading these B main pushes. They've sensed the A main push as well on the first rifle round for Paper X on Gen G's bonus. So it seems like every kind of call, every decision has been really well thought out, really well understood. So that's going to require a pretty big change of game plan for Paper X and a little bit more creativity from them on the fly. So right now, Gen G seems to have them pretty well understood, every twist and turn, and this operator has to get effective, has to be impactful for Paper X, and they're going to try to get something done right off the rip potentially. It's Jing and something over here, right outside A main.
No, come back.
One away from having that flash.
Like a
connecting a Texture, mowing down 2. It's already a disaster. Forsaken's gonna try to go on a timing. Does manage to trade
ये बोला नहीं था Alex भाई ने.
Still gonna be there for the side of Gen G. As Foxy 9 still lingering back in case there's a push up towards the top mid. At the moment, there will not be one.
Planted.
To cut across, both players gonna be joining together here at Tree. Their work cut out for them.
Aron, quick glimpse. Goodbye.
It's the TP to reposition right as the snake bite comes through. Patman just desperately trying to find anything that he can possibly get. Because it's a 2v3, they feel invested here in the round, so going for the save is not really going to be the play, but Patman now dead. All alone, so yeah, we'll have to back away now, which is going to be the one weapon save. The timeout not leading to a round with Gen G.
By Gen G का map pick by
streaking
Gen
out
G
similarly to what we were seeing yesterday versus MIBR.
जो वो लोग का मैप पे
so
क्यों
locked in.
एकदम heavy strong दिख रहा है.
Forsaken there catches him a little bit off guard, gets a couple kills of his own, makes it
आज जो टीम जा रहे हैं को बाहर नहीं
potentially
लोअर
doable
पैकेट.
for Paper Rex, but this is a great flash off the rip by Munchkin, and there's just no counterplay to that at all. The Moonbot lagging just a bit too far behind, and Texture quick with it. With the Phantom finds two. And then Ash still really crisp with the shooting.
Hello, sorry, Binks. I had just watched highlight. I was here to confirm it from you.
New players.
Someone asked me in chat about it, so I told. Yes,
the
bhai.
international stage.
इधर से
Pacific
आपको
this
न्यूज़
year.
मिला उधर कंफर्म
And
करना ना.
so far,
और
Ash
स्नैक्स
and
से
Canvid
न्यूज़
look
मिला
really, really good.
ऐसा
But
कुछ है तो
Ash
उससे
there.
कंफर्म करने का मेरे को नहीं मालूम.
Getting another big kill. Texture out in the
हो
open
सकता है
on
उसका
mid.
चाइना वर्जन का उसको एक्सेस
Mostly
मिला हो.
Nico, other than device saved
ट्राई करने का
rifle.
कुछ रिव्यू देने का.
He is up close and personal.
समझ रहे हो?
Tucked position though for Jing.
Noise made. Jingle out. Jing not quite spotting him there. Texture seeing none of it. Dizzy at the ready.
Men
Try to
will
get a
push.
pinch here, but it's going to be the one
By
spot out of
Genji,
over
एकदम
the orange.
prepared है,
His
bro.
Texture on the re-peek finds Patman. Gets a spot out on the Forsaken.
हाँ.
Identifying the position
एकदम
at 3, killing
prepared है
1.
Genji.
Yet again, fantastic value off the rip here for Genji.
कितना कलम खेल रहे देखो बे. कलम as fuck.
Paranoia does not connect, and Texture does it again! At the consequence of their teammates' positions, Mr. 4K's back. Better slow down here, Texture. You know what happens when you get those
भाई
aces.
दे रहे था बाबा करके बोल रहा है.
Yeah, Jing's like, please
उसका
find
मुंह
me,
देख,
kill
उसका
me.
मुंह देख. उसका मुंह देख.
Up and over the top, and Karen takes it away! Unbelievable! That is devious.
That's
but
classic.
for the Genji heads here in the crowd, they can breathe a sigh of relief.
It's just classic Genji. Deny Texture the ace when he's got it just for free.
There is no
Salman bhai, कैसा thank for 200 मेरी जान मिल रहा है और I am all Gucci.
Beautiful man.
It is so damn funny. All right, well, we're back into the action. Genji are up 6-0. Texture 12-4-0 here at the moment. 2 kills per round thus far.
भाई कितना प्यारा और जेन्युइन बंदा है ना यार.
Back in here for the side PRX. They've got some ult to
ऐसी
work
पूरी
with.
दुनिया जाएगा मजा आ जाएगा.
Will go out first and foremost.
You should run.
They're playing tucked here on the side. Nate able to find one. The quick peek in. Forsaken's going to be taken down. Looking for a little bit more, but Jing will be able to flush him out.
कौन kill डाप रहा है उसका?
Foxy 9 at hell.
Out of charges.
Just tears them to pieces. Jing now trying to back away, does get detained. Munchkin gonna try to close the gap, try to get this kill, doesn't spot him. The Foxy 9 will. A 4K of his own, 7-0.
7-0.
Well, this is pretty crazy. I mean, Paper X continues to try to make hard reads off the rip, leaving one side of the map relatively undefended, and Genji's been able to either anticipate it and play against it, or just find the open space and quickly capitalize and set up for these post plants. And even with all those ults invested, Paper X could not convert, and they're gonna go for the second timeout already here. Really feel like they need to get more rounds on this defender side. They can't
अभी ये लोग
let this
normal
snowball
Valorant
control.
खेलेंगे. बस हो गया push. Info
Looks like they're gonna be
picture.
investing as much as they can. Not much cash there for the side of Patman. We'll see what he ends up landing on as far as a buy is concerned, but 7-5, obviously you say, okay, pretty good half.
Yeah.
You know, just glancing at the numbers, 8-4, not so great.
चलो जल्दी जाएंगे.
This
Excuse me.
defending side. Pressure is upon them. They need to respond
भाई सारे
here.
लोग कितना दूर-दूर से
Going
travel
into this
करके
next
आए हैं
round.
मेरे लिए.
No, you're
That one ends up
absolutely
being quite costly. The Nightfall used, the From the Shadows, the Thrash.
They threw everything at that retake, and it just did not phase Genji at all. And they had the lockdown in play, so you know that has to be quick. It has to be very effective for Paper X. They're gonna get that done, and there was just no hope. Foxy 9 from hell just absolutely ruined it. Just some clean phantom shots.
0-0.
Calling my bot.
He's just
only one in the lobby that has not died.
I mean, he hasn't been pressured much on a lot of the times where he's playing that solo position. It's been a lot of 1-4 for Gen G, and he's done a pretty good job of just avoiding any disasters and then being that last guy to bail the round out if needed for Gen G.
Spot out onto one with the 0 point. Forsaken down over at Wine.
But you can just see how wary Gen G is.
Some
Kind of trap play. It's been round after round after round of Paper X trying to catch Gen G in a position where they can get them in a crunch, get them some early advantages in the kill count numbers, but every single time Gen G's come out ahead and they're working the map incredibly well. Munchkin's gonna stick around though over at Gelato.
Peek about to come through, something needing to hit this shot. He's able to do it, gets a follow-up. Karan gonna be taken down as well.
Gekko है तो क्या तेरे को lightly लगा ex-duelist है ये ex-duelist goat of the goaters.
Mosh at the ready to try to buy some time here. Further delay. Start healing back over onto the site. Something does eventually get flushed out. Player advantage still there for Paper X as rotations start to come through. They go the TP. Now to be pushed forward. Takes a fight. Forsaken.
30 seconds क्या मारता है भाई मेरा गोट क्या मारता है यार क्या मारता है गोट के सामने नेड फिर भी क्या टैप देते हैं
not necessary. Patman finds the kill and Paper X finds their first round win.
Yeah, this is just a nice hold from something.
यहाँ से आएगा comeback.
Needed to come alive a bit there.
7 round तेरा 5 round मेरा.
This 2K give them that 5v3 advantage. Forsaken.
And a clean.
Most of the map actually he's been finding his, and he's got to get the team rallied. He's been the emotional leader now for Paper Rex. He's the one popping off. He's the one standing up. He's the one who's vocal. And he's gonna find a way, hopefully get them back into this.
अपने बीच में जिंक्स क्या खाते में लिखा है excuse me.
That's that Hunter's Fury. There is still the showstopper for Jing. Didn't pop it the previous round.
Texture with plenty of money, still just going to be looking to go for the Stinger here, so likely going to be reinforced by the Blade Storm. Which means that we could likely anticipate a bit of a pacier hit here from Gen G. Already storming forward. The showstopper up and over the top. Jing investing it at the right time. Khan, however, alone, the spike stranded. Used his ultimate, the TP in towards both.
भाई पीछे टीपी मार के दो मार दिए
उसने. Try to recover this. Which would take it down to a 1v1. Something though holding the angle. Can Karan react in time? He absolutely does. Finds a shot. He's not even strafing in to try to go for the spike. He's really suspicious about Forsaken's position. There's no way to know though. He still has time to work with.
No info. Forsaken gonna send a smoke over towards Alley to try to fake that he's coming from the other side.
Starts favoring Forsaken because now he's gonna have eyes on this spike.
Still has the paranoia too.
It's gonna be a bit of a standoff. Forsaken can basically just end up playing the same position that something was in. Checks back around over towards mid to make sure that there's no big re-wrap through bench and pizza.
Lotus का round है क्या? Left में smoke डालेगा बराबर.
30 seconds left.
Sets up the smoke. Karan reading this well.
I have the spike.
Spike picked up, just continues to play it quietly. 20 more seconds still to play with here.
Side में smoke डाल के smoke में TP और plant.
TP used, not taking any chances whatsoever. Forsaken starting to move forward. Going to try to get the jump here as the plant goes through. Smoke cycled in.
TP करके backside.
Gets the spike planted. Right in here behind Karan for the moment. Just trying to spot him out. Considering a pre-fire. Drops that into the smoke. Gets the read. Gets the kill.
सब बराबर तो किया था जो मैं बोल रहा था बराबर तो कर रहा था लेकिन Karan भाई
tremendous patience being shown here by Forsaken.
by sexy goat clutch ये देखो बे भाई 1v1 तक नहीं जाना था ना लेकिन
kind of one of those
तो
things
मारा बे करो
you don't anticipate because you don't play against Razes too often on this map, and it works a treat.
Karan
has 2 in a row.
जीतने वाले थे.
Find a few more now. They can definitely make a map of this. Again, attacker side is where these teams are going to be looking to do damage on this map, but you know, Gen G's defender side, as we saw yesterday, absolutely fearsome right now. The way that they are controlling space, taking contact.
Well, it's going to be a raised tiles crunch. Get the hunt reveal, Foxy9. Line it up. Didn't know where it was going. Ends up falling.
Base में जाके मार के आए भाई.
Off the start here for PRX.
Base में जाके.
That's the first time they've really been able to punish Foxy9 on his own like that. So that's a nice pickup for PRX. Batman is so deep.
Crazy.
On here. Does get spotted out though. Flick not going to connect. Texture chasing forward. Getting rewarded for it. Is he ready for this peek from Forsaken though? The answer is no. Gets the kill. Jiggles back out with the TP. Player's still going to be spotted. Map control firmly in the hands of PRX.
मेरे को लग रहा है 7 राउंड तेरा 5 राउंड मेरा होने वाला है.
This one. You know he's going to be right there. You're suspecting that somebody's going to try to back him up. Ash cut off Jing.
One enemy
cannot do it.
Spikes down.
Pushes out,
B.
barrel stuffs. Ash
अच्छा timing
down.
निकाला.
Now. Needing to clutch. Finds the
भाई
first.
कैरन का aim चिपक रहा है भाई.
Get the better of him. That's 3 in a row now for PRX.
कैरन का aim चिपक रहा है bro.
These are some nice calls now starting to come through for PRX. Forsaken putting the team on his back now. 12-8 in the kill count. The only one that's positive in that department. And he is setting the team up nicely. Just plays that angle again. So patient on the Omen. I'm really impressed with his ability. I mean, it shouldn't surprise anyone. He can play any agent at the highest levels because he is who he is.
Yep. Forsaken is Forsaken.
He looks really good in these last couple of rounds, just showing tremendous understanding of his situations, how to use his utility, how to maneuver
for reason भाई किसको भी पूछो भाई एक ही बंदा है एक ही बंदा सारे रीजन में जो सारे
regions that PRX is on and see if they can really do some damage in this half.
Yeah, it's still advantage at the half no matter what, given the 7 rounds racked up, but seeing the streakiness of PRX starting to build up, they want to try to slow the roll a little bit here. Close out with as big of an advantage as they could possibly get. 9-3 still on the board for them. So what these adjustments look like, because last couple rounds, I mean, they have been close. PRX, for the most part, has been teetering on the edge of losing the rounds, or at least the 2 previous ones.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see what they want to do with the Hunter's Fury from Ash. It's been tough to find opportunities to use it because of the aggressive nature of PRX. You know, it's tough to get the read on where they're going to be, so finding that safety to just stand back and let it rip, pretty challenging. And PRX looking to try maybe another B main hit here, and that's where everybody from Gen G is.
Mithul bhai, that reaction is crazy.
Here we go.
Gonna go for it. I'm not up and over the top because he does connect on
भाई वहाँ
one.
पे क्या हुआ वो बताओ.
There on the wall.
दो तेरा दो मेरा.
Able to find 2.
Fight मिल गया, spike नहीं मिला.
His possession. Once
Malad Baji, thank you for the 100 with Jam Kitod.
Refight back in towards B main, but my God, Texture instantaneous. Taran just eating the stun. Divine out. Finds himself very much alone.
Spike planted.
Forward trying to divide and conquer. Finds the first, but Texture right there with the trade back. Gen G. Stopping PRX in their tracks.
Yeah, this time the tiles crunch doesn't quite come
Texture
through.
of
It
4
almost
second
works.
duo करते बहुत
Forsaken
बार lol. वो लोग सारे friends हैं. Pacific के top team के जो players हैं ना, mostly सारे friends हैं एक दूसरे के. Like IRL friends हैं.
Kind of panicked a little bit there.
There for not the result that you want to see.
But it's all because Texture gets around that corner like that. Otherwise, that's probably PRX's round.
ये देखो अपने jet को.
Now you got an operator again for the last 1.5.
Batman does manage to go ahead and secure the orb. One light little tap of damage, but Nightfall now going to be online, so they have that with the Thrash as a combo to try to utilize once again. Didn't work out for them on that A site retake several rounds ago. See how they fare this time. Gen G. Away from the null command, one away from a lockdown. Getting Foxy9 this orb, you expect would be priority, but still on the opposite side of the map, so we'll just go into Munchkin's hands.
It's one of the few rounds we've seen PRX really spread the map, run a bit more of what looks like a default for them. They're starting to collect themselves around short. That's what things are coming through for Gen G as well, so seem to have a decent read. They're going to use the Thrash on the other side. More info gathering than anything.
Yep, scouts out. Doesn't see
Oh, 10 सेंटिनल छोड़ के सब में परफॉर्म किया मतलब सेंटिनल ने खेला उसके अलावा सब वैसा और सेकंड सब खेलता लेकिन
Confused everything that they need to know. That being said, he's still managing to find a backstab. Looks for a little bit more. Gets himself a third. Defy turning the tides of this round. Foxy9 alone on the site, dead. It's Karan now trying to get his way back through.
Good lighting निमुकानी match अपना epic match in बिजली पूरा माल wave कर रहा है room में. Loaded. Non-gamer GF को भी दिखा रहा हूँ match.
Karan will find some nice kills here at the end. Cleans up the 4, but the damage is already dealt. The hourglass has run out of sand. 8-4 at the half.
My word. What an absolutely wild start to this match.
Starting to get a bit more of that chaos we're hoping for here at the back end of this half. Let's see what happens in the second when we come back after halftime.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
क्या हो गया? What the fuck क्यों कर रहे हो? ये बेंचो PRX राउंड हार गया वो? क्या? मैं तो सुपर चैट पढ़ रहा था. Karen 4K. अरे भाई let him get some oil man. तेल लगाने गया 4K. जीता कौन राउंड? PRX जीता. ठीक है 4K देख लेंगे बात. 4K का टेंशन नहीं है अभी. राउंड का टेंशन हो रहा है. बेंच राउंड्स नहीं है अपने पास. राउंड का टेंशन हो रहा है. 4K बाद में देख लेंगे. 8 पड़ गई पैच. यस फिर से सब्सक्राइब करवा दिया. लव यू बाय. क्या फर्क पड़ता है? जब तक राउंड जीते तब तक कोई प्रॉब्लम.
Alrighty, we are back and about to go into this second half. 8-4 the scoreline at the moment with Gen G out in front.
Yeah, this is just crazy here as we look at our point based on report. Texture at over 100 there. I mean, you could see it, folks. He was putting up so many multi-kill rounds, 19 kills total in that first half. He was absolutely electric. And look at that, just never
clutch, but PRX won round. Raj भाई पे ये बाहर किसको मत बोलना. Clutch का मतलब अलग रहता है. क्लच मतलब तूने राउंड निकाला. तूने क्लच किया और उसने राउंड निकाला. ऐसा बोलते हैं. ठीक है ये बात अपने बीच रहनी चाहिए राज भाई.
Very much hoping that he can see a bit of a step up here going onto this attacker's side, which he certainly should.
Yeah, I mean he dragged PRX through some of those rounds. Just absolutely some impactful multi-kills.
Hello, bye. Thank you for the 3 months.
Big ones, but they couldn't convert off the back of it. And now you're going to need to see him really step up. Along with Jing for sure. You're going to need him on those entries to be really impactful with the Rays. And it's like we're watching the same first pistol. It's almost the exact same setup.
Genji love doing a mid walk.
वो देखो. PRX अभी भी डिफेंस में ऐसे लग रही है.
Lone contact here. A-site, smoke to be cycled in. Nanoswarm holds him at bay. Gets a decent little bit of damage there on the Jing. This turret will get cleared out. Now PRX can start making their way forward on into the site.
Foxy's going to try to clear this door very quickly. Doesn't even get all the way down.
Spike planted.
Scout onto him, but point not going to matter too much. Ping reveals coming out. Sheriff in hand here. Something in Jing. Kills the trade it back. 2v2 texture. Now to find that headshot.
What is 1v1?
Gets them over the line. Gen G still not dropping a pistol here in the tournament.
Well, and one of the things that makes kind of a big difference here in terms of who wins this pistol with a very similar start, right? Like both teams weren't playing on A on their defender side. it's the
आज मेरा बर्थडे पे फर्स्ट विजिट करना जरूरी था. Been here avid watcher since 4 years. कॉलेज से डॉक्टर बनने का सफर में आपका स्ट्रीम हमेशा साथ थे. Love you Binks. Love you डॉक्टर आरित्रा भाई. Love you. Thank you so much and congratulations. Love you Aritra bhai. Thank you for the 200.
Slow down there for him.
Many happy returns of the day.
6, I believe.
Feels like a rematch. हाँ ना पहला round replay किया कोई तो fan.
The anti-eco win themselves up the double digits. Not going to be seeing any kind of force here from PRX. It's just the 2 sheriffs in the hands of Devi and Jing. So they will go ahead and continue to play Pac-Man, getting the orb collection to try to fast-track this thrash.
Yeah, Forsaken's been over here making sure that A main is under their control, so they can try to make some kind of move. It's not going to surprise Gen G too much here. Good tap at the second orb. There's 1 sheriff or 2 sheriffs.
farming हो रही है. By next round ulti आ जाएगा भाई.
They're going to think about a different direction, and for Gen G, it's just play defaults the whole way.
कितना प्यारा chat है यार.
Sliding in towards short to help out Munchkin. But Binks come down.
भाई है बे मेरा chat है. मानो या ना मानो है. कभी कभी मेरे जैसे भोसली वाला हरकत करते हैं. लेकिन है.
The Prowler to check it. Now they know that there's going to be a judge in play. He's eating damage through this smoke.
30 seconds left.
There's 1 shell left. Has to backpedal away. Push forward. Let's manage to find one. Something to take it down. But now they are going to be contained. Texture.
1 enemy remaining.
Let's get a kill. Jing answers one back there with that sheriff. But now Forsaken. Noted, spotted, just playing around with him, showing the gun barrel. Like, can't kill me. He will swing in to try to find a bit more damage, but it's going to be Gen G now up to 10.
That's just a really good read here from Gen G, having that judge right where it needs to be, where even if there is a paranoia that hits him, he can't really, there's nothing done about it. From the side of PRX, trying to fight their way through, trying to spam in.
reaction देखा क्या?
Not able to connect, and then it just turns into a meat grinder. Smoke's dropping. Now Devi's smiling though. He's having a good time, and even Forsaken smiling. So
भाई
the vibes are still good.
enjoy कर रहे हैं game भाई. भाई ऐसा खेलने का भाई. हाँ?
There's always going to be some degree of fun having going on.
नजर ना लगे भाई
from Gen G. Trying to just maintain this here at A main. Texture uses the tailwind. Edges the duck back though, but still re-swings out. Gets a shot across on it for Forsaken, but cannot find that kill. Texture dead off the rip. Let's PRX in a good position to try to prevent yet another bonus conversion from happening.
Man, Jing pushed all the way up by himself through mid.
Alex भाई like हाँ Alex भाई बोलते रहेंगे ना 2 साल.
Finds the first. It's a good readjustment.
ये करने के लिए भी.
But Ash will be able to get that kill in the end. Grabs the gun. Backs off back in towards the site, but like you said, Jing continuing to advance. Takes a peek around over towards that defender's spawn. Nothing at range.
Spike down B.
And you take out Patman. A solid check there. With it, Dizzy comes away with it. Kill in the end. Sets up for Jing to crunch in from behind.
Jing hat.
Spike plant will put him 1 away from having that showstopper at the ready. As Munchkin now see what he can get done.
He's going to scoop up a rifle though.
Forsaken's low here around the corner, backs off the angle, sets up smoke, and wow, very crisply will be able to find Munchkin in the head. There you go, PRX preventing the bonus conversion to get themselves to 5, but double that around win rate just to tie things up.
Yeah, just good anticipation there by Forsaken. Vi just gets a little bit overstacked. Karan hit a headshot into a body shot at range with the Sheriff.
कर सकते हैं comeback chat. Comeback करेगा मजा आएगा.
A little nastiness of his own. Cleaning up when he's on low health, keeping that gun, keeping that economy going. Yeah, and
now
there
we
it
have
is.
the operator in play. The desk was talking about it. How do you try to deal with Texture with this op in hand?
Look where he's at. We all know what he can do at this door.
Well, fortunately for
ये
PRX, they don't have to kill
और यहाँ पे जो flick मारा है.
That's the good news.
Less of a concern for them, but it's going to be a thrash coming through. At least to scout in towards Market. Texture, not hitting the flick. Snaps down the Cloudburst to try to escape. Spammed down to 5 HP. Peeks out to Jing. Get the elimination. So that's how you deal with it. You just overwhelm him. Up and over the top. Foxy 9 obliterated. Ash will be able to get the shot there. put down the enemy raid. The player advantage is here. Prowler not cleared, running out of bullets, running out of life. And this flank is even noted by Defy, who's holding down mid. Karen able to go ahead and get a kill back.
अपना जिंग भाई जो 20 माले से जो गिरे हैं वहाँ पे.
Still looking to advance forward to try to run this back. The gap now just about to be 4 rounds.
चल मैं वहाँ पे Killjoy रहता तो फ्लिक मारता. ओमेन को कभी नहीं मारा.
Good shots.
Killjoy को मारा था.
Plenty of money though in the bank, and something's even gonna scoop up that operator.
4 second BT दे रहा है लेकिन 4 second BT दे रहा
Down the angle. How aggressive do they want to be with this though?
In round back to back in his mind में.
Especially for Paper Rex. Something would love to use that to control some mid space, or just try to outduel his opponents in main. Is Patman gonna make a go of this? Doesn't look like it.
Now we'll be able to retain this one, so just the one rifle going to be carried over here, but Paper X now
this is
shrinking the gap down to 4 rounds, and yep, something is going to keep that operator.
Just
a
this is just a beautiful round. Forsaken gets a little lucky on the wide sling. I'm not gonna lie, it feels like texture is usually good for those, but it's the follow-up
भाई
using the
वो shot मारना फिर भी
for the showstopper to get into the site and just break things apart. So that's really, really nicely done by Paper Rex. And then using that util to make sure Ash isn't comfortable there. Little things that they're doing on the fly are so impressive. Their coordination is just so good.
Yo, then score का चल रहा है. Kapish, bye. Thank you for the Canadian Australian $27.99.
That's the weapon now on the floor.
10-7 चल रही है अभी 10-7. उसके बाद होगी 10-8 फिर होगी 10-9.
The second shot will find the operator. Out dead, a bit of damage there on the Jing, with the kill cannot come through. It tries to repeat back into the A site, but quickly
okay, $2 के ऊपर हो रहा है, मतलब अभी $2,000 कर सकते हैं, मतलब हो रहा है, मतलब
2v4 here for the side of Genji, trying to pull
W को position chat. W
in a good position to go ahead and get themselves up to 7. Or to be broken by just there around the corner. Forsaken spotted, but quick trade does come through. Ash trying to get this shot across on the Jing. Back in, eats a bit more damage there from the paint shell. And now is going to fall to 13.
7 HP में attitude full pro.
Yeah,
Spam दे रहे नीचे से 7 HP में.
It's noted by Genji as well. It's not going to be Ash's job. Yeah.
No way. He's going to be able to recover this one for him. Have to dodge every single bullet, kill every single player.
मारा भी Jing
will go ahead and take it down. 3 rounds now in a row here for Paper Rex. 3 rounds separating.
Yeah, this is getting a little dicey.
Second हाथ धो के पीछे बढ़े
texture. That you face on this half, and that's Texture's first operator.
W.
Now you're kind of in cruise control. And when, oh when, if this keeps up, does Genji pull the trigger on another timeout?
4 round BT दिया, 4 round.
From Tumult.
Big my big fan. Bye को wish करो ना. Bye many happy returns of the day मेरी जान की तोड़ है.
The big ones to speak of. Devai could get a pit. Try to utilize that, but Spike's going to be in the back. Paper X looking for some contact plays. Needs a lot of util to clear this angle.
Let's bring the op forward. Here around the corner, drone. The check quickly gets cleared.
Excited.
Now there's where something's at, but outside of that, not much other information going to be gained here.
Just trying to get a feel for how many players were there at B to see if they could make their entry, but didn't really get a good idea. All you know is the Sova's there, and that's not very surprising on this map.
वो लोग को लग रहा है रेड भी हो सकता है.
6-2, Jing up and over the top. Caron eating some damage. Quickly has to back away. Considers going refill this space. For now, it's just going to be playing the close angle here. We can see if anyone comes creeping out of that smoke.
Trying to obscure their numbers. There's going to be a little bit of noise made by something, but just not
the entry. But nope, Jing has to tuck in towards Wines. A quick pivot as Paranoia comes across. Sees it dodged by the teleport. Caron just swiftly repositioning.
That caught
spot on the multiple players. It's just going to be a re-wrap in towards
three. Split होने वाला है.
This might have sold it though. They're playing off that 0 point brilliantly.
बाप रे.
Munchkin going to be doubling back, but they're not sure what the numbers are going to look like quite just yet. And Munchkin now can confirm it. Quick peek in. Caron the one tap puts down Defy with the pressure. It does not let off Jing. Finding the kill, the jump
Texture,
on Ping
very
reveal
jump.
1-3. That might have just cooked him. His Texture pops the knives. Whoa! Tries to throw him back out, but Jing does manage to find a punish. Now has a showstopper. As something is flanking around towards window. With an operator at the ready, but the rocket cannot fly.
दोनों फटते थे भाई.
Headshot down, Ash dead. Foxy9 gonna try to challenge in, and he wins it out.
Don't interrupt my work.
A scrappy, chaotic round.
Thanks to you and
one that
here's
GENG
for all compliment
barely
made
comes
by
out on top
both
of.
for the Indian gaming community.
my
Lots of love and
goodness.
support to you.
It
Thank
is heart
you,
pounding.
Harsh bhai.
For these two teams. I mean, just oh so close. It looked like Paper Rex was maybe going to get this done, but this ping reveal and also catching Forsaken on the TP on top of Gen. Nobody's checking heaven there for Paper Rex, and that cost them big time. Extra catches them completely off guard. Actually able to shut down the showstopper, and Foxy9
Binks
once
by
again
sexy.
comes up clutch for Gen G. And yeah, okay, Alex, he's even laughing
Binks
at
by
that one. That
sexy.
one was,
Frustrating, but fun.
yeah, exactly.
Oh boy. Well, multiple ultimates
Binks
gone.
by
And
Shub.
playing
Oh,
off the
Shub
Prowler
bhai.
texture,
अच्छा,
dead.
Thank you so
Spam.
much, Harsh bhai. Thank you.
Gone here.
Great
पहली
little
बार
setup there.
पहली बार मेरे chat में
He is not ready for
नाम
that
मैं
at
से
all.
confuse हो.
Swing in, Ash taken down, clear
मेरे
off the
को वही
turret.
सोच रहा हूँ, मेरे को
Foxy9
दो बार sexy क्यों बुला रहे कर.
still
Confuse हो
maintaining
गया था.
control
माफ करे,
here
माफ
of
करे.
B, has been his domain.
Man, making a lot of noise. No doubt about this.
They are. They have the Prowler to go ahead and escort forward. Swing in, Karen on the reposition, tries to get the readjustment. Cannot find the transfer. Right click, send, gets the flash in.
Bhai, GEELI chummi shot.
Popped here as Munchkin.
GEELI chummi shot बोला भाई.
Door shut, single face in. Patman finds the headshot, puts the robot down on the floor.
Can Foxy9 do it again?
This is a lockdown, but does he want to send it? Looks like the answer is yes, he does.
Why not?
Vincent rewraps. That's going to be something saying, okay, I can push in and I can go ahead and clear this.
Lockdown destroyed.
Eats the haunt reveal and cannot get the shots adjusted.
back
The double face from Paper X.
Come
Benefits
back
them heavily. They
Come
bring the
back.
gap to 3 once again.
ये आईडी पे भी almost एक साल पूरा हुआ. Thank you for daily dose of happiness and I love you मेरे भाई, love you.
With that rewrap over into A main would maybe be able to turn this round on its head. Jing with that opener, with that 2K.
क्या score था? 7-0.
Gave a huge advantage to Paper Rex.
हाँ, lightly
Flash
ले रहे
corner,
थे,
Divide
lightly.
not ready at all for that rewrap, but steady hands there off the back of the lockdown, and Foxy, yeah, couldn't quite get it done that time, but he's been
कितना
very
fast
solid
game
for
है ना.
Gen G
हाँ
this
ना,
map.
blink and you
We're
miss
back
it
on the
वाला
Sheriff,
game
though.
है ये.
Economy in the gutter a bit.
हम पे अभी से love you यार, मैं माफ करे मेरी जान.
And has a
Love
nightfall.
you.
We're gonna get closer to the showstopper. It's quite a heavy stack here over on A though.
Oh, the fight is so damn good.
What?
The shot is so damn clean. Texture.
कैसे possible है? बताओ.
Just take something's head clean off. He's the only one that was in the sight. No one else
कैसे possible
pushing
है?
alongside him, and that's just delivered a Vandal into the hands of Munchkin.
Something went wrong there. Nightfall wasn't even sent. Maybe a little bit of a miscommunication for Paper Rex. Leave Divide tucked into Wine.
वापिस है split.
Trying to find some
Beat
open
on
space in the
Django.
mid, and now Gen G's gonna flex out on the map a little bit more. Munchkin had a great read on this round. Had all
ये
of the
split ही
pieces
होने
in
वाला है.
place. Try to counter that. Alarm bot. Not surprising to anybody, but they gotta win some battles here as Paper Rex. Jing continues to push. Is Munchkin gonna be ready? He is.
God.
Cover going out. A
ये
weapon
split
on
ही
offer
करना
here.
था direct.
One of his teammates is Kara on what in the ever-loving
30
hell?
seconds left.
So damn crisp with that shot. The follow-up going a bit wide. Divide will be able to flush him out. Conquers his demons. As that Nightfall does connect. Hit now invested. Spraying through just a hair off. The push though with Divide. He's exited the pit. He's put himself on arm, but Batman hits the transfer. He versus Texture. The swing out. The headshot. Batman gets the Red Bull clutch.
I just don't understand. It's just insane. It seems like somebody's got an advantage and then it goes away, and then somebody else has an advantage and they rip it out from the other team's hand. I mean, these are disgusting sheriff shots, as you expect from Gen G. This is what kind of part of what led them to win a Masters Trophy last year was their
मेरा
unbelievable
दिल
eco rounds.
नहीं मानेगा
They
ये
almost
game
do it again,
देखने.
but just barely. Patman The new player to the stage
सबका
comes through.
सेम रिएक्शन एलेक्स पे आप जीत गए हो आपको लगा रहेगा कि राउंड गया लेकिन जीत गए
Why is it this close?
तो नहीं
Why
समझ
does
में आ रहा
my
कौन
rookie
जीत रहा
have to clutch against what started as nothing
सारे
but
लोग
sheriffs?
उदास से चैट किसको नहीं समझ में आ
I'm
रहा
in
कौन
pain as
जीत रहा
well
करके
watching some of those rounds. I'm not gonna lie. You have an operator here being purchased up for Texture, so that's gonna cut down to a couple Guardians. GENG wants to give him another opportunity to close this map out with that powerful sniper
यार
rifle.
50 seconds behind कोई नहीं आराम से
For the
देखेंगे
crash as well. If he can find a kill.
कौन सा वो लोग आज
clear out
ट्रॉफी
before
उठाने
day.
वाले आराम से देखेंगे टेंशन नहीं है
Munchkin needing to hold the line. Jing now one away from that showstopper, but Munchkin just goes off a timing and something. He's the brunt of the damage.
मस्त टाइमिंग है ना
Get off the start here once again as Prowler's going forward. Paint Shell's going to be sent. Quick little exit on the tailwind there. But Prowler chases up towards heaven. Does not necessarily know Karen, but he will still fall. Showstopper going to be sent. Lobs it up. Gets quite a bit of damage there on the texture, but cannot confirm the kill.
भाई ढूंढ के मारा उसको
Still alive, still can
भाई
have
वो
impact.
पीओई चाहिए प्लीज
Tagged it
कैसे
down.
उसको क्लियर किया जिंग ने
Let's get everybody here into position. That's 0 point. It goes deep. It doesn't actually get a catch there on the buy. Singing playing forward. Finds one.
क्या हो गया
Gets the other
पटमैन
two.
भाई क्या हो गया
And texture with the off
क्या
now
हो
needs
गया
to
भाई
drift
पटमैन
away.
को
Paper Rex. Within touching distance, 1 round separating.
10-11 7-0 था just saying I would like to remind
It's
my
incredible.
audience 7-0
And
था
it's just crazy how aggressive they can be even after they lose a player.
They're going to hunt.
They should.
Footsteps going to be heard. Texture gets the first. Still 2 players to try to get through, though. No util to try to really flush him out aside from a snake bite.
Hey,
Seems like they will be
discipline.
content to go ahead and keep themselves
Hey,
alive.
discipline.
11-10 though. Paper Rex are running this back.
Karan trying to be cheeky there. I noticed that he was holding an
मारा क्या
angle
भाई
with that
उसके
smoke
मारा
to duck himself
So
into
much.
hell.
One enemy remaining.
And Jing just sniffed it right out. Patman again.
Jumped as he got the headshot. Going for the victor play there. A timeout now going to be called from GENG. Not liking
बंटा के
Paper
पब्लिक
Rex
बंटा के
getting their
पब्लिक बंटा के
heels. This
पब्लिक
win.
It's been an insane map for Texture and Karan.
Jack!
But Paper Rex is just
Raw!
starting to brawl. And that's when things can start to go their way.
Raw,
You've got
Jack!
Batman showing up in the server. He's had
Raw!
really impactful rounds for them. He had really struggled
Apne
throughout
video!
most of this map, but when they needed him most, he showed up. He's got another Nightfall. Something's got the Thrash. So there's some really big tools that Paper Rex can throw into this round and keep
अच्छा
that
लगता है अपने
operator
लोगों को
off
देख के वहाँ
balance
पे
wherever it may be. You just got to be careful about making sure that you're not walking out into the open.
शिक्षी
Texture's
game देख
got
रहा है
you, and you've got no util or no trade. That's really the biggest danger. And well, the sheriffs, those are kind of scary too when you're going up against GENG. But this is very important round now.
Might just be a Thrash send off the rip. Try to
एक
get some
तरफ
scouting
फ्राई
done.
एक तरफ बंटा है excuse me
Turret there, but so who will
ना
Texture
मैं
be with
अंडा
that
हूँ
operator?
तू उबाल लेना खुद
Can't
को
get away
गांडू
from this.
उबाल
Might
ले
end up being a double detain.
अंडा है तो
See what they can do.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Coming through, he's gonna try to peek. Does get detained though, and he's out into the open. They're trying to keep protecting Ash. Comes to the rescue. Finds a kill on a Forsaken. They're buying up time. Texture able to go ahead, skate
क्या
back.
वो
And that is brutal. They should have had him dead to rights.
They don't throw the Nightfall either.
कैसे
They just don't feel like they have the opportunity to do so. Munchkin knows they're coming. He's ready to try to delay here with the fragment. Has 2 flashes as well. So we can buy a lot of extra time, but Paper Rex doesn't feel like they really got there quick enough. Doing a little bit of diligence, checking mid.
Peek is found. That's to send him a different angle. Tries to
right
box
as a
himself
jet
in, and
is
then
voice
ends
line
up
in full mode
moving around a bit too much. Trying to find one for Texture. Headshot off the off. Comes away with one onto something. Tries to get the kill there onto Jing, but Padman swings around the back of Gen.
Batman mode में ऐसा वो
Brings it now into a 3v3.
That is beautiful movement from Jing. He knows the operator's there and he's setting Patman up. Tees it up beautifully. Oh my goodness.
Jing now.
Bring them down.
They're at hell.
Return को
Prowler
वैसे
check
नहीं
over
मारा
towards main. Allows him to go ahead and place the buy in that position. Fan out a
ठीक है
bit
वो लोग
more.
टैन हो ही नहीं रहे थे तो डी टैन को क्यों मारे समझ रहे हो जब भी टैन ही नहीं हो रहे
Checking the obvious angles. Ash
काहे
on the approach
D10
here.
लगा?
Some shots down.
player
Jing
standing.
dead. It's Foxy 9. The recovered Vandal puts it to damn good use. The buy now. Not much more to do other than spray and pray. Gets rewarded with one, but on the re-swing gets the headshot. He's fishing for it, but he's run out of bullets. And Foxy9 can just hold it down. Absolutely unbelievable. A borderline thrifty.
जान के रोटे सामने PRX से मजा के पांडे जी. Nice time to super chat, bro. Nice time to super chat. Nice Jinx.
Insane. It looks like they might have the opportunity. Patman.
40 रुपए में Jinx
playing on
के.
the Jinx so nicely. That is such a good Jinx from Jing. But then Foxy9 again comes up unbelievably huge. Just nothing that Divide can do. Yeah. Heartbreak.
Oh boy. Well, season connecting. Jing quickly getting in on top of Karen, comes away with that kill. Scoops up the weapon.
लोग 2 सेकंड में अभी चालू हुआ था राउंड.
Door slammed in Munchkin's face, nothing to do. Until the rest of the team
अभी चालू हुआ था ना
back
राउंड.
him up.
अभी हुआ था ना.
45 attempt. The retake.
कोई अगर चालू जस्ट राउंड चालू रहा करके दाग कुचारा रहेगा सामने जिंग ऐसा करके जा रहा है. ऐसा थोड़ी होता है. टाइम लेने का ना अंदर आने में.
Trying to delay.
0 point only finds one.
ये क्या स्मोक है भाई?
They can force the reposition. Back in from here is going to prove to be so damn difficult. Patman does get tagged up, no. 17 health remaining is Jing. They're all lined up. They're there, the smoke, the flash. It doesn't connect onto him. He's not even able to come away with a single kill somehow. It's forsaken at Patman
मत करा. ये ट्रांसलेट कर रहा है मेरा बात इंग्लिश में.
This deep line from something pays off. What a response from PRX. From getting thrifty to pulling off a flawless and being one round away from taking us into overtime.
And the economy for Gen G is in the gutter. There's going to be stingers and other accoutrements being bought here for them. A beautiful entry there, able to get that seize to connect onto Karan to set up Jing nicely. Gets up there, disrespects. And it didn't matter. They had him dead anyway, but seeing some really, really cool ideas in these post plans from PRX. One more hurdle to go, some big ults. Lockdown in play, Munchkin's got his ult. Meanwhile, PRX, not really close of any to speak of. Maybe Forsaken gets from the shadows, but it's really not generally going to be the most impactful. Jing continues to be on duty of clearing the Killjoy util. Foxy right around the corner, not going to be a position to initially punish it. And PRX kind of anticipating that maybe that was going to be the play this time. Genji's hasn't really tried that before. Jing's been getting a lot of freedom in this space. This is all just kind of maybe a ruse to bait PRX in.
What about cleared? Prowler. To readjust there, Foxy9 able
Good for one.
That a 1-for-1. Now spotted out. Up there in the corner. Shotstar takes him down to 45. The push out of the smoke. Ash going to be good for one.
अरे ट्रेड लेना था.
3v2. Gen G in with a player advantage.
एक मारा तो अल्ट आएगा.
Gonna have to get this done.
क्या लगता है चैट? मेन रिजल्ट का जो था उसका टेंशन नहीं है.
Far away though, so getting a recovery on those. They prove to be
फट से हेडशॉट मारना पड़ेगा.
From the one in market.
Quick early seize there from Patman.
कैंसिल किया, ठीक है.
Not finding anybody to catch off of it.
One up over the top, reveals two. Texture not going to be noted by that one. He's going to go ahead and try to barrel step here against Divide. But he gets taken down. And it's all on Karan. Just the stinger in hand.
अरे यार, बटन मिस कर यार, ओटी लेके जा यार, दोस्ती की कसम.
So far away.
दोस्ती की कसम यार.
Gen G barely scraped by with a win on their map pick of a set.
It's just madness. That's kind of what you expect here with these two teams.
भाई क्या entertainment
so much
है
talent
भाई.
between the two of them.
Absolutely. Well said.
भाई
Done.
pure entertainment है भाई
Coming
लोग
up
को
next,
देखने
we'll
का.
see if PRX can make this a full 3-mapper.
Pure fucking entertainment, bro.
Yeah, bad guys. Yeah. So. Go guys, let's go.
भाई क्यूटी लोग है भाई. In-game जानवर, outside cuties. क्या मैच था बे. पट राउंड खत्म हो गया. बेंच तुम लोगों को लगा इतना 26-25 राउंड खेला करके ये लोग ने 5 राउंड ही खेला. रीमैच कर सकते हैं. कट मत करवा दो प्लीज मम्मी। हाँ बे मजा आएगा देखने को, मजा आएगा देखने को यार, कुछ भी बोलो।
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey.
Let me show you how the folks does it. Oh man, I was just getting warmed up.
Spike defused.
मेंबर चैट में कौन बोला? Where is Pinky? Pinky is chilling. LOL blocks. PUG. हाँ, उसके चैट में फोन पे 2 मिनट और चाहिए फिर।
Now, daggers in the eyes, right in the eyes of Vivian. I can see the dryness on both eyeballs, all 4 eyeballs. A little bit of a smile, but a serious game face coming up from Vivian. I'm also going to lean in close. Nobody's budging. It's actually dry in my eyes. I don't know how you're doing it so far. Did you blink? Is there a blink, chat? Was there a blink? As unfortunately, it's going to be Vivian or winner for PRX. So PRX is going to win the series. Some gifts coming through. Thank you so much for participating. We have signs, autographs on PRX and Gen G. So thank you so much for participating. Chat, now it's time for you to lock in.
Gen G truly looking like they're in their golden era, ending that map with a stinger round. If you know, you know. I'm here with Mel once again and Ender. After the first half, Mel, did you expect things to be so close for it to end the map like this?
I was not expecting it. There was in the back of my mind, I was thinking, okay, maybe for PRX this could be an attack-sided comp. And it kind of was. They were able to get back a couple of rounds. And also, is Gen G just going to steal golden era from G2 like that?
Yeah.
Just going to take that tagline?
I mean, they had a couple of ecos, so in a way, yeah.
I mean, the Stinger forces, I mean, I looked indistinguishable from G2 a little
I feel like it sounds better. The ring to it, you know, Gen G in the golden era.
They also wear gold. It actually just makes more sense.
We just stolen G2 stuff.
Their Valor, gone.
Yeah, but they are one map up in this very storied rematch versus PRX. If they win this, Chrissy's going to be a 5 versus 4. They're going to go to playoffs. But are we getting too ahead of ourselves after the second half, especially coming out of PRX, to be able to catch up?
Maybe a bit, honestly. I was really impressed because PRX come into the second half down 4-8, right? And the defense side of things definitely looked difficult. Apart from a few like aggro rounds, they struggled a lot to actually get some kind of advantage.
advantage. But I think the way they worked the mid space and how clutch they were late in the rounds netted them so many positives.
I feel like the few rounds they did get on defense, though, were off the back of Forsaken. He had at least 3 of those rounds had such impact, whether it was a clutch play or a huge multi-kill. I think he was the reason that ultimately they were even able to get it this close. Yeah. Without those 3 rounds, this is not even anywhere near as close as the score suggests.
Let's move on now to our Verizon high-speed moment of the day, where it's the most heartbreaking thing I've witnessed on this stage so far, because Texture playing out of his mind and Mel once again getting his ace stolen by his teammate.
Oh man, I mean, I thought this could finally be it. Finally, Texture gets his ace, and just around the corner, pixels away, milliseconds away, Heartless Karin just taking it from him.
What? Karen's run and gunning too.
He did it on purpose, yeah.
He's literally trying to take it.
Top-down view was too funny.
It's the way that you can hear him screaming, you know, from all corners of the arena as well. That's the level of evil, you know, we don't see every day on this stage.
I mean, honestly, is this guy playing a match to go into playoffs on the master stage, or is he just playing ranked 5 stacks with his friend and furious at his ace getting stolen?
I love the atmosphere on the team. Just the fact that they are able to do that and laugh it off. It's not too tense. It's just such a hallmark of a great team.
That I would not be able to deal with that. Friendship over for me. And Matt, on your team, are you more of a, you know, would you have stolen that ace if you were on Texture's team?
No, absolutely not. If we have enough money, obviously, like economy first, but I would be running around with my knife out instantly. You can ask any of my teammates, bro, I'll do it when they get at 3K. I'm like in scrims, I'm like, all right, you'll get your clip. Put it on Twitter.
What about you?
Me?
Yeah, would you let Texture have that ace, or are you gonna be, you know, in there stealing it like
It depends who I'm playing with, because if Mimi's trying to get the ace, absolutely not. She didn't deserve it.
Oh, wow. No, Texture.
Oh, Texture? Oh, he can have it. Yeah, he deserves it.
I completely agree. I would be like you know, running with my knife. I'm making sure he gets that. You need your duelist to feel confident, you know, all this stuff. But it might just be enough for Genji to get it over the line, because we are moving on to Icebox next. How are we feeling about this? Are the chances even, or do PRX have what it takes to push a split?
I honestly would give PRX the advantage coming in here. I'm not sure exactly what Genji are going to be running, but I was so impressed with what they showed up against Heretics on this map. This is supposed to be a great map for Heretics, and honestly, PRX looked super solid. What Jing was doing with his entry pathing on the A site on the Omen, with all of his different teleport looks, like he had quick TP looks onto pipes with darts and flashes going back site for him to instantly capitalize off. He was smoking top 410, jumping into that as well. Like, he is a threat that Genji have to figure out.
If there's one man who was probably screaming louder than Texture, it's Coach Alex, of course. This is what he had to say ahead of map 2.
Hello everyone, Jen Lee here with Coach Alex. Alex, I just want to quickly ask you about your thoughts on Ascent. I feel like the recovery from PRX is worth mentioning. Could have gone either way too.
I mean, they played very well. NG started super strong, and I think we came in with the wrong energy, you know, a little bit too tense. Yeah, but I'm glad that we managed to come back. I think Icebox hopefully will be just as close.
Pistol round के वजह से
I mean, I won't be there, so.
ना?
Okay, thank you and good luck.
ना?
I hope he meant like just as close to the victory goes on the side of PRX.
Surely, right?
Yeah, surely.
So.
But there was some
is the
saving
difference
graces
between
from
two teams.
Ascent, because now there were some fantastic, you know, set pieces, little team play, the way that they were able to catch Karin off guard as well. They can continue to do that on Icebox.
They had that set play in A main with the C's going over the top and the double satchel with the Gecko flash, really well supported. And I think plays like that kind of give PRX that unique flair that we all know and love. But I'm really looking to Jing here, because although it is like a double controller comp on Icebox, they make it look like double duelist somehow. He's like a pseudo duelist the way he's TPing.
Hey, 9K likes हो सकता है, शायद 10K likes भी हो सकता है अगर सब लोग में एक साथ like की बटन दबा के फेल दी तो.
I was very impressed with how PRX were dealing with the threat of Texture's op on their attacking side too, because I think the first round Texture had money to find the op. PRX ran a really nice play, are always sort of like using that fade utility to clear away those close corners
this. And again, using a lot of the Viper smokes, whether that's going to be towards tree or the wall they were sending into mid, it seemed like Texture wasn't able to find as many angles with the op, as many rounds.
Well, here we go. As we take a look at the agent select here, my eyes kind of go towards Ash here as well, with the Tejo nerf, the fact that he has never played Gecko, so this Sova would make a lot of sense.
I'm liking what I'm seeing at Genji here. We saw that in the past, before the Teo meta, Genji was running KO and Gecko, and we saw how that went earlier today in the Sentinels game. It didn't really go Sen's way, and I think having a Sova on this map is just so crucial. That double flash can kind of inhibit what you can do around mid and refreshing the midler information. So I'm liking the hover here. I hope it stays.
Yeah.
And nothing crazy at PRX either.
I also like the Omen if it comes through. Obviously, PRX are going to be running that, but people, I think, see so many Icebox games like Harbor Viper, for example, that you lose the threat of one ways with the Omen smoke, and again, the active teleports you can do, whether that's cross-map TPs with the ultimate coming online, or just taking more control over like 410, or taking control over yellow in the mains.
What I love so much about this double controller comp on Icebox is it really allows your Viper player to actually open up their playstyle a bit more. I mean, I'm sure all the controller players here in the audience know how awful it feels when you go into ranked and it's like, oh my god, Icebox, I'm going to be on B duty the whole time. But the double controller really allows the Viper to get a little bit more risky, because if the Viper dies, the round isn't over. We still have smoke to refresh at B for the one way, or on attack for Rafters and CT.
The other thing that is going to help out your Viper player, maybe your Killjoy player, when you're trying to go for lurks, Omen smokes just being able to be used to block off Killjoy turret on the other side, right? I think Omen does a very good job at creating sort of permanent threat around the mid space, whether it's going to be through the use of Omen smokes to assist, you know, a teammate going for lurks, or even using that teleport more aggressively. Like, you don't forget you get on top of tube and try and take more aggressive angles if you're trying to fight for that space for real.
And the last time Genji ran an Omen on Icebox, it was Texture playing the Omen.
Wow.
You had Caron, you had Caron over on the Viper as well. They have done this before, but usually you sacrifice a duelist, right? It makes sense.
Right.
But here they're running the Omen and the Jet. So maybe what are some of the differences you guys think compared to the usual duelist-less Omen comps?
I think it allows your Omen player to really lean into their more duelist tendencies. Although not a duelist on paper, it's definitely pseudo-duelist like Ender was bringing up, and they can make cool plays on a map like Icebox where there are so many opportunities for mechanical fights and advantages.
I also think it just makes sense when you value the operator in your duelist hands so heavily, because while yes, Omen can definitely op, you're losing a lot of that power of being able to like quickly disengage, quickly reposition on something like the Jet. Also, Jet knives rounds to fix your econ, to be able to play around those as well for really
and by thank you for the 105.3 $1 with Jan Codes
when you play without that agent.
And I think too with the Omen, I'm talking about how it is a pseudo duelist, but also what the Omen brings to a team in terms of when we look at those A retakes, especially the Omen blind is so oppressive. Sitting default is not an option when you are playing against an Omen that has blind on defense. You either have to get up on their face or play off, and then it kind of has that mind game of, oh, maybe their Omen on defense starts saving their blind and using it for deeper control, where all the post plants agents play with their cringe mollies and the snake bite and everything. So excited to see what's next.
Let's find out if this one will go the distance and send it back to Achilles and Paperthin.
Thank you very much. Here we go. Map 2. PRX's selection of Icebox. Sticking with the same comps. Let's see if they can take this distance, because we know that there is only bangers on split, and we want to see that third map.
No doubt about it. And this
language
certainly should be an exciting map one way or another. Like what I'm seeing from both teams. GENG here, seeing what PRX did on their pistol in the previous round, where they tried to set up for a crunch through tubes. They're going to overstack that a little bit. They're sending 3 players down there. Meanwhile, PRX using that knowledge against them, knowing that last time, they ran a 2-2-1 with 4 players essentially over towards B. So PRX is able to make a good read that this might be countered by GENG. Just got to be really aware of those flanks.
By retake or
the turret here around the corner.
Full retake or time pe nahi galat read hai GENG ka chat.
No alarm bot.
Same for Foxy 9, actually both killjoys with it. And Foxy going to be able to find a first kill or something.
Mara
Get a headshot there. Again, heard the drop down. Nothing else spotted. Wall keeping everything blocked off. GENG now getting clustered together, ready to try to go for the retake here. But some positions for PRX could still end up getting them around win, but Jing going down. Not going to be a great sight for that as Divide similarly will get taken out. Sinkin does a hell of a lot of damage, cannot get the eliminations, and Texture, he is not skipping a beat, maintaining the performance that we saw from him on that last map, 3K. That'll be the defuse, and GENG continue to be perfect with this.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the things that you could look back to on a set.
Yeah,
That maybe if PRX is able to take one of those pistols, they could potentially take that map. They've got to find a way to get another one, but these Sheriff buys that GENG has been favoring on their pistols continue to work an absolute treat. Just so difficult to deal with. That's kind of wants him to maybe shift a little bit in a different direction, but GENG so fearsome with those Sheriffs.
Full investment again, going to be coming through here from everyone on GENG. 2 full armors and 2 stingers for Ash and Munchkin. Texture with that Guardian once again. This time a heavier stack situated on this A site. Really spotted out, but Foxy must have seen a pixel out of place.
Gap hai, smoke mein gap hai.
Kill onto something through the smoke. Having a rough go of it so far here on Icebox. Peak Texture instantly finds the headshot. Foxy9 holds down Kitchen. This Patman will get a kill found. So that's just going to be the cleanup coming through. And overall, all the hefty weaponry.
कोई ना ये round अभी bonus है ना वाले बस
Bulldog over, so still will have the stingers.
2-1 फिर 2-2 फिर GENG जाएगा
so wise to some of this trickery from PRX. That's going to be something that you can think about as an advantage for them. Yep, just saw him cross.
हनी पाजी का song का music type लग रहा था ना.
And Foxy9 stalwart in his defense. A little bit of help there from Texture.
2-1 fit 2-2. कौन सा tune का गाना था?
Anti-eco for the side of GENG. Rifles brought up for PRX now. They're going to try.
Volume 1 नहीं था रे भाई.
Try to push some of the space over here on towards B.
Munchkin
have to fall back a little bit.
Desi kalakar baby.
Trying to clear him out.
Wants to play close. Wants to be able to try to use that stinger, but there's the reveal. It's a spot out up and over the top, trying to see what they can find here. Texture able to just tailwind away. Munchkin.
Lodo wall down करके Lodo.
Forward Texture flushed out. Face in towards him. We'll be able to find Foxy9 at the same time. The trade up here from the side of PRX is looking damn good. Taron still over at the A site. Ash is going to see if he can find anything at all, but Jing says no. And they're flawless here for PRX. Try to stop another massive streak from building up at the start of the map.
नाम के लिए एजेंट बना है वैलो वालों ने. सारे duelist लेके बैठे.
Still though, a Guardian for Karan could do some real damage.
For the moment, PRX not going to be upset at all with this result, but they suffer any more damage, lose any more weapons.
ये
match
more
bit more concerning.
And pull जाए आपका
for the readjust. One more shot would have done it, but Jing will come out on top.
Yeah,
ये match
a real big piece of the puzzle for PRX on this map, and I love what the desk was talking about with the way that he TPs. Got to keep your eyes
उज्जवल भाई मेरे को समझा लाइट ऑफ करके ऐसा करके आप टाइप कर रहे हो लाइट ऑन करो ऊपर दिखाई नहीं दे रहा क्या टाइप कर रहे हो आप
got to be head on a swivel, really aware of the map.
अंधेरी रात में फोन तेरे हाथ में
that omen ult is something that they will really lean into for PRX, so a lot to consider with the way Jing plays, and they're just going to try to double down onto this same setup. It is going to be
2-0 next map 2-0 के बाद प्लीज एक और मैप अगर 2-0 हो
Nearly finding the catch.
ये को नहीं है अभी जेट है हाँ Munchkin.
Tucking behind the box here at yellow.
आ रहा है जेट आ रहा है.
Puts Forsaken one away from the Hunter's Fury. He's got the spike in hand. PRX taking a pause. Refresh of the one way. Something just
keyboard तो screen में
a little
होता है.
bit there. Seeing if he's going to get a response.
थोड़े से लोले से हो गया. मोबाइल से चैट नहीं कर सकते.
Ready here for something.
कीबोर्ड कहाँ से है
चैट? Go ahead and get the scout. He's going to be revealed. Drone's seeing a lot more as well. It's decent info gained. PRX, 55 seconds remaining. Still looking like they don't quite want to commit to this B site.
They've got the info on
the
other side of the map with
InShot ने super chat करके बोला भाई जिंक्स मत
impersonation just the other day. And now he's kind of noticed that there hasn't been much going on on the other side of the map. So Karan going to be called upon. Foxy9 starting to shift him to position as well.
लग गया Karen.
Not spotted, not registering that something's right above him.
वो smoke crazy है.
Uncharacteristic miss there. Counter
Miss
take
नहीं
it down.
देख सकता हूँ.
Something more than happy to collect that kill. Finds Boxy9 as well. Munchkin puts down the jet. Is able to find Jing. Spike still not planted. 15 seconds remaining. As Munchkin looking to get an ace for himself.
10 seconds left.
Texture not in position to try to deny it.
Toxin screen down.
Plant in behind the box here from Devi. Has to stick it, has to commit to it. And Munchkin is so damn crisp. The ace is his. The lead maintained. GENG up 3-1.
That has to be infuriating for PRX.
I was gonna say for texture.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you guys let him have the ace? Oh, okay. Oh, but the way this started, I mean, PRX gets 2 early kills, and it looks like they're going to be able to get onto the site, get the plant down, and then it all just starts crumbling apart.
Texture जरा कुछ नहीं है. Texture जरा कुछ
That's
नहीं
all
है.
it took. He didn't need much time to get those kills. And that absolutely will be a tilter.
Chat कितना push होती है बे. Audience कितना
Have
push
another
होती है.
operator as well.
Let's
For
make it
texture.
के.
He's got the blade
शर्म
storm
करो
behind
audience.
it.
शर्म
Maybe
करो
an
hashtag
operator for
साथ.
Devi. Guardian for something. Let's see what they want to do with that. Could be passed around as the round goes through. Yeah.
Texture just fearlessly pushing forward. Finds Jing there in the corner. Clearly GENG doing their research, learning the tendencies here of the Joman. As Ash above on pipes. It's the double swing, and they're just not looking for him at all.
Down A.
2 quick headshots. This round is donezo.
Yeah, you gotta save now. Gotta keep that operator in play.
Crispy है. भाई crispy है GENG. Crispy. भाई GENG इस बार लग रहा है मेरे को लग रहा है. Vibes आ रहा है अभी.
So we got about a minute to just
crispy
hang out.
Yeah, we've got some time.
Crispy.
It's gonna happen pretty quickly. Toronto, how are you guys doing today? We like that. Glad you're having a good time.
He's in trouble now, though.
Yeah, pressure starting to come through, so maybe not as much time as we suspected. Gets himself his first kill. This Munchkin will fall. Gonna try to rescale up the top, texture down below, scoped in, completely and utterly surrounded. Cloudburst trying to keep him covered, and there you go. Texture places Drag Box
करता है बे Texture.
off the back, and that's 4-1 now for GENG.
Yeah, this is just kind of one of those moments where
PRX
just sort of gets tunnel vision as they're trying to make their way in towards the site.
Attacking map है. 8 round जीत गया वैसे
The double TP is being read nicely by GENG, and something Forsaken not really anticipating that, you know, okay, well, Texture wasn't up on pipes. Maybe nobody's up there, but Ash tucked in and finds 2 great kills. And that is absolutely going to require a timeout from PRX. They've got to figure something out here because
Indian theme कौन सी है? Theme नहीं होता
what turned
राघव
into
भाई.
a
Team
very
होता है
close
team.
ascent. So once again, starting out too heavily in favor of GENG, and you don't want to have to keep climbing back. GENG is too ferocious, too tenacious, too skilled for you to be going into these deficits.
Especially given that you're starting
right
correct,
side
which is where you should
left
be
side
favored
से
to
जाने का मेरे
post
को एक बंदा नहीं चाहिए जो left में देखा तेल लगाने का left side plant कहाँ कर देगा तुमको right side कर देगा left side कर W
see Alex wasn't feeling necessarily the full confidence going into this map, but was trusting in the team to be able to readjust. We already saw that from them on Ascent. We know that they can still get themselves back into the driver's seat here, take control of this.
Love you, bye. Love you, मेरी जान के
It's a matter of when. Minor investments here. Sheriff's out. Couple half armors.
Something is going to be dropped
not
for
likely to
sure.
be seen unless they can make this a
team ले लेगा
close
उसको.
round. Now everyone going to be clustered up outside of garage here.
See what they want to do. This is going to be some kind of
कल तो कोई कुछ नहीं
explosive
बोला था
early
PRX
play.
का.
See again, anticipating either an updraft or a TP.
Shot not quite going to connect. Tailwind at the ready. Cloudburst going to be thrown. It's going to be the orb take here from something. That gets him now the knives. Seems like that's what he wanted, but Jing. Stray there. Doesn't exit alongside the rest of the team. Now they lose out on their Omen. Trying to scale forward into a site. When you already have the Viper Wall preset on B, it's going to prove to be very difficult.
And you You've got the turret there to keep track of Patman if he keeps trying to push through.
He needs to find the shot, and he does. That's huge. That's how they can start to unfurl this for GENG. Coward on the reposition, up and over the top, and just snipes him out of the sky.
Jeez.
Continues to hold the corner, gets the readjust, gets the kill, and now it's just Patman position known. Trying to clutch versus Drake. The spike dropped here at Karen's feet. Swinging around the back of sight.
crazy
Spots him, gets a tiny lick of damage further forward onto him, but cannot flick fast enough to find Ash. 5-1, GENG maintaining control.
A few ideas for PRX that maybe looked like they come to fruition. One of those TPs from Jing. Catches opponents off guard. Karan just so fearsome. He is one of the best side anchors on the planet. And he's one of those players that everybody talks about that you don't want to be going up against when you're trying to make your way through. Because he is so
One
clean.
more round and it's over for
Just makes
PRX.
things miserable.
Straight
Not a
up.
boot. You've got a ton of ults.
5th round defense
GENG.
already
Fair
win.
share for PRX as well. They're going to overstack mid here.
This is where maybe
just to see.
Yeah, maybe where we see those ults invested. Get into a post plant. Pit from Patman could be very, very strong.
It's just getting there. It's been tough for PRX.
Forward push from Karan. Bit of a change up here in his positioning. There's a texture about to be hunted. Patman should be good for this kill here. You would suspect this. Yep, the shot goes wide. Patman able to collect something now. Trying to go for the entry here alongside Jing. The TP up over the screen. Something pinching in from below. Karan gets taken down. That's a two-player advantage now. For the side of GENG, but it's immediately 3 kills found in response. Foxy, Ash, and Munchkin all finding one. The flanker now dealt with. And they have the player advantage. Hunter's Fury not going to be invested here off the plant. GENG certainly going to be feeling favored. A shock dart just going to be lobbed in. There's just no way to destroy this. They have to back away. They have to respect it. Divine just able to work his way out, but no post plant util. The pit in response. Munchkin looking to make this unassailable. It's that much more pressure on Forsaken. Laying down here on the ground floor. The push forward finds the first. The defuse, however, being held. Foxy's done it again.
The blue
Red Bull clutch, because he just holds it down.
It's just unbelievable. I mean, PRX is looking like they've got some good ideas on their scaling into sight, but once they get there, things just start to fall apart. These screens, angles just aren't being dealt with. And they're giving GENG some good looks. When they keep pressing forward, when they find those initial kills, they get this confidence in them. Like, they can keep pressing, they can keep clearing space. And instead, GENG just holds the line. I mean, these contact plays for GENG throughout this event have been unbelievable.
A lot was invested there. Just the pit now retained to buy one away from trying to get that lockdown online.
ये तो पीक ले गई. इसको काम है नहीं. Direct पीक लेगा.
Yellow.
स्मोक गया अभी बोलेगा भाई पी खा लिए जाओ ये.
A late little linger here from Forsaken. Well, that would have been the hospital flick right there had he landed it, but Forsaken does get to breathe a sigh of relief. Keep his life intact.
I mean, even if you get that lockdown, there is the counter for Ash with the Hunter's Fury, but you know, now he knows that it's a pretty good spot for him.
Swing out, something does manage to find Karen up over the top. Cloudburst, really lending credence to this position, but Ash on the re-swing does get taken down. Something does get traded out by Munchkin. Their own pit now in play here for PRX. TP heard, Foxy 9. Suffering Fire able to find one. Shock Dart takes him to one. And that's going to be Patman cleaning it up. PRX going to be able to go ahead and find their second round win. Texture with the operator certainly does not want to play into this site.
I mean, again, now PRX is starting to find some adjustments. They're able to scale into sight very nicely, and they have the pit there for a little bit of extra comfort. And Jing trying to get active with those TPs, but so far, it's mostly been dealt with by GENG, but the rest of the players doing their job. Ash had a moment there when that Cloudburst was going down that something wasn't even looking in his direction. Might have been able to find the kill, but was just pulling off and ended up paying the price. Yep, that's Texture just holding the line there.
Not going to be rewarded with any Hunters here. PRX will go ahead, stick
अभी
together.
दवे का ult है.
Sit back out through A main. So Op going to be held over. PRX get themselves their second round. And crucially, do not have to use
Counter
the
ult भी है,
lockdown
लेकिन फिर भी
to get the win. So still have that in their back pocket.
चिल्लाएगा
Get
कोई?
ready to go in around 9.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at the very least, to bait out a Hunter's Fury. There's going to be a Blade Storm for texture behind this operator, though. And it's very, very scary. Because now he's got extra options for the retakes.
अब नहीं ये comeback हो सकता है.
Happening there. Knew where Munchkin was. They saw him when he killed
हंसने
Jing.
की आवाज आई?
They were able to clean him out nicely.
रात के 3 बजे.
See if they can string a few more together here. Try to put some mid pressure. You have Munchkin there. Foxy as well, going to try to plug that gap under tube. They're looking for that TP up and over tube from Jing. See if
Eventually get the cloud burst, but hearing it popped should still give the information over to PRX. And still very suspicious about his back yellow position. Pushboard getting ready to come through as Texture readjusts, finds something. Cleans up that kill now with the repeat. And he is rewarded for it. Forsaken going to be taken down. Munchkin reading the flank, coming in here. Under 2. Well, the classic swaps to the Phantom, but eventually finds his target. Jing will clean up the Viper.
भाई क्या मारता है भाई Texture यार.
Spike still back over
इतना
by the
pressure
barrage.
के बीच में कैसे?
I have the spike.
Picks it up, but likely feels like he's got
येलो कोई
no
मार्क
other
नहीं कर
recourse
रहा है.
than to try
इतना
to play
बड़ा
this out,
स्मोक
to try to
पे
clutch it.
कैसा मार्क करेगा?
This is
Forward smoke है वो.
difficult to say the least. Try to TP forward. Foxy 9 right around the corner.
That swing getting ready to come through. Not even necessary. Ash will go ahead and find it at long range. Gen G preventing PRX from finding any back-to-back.
Yeah, this is now very scary for PRX. You've given up a positive defender side on Icebox to Gen G. And against Team Heretics, you were so destructive on your attacker side. You just can't get anything going here. This time, you know, using that shock dart, thinking you've cleared Texture enough behind yellow.
Oh, yeah, full beat.
Texture's
Full
always going to repeat. He's always going to dip back into that well. We've seen it time and time again. He's fearless to go for those repeats because of how fast he is, how confident he is in his flicks, in his own ability.
इतना calmly समझा के
really
वैसी game चालू होता है. Direct desk slap.
Second timeout in the first half. PRX, just like we saw in Ascent.
Yeah. Alex knows that they need these last 3-round wins before they swap over onto that defender side.
अभी तक जितने टीम देखे हैं, Genji बहुत clean खेला है इस साल तो Masters on the हो सकता है. अच्छा खेला है Genji, बहुत प्यारा खेला है.
As that run back began. But this is a last-ditch effort. PRX looking rougher around the edges than we had
Sen
anticipated.
got kind of lucky with the
This is where
draws.
you're looking for somebody on
Luck
PRX to have that
favors
hero
the
play, to have
brave.
that big
Yeah, ऐसा
multi-kill
कुछ तो है ना
round, to
कहावत.
get them fired up, to get Jason on his feet. Try to change this map's destiny. Still sitting on some big ults, but the economy a little bit weak for PRX. Couple
Why
rifles,
doesn't they play
Guardian and the
in
Sheriff.
Space
Still
नहीं
have
करते
that lockdown,
रहना.
still have that
Trade ले
Hunter's
सकता
Fury,
है
but
लेकिन
Ash has been just
space create
holding
नहीं
his
करता.
Hunter's Fury, waiting for Devi to pop that ult. And he hasn't ever really needed to. This time PRX are really going to spread the map. A quick TP up tube, but Jing TP's right back. Meanwhile, Karan has Pipes control. It's been noted though.
You're trying to watch here for this swings in. Shot goes a little bit wide. Pac-Man going to try to collect
भाई
it. Does
हिलता ही
just
नहीं है
that.
बे बंदा.
Flank now going to have to be a concern here for
हिलता ही
Gen G.
नहीं है.
Overall, though, it's going to be a 1-for-1.
You should run.
Swing out, something dead. Foxy 9 able to find the kill right as the lockdown gets invested. PRX scrambling as Forsaken similarly.
लगा नहीं
He's
दो
trying to get back
बंदे
in, but now it's just a lockdown.
यार.
The 2 players from PRX
भाई उल्लू बना
worlds
के मारा.
apart.
ये राउंड तो उल्लू बना के मारा भाई. जो एक को मार के भागा, दूसरा स्पॉटेड ही नहीं था. ये उल्लू बना के मारा.
Who can take the first step to trying to claw this one back?
I got the spike.
Spike is going to be recovered. Pac-Man going to try to scale forward. Does he read Foxy's position at all? No, he's trying to escape to get away from the dart so he doesn't get revealed. But Foxy He's laying in wait.
GG. अब नहीं भाई.
This just seems like it's going to be a play to sell a fake the whole way. The things just kind of crumble here mentally for PRX. They're not anticipating. They're not understanding that negative space. They knew Karan was up on pikes and Jinx still went for that duel and lost.
Fucking stupid. ये मैं lip read किया. Fucking
good as this team can be.
ये मैंने lip reading.
Definitely a little off course. It's going to be all stingers for them. They're just seemingly lining up for an A rush.
To the peak, point blank hits it. Cannot escape. Jing.
भाई टेक्सचर को क्या ये बैन वैन कर दो भाई. क्या है भाई से खेलते क्या बे वैल्यू.
There to find Forsaken, comes up with the kill. Swing around the back top, Pac-Man looking for a little bit more, runs out of both of the stickers, so Foxy not able to collect two. Jing will be able to get on top of him to find the elimination. Brings it into a 1v2, but still does not have the spike in hand. Does get caught there by the drone. You know his position, the flank is coming through. Cue the Jaws music, Karan circling here, ready to strike.
Shadows traveling.
Some cycled smokes. And any kind of tap would lead to demise, but Ash will just find him. Trying to explore around. 9-2.
बहुत forward खेलता है बे टेक्सचर.
Looking to make this a swift one.
Texture just so fast. Even though the trap is set by PRX, still Munchkin. That tight angle finds the shots. Foxy 9 so good from up on no hope there for Jing. I thought maybe he'd go for his ultimate. Had it available, but had no idea where the other player was. He knew where the Sova was, most likely because of the recon dart. Yeah, why not?
यहाँ से comeback नहीं, attacking map पे भाई. यहाँ से कैसे comeback करेगा?
Texture is just going crazy on that.
क्या बंदे टेक्सचर देख रहे हो ना चैट? देख रहे हो ना? देख रहे हो ना?
Hunter's Fury now coming through. Munchkin is dead. Great little set play coming in, and suddenly PRX are looking coordinated. They're looking great. They're looking clean. And you have to ask, where has this been for the entirety of this half?
I mean, what a way to end it. What a way to end it. Go flawless. Get the 9-3 curse, you know?
जिनको नहीं मालूम ये defensive map.
We'll see. I mean, it has to, again, start from the pistol. GENG has not dropped a single one yet in this tournament. We'll see if PRX can deliver that first loss to come back after halftime.
गाली डिले में कम क्या?
Esports is a $2 billion industry now.
Scripted है
It all
भाई.
started in dingy
ये
basements
सब
and
ऐसा
cramped
लगता
living
है
rooms.
iconic भाई.
From how the pros train to how the money flows, this
WhatsApp कर रहे हो लोग.
G2 and
मोबाइल ऐसे
MasterCard
नीचे रखा है
series
वो लोग
breaks
ने.
it all down.
यहाँ से
12
WhatsApp कर
episodes
रहे हैं.
packed with insight and
मैं
lessons for
A पे
anyone
ऑफ कर रहा हूँ
looking
मेरे
to
को आके मार.
understand the
वो
world
बोलता है अरे मैं नहीं
competitive
मारूंगा.
gaming.
थोड़ा ऐसा
Ready to
whip
learn the
करता
game
हूँ तू मार.
behind the game?
Stay tuned for what's next. You won't want to miss it.
कमबैक हो सकता है पॉसिबल है. भाई म्यूजिक अच्छा है. म्यूजिक अच्छा है. ये म्यूजिक अच्छा है बे. What the hell is going on? बेचारा PRX. पहला मैच जीत सकते थे बे. फक बे पिस्तौल राउंड के वजह से वो पता है पहला मैच अच्छा खेले दोनों टीम. बट दोनों पिस्तौल एक टीम जीता तो बीटी हो जाती. प्लस बोनस भी जीत गए. एडवांटेज सोचो तुम लोग. 2 पिस्तौल राउंड मतलब 4 राउंड बोनस जीत गए मतलब 6 राउंड ऐसे ही जीत गए. अच्छा गाना ना.
All right, we are back and about to go
Something by
into
zero
the second
contenting.
half here of this Icebox. Dire straits at the moment
ये
for
तो
PRX.
एक लेजेंड को
Absolutely.
बीट कर
You look
दिया.
at the Coinbase, you got to report a zero. A donut for something.
Oh boy.
He has 9 kills. He's top fragging.
spending all of his money every round.
For sure. But Munchkin, on the other hand, has that ace and really just accelerates. And is in cruise control the rest of the time. He is dishing it out, as well as just calling brilliantly for the side of Gen G as usual. He has just had such a tremendous run these last couple years.
Comeback possible है W से? Possible
है. Just so well prepared, just has his opponent's tendencies so well understood. So.
Bro, will SEN again disappoint in split 3 and waste our time? वरुण भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ, आप कुछ कर रहे हो अपने टाइम के साथ, कुछ वैल्यूएबल कुछ कर रहे हो? हाँ, इतने साल तक SEN वैल्यू में नहीं था, पहला साल आया हुआ है और तुमको ऑलरेडी टाइम वेस्ट लग रहा है। कुछ कर रहे हो क्या तुम अपने टाइम के साथ? रात को 2:30 को तेरे गांड में मूंगी चढ़ी है क्या? हाँ, विल दे वेस्ट आवर टाइम? कुछ कर रहे, कुछ सीख रहे, टीम बना रहे, सपोर्ट करना है तो करो, वरना मत करो ना। वेस्ट आवर टाइम। कुछ मांगा, किसने मांगा? कर सपोर्ट कर। कोई मांगा तेरे से? मांगा कोई? जिनको करने का वो लोग अच्छे से कर रहे। रात के 3 बजे लौड़े।
Outflanking the flankers, looks for the second, gets it, and it's a flawless pistol here on Icebox in this tournament. Gen G,
good job,
have not dropped a single one.
ऐसा चैट मेरे तक आने मत।
It's just been perfection.
Already lack of sleep है।
The sauce. I mean, these sheriffs are just
haters.
Unbelievable, but it's more about positioning here. This is all just about them understanding. Last time, if you think back to the defensive pistol round for PRX, it was a 3-man push towards
flawless हो गया
with Jing TPing in, throwing a paranoia, then collapsing other players trying to get out of there, heretics. So immediately, Gen G not receiving any resistance is just so ready for these flanks, and Foxy9 finds an angle that they're just not anticipating, and why not? Why not, Munchkin? Sure.
We'll have to see that one back.
ये क्या वाइपर वर्सेस वाइपर हुआ वहाँ पे?
Over towards Green and Munchkin just
clean by clean है बे सारे players अभी.
Double down on the aces.
Why the hell not? Leg spotted. Some damage across there onto Jing. Munchkin want to be able to try to find it.
By clean है बे players.
There's the 3K.
लग गया ये मैप लग गया जीजी.
I just.
By texture को रोक
I'm just flabbergasted with Gen G. I mean, I knew they're good. This form that they're coming into this event with is unbelievable. I mean, they look like they're ready to win another Masters.
They're looking better than they did in Shanghai.
100%. 100%. This is the best I've ever seen this team in this iteration. With this current roster, hands down. Just dominant.
Munchkin को
19-8-4.
ये लोग पक्का जीतेंगे टूर्नी। सेन और ये लोग का फाइनल्स होने वाला मेरे को लग रहा है।
Something around that, yeah.
Heavy feeling आ रही है।
I remember when cars first started coming out, you know, horses were going away.
Well,
ऐसा ये मन में सोच रहा था कल मैं स्ट्रीम करूँगा ऑफ करके टेक्सचर बेबे ऐसा करके मारेगा। मेरे को पता है इसका सब कुछ चल। भाई बैक टू बैक फ्लॉलेस।
Another flawless though. There's Gen G. Looking to
wait for G2. अरे अबे प्लेऑफ्स है रे बाबा, wait for G2। वो लोग ऊपर बैठे, वो लोग wait for G2, wait for G2। वो लोग ऑलरेडी ऊपर बैठे हैं, अभी कोई और टीम्स खेल रही है, प्लेऑफ में जाने तक का खेल रहा है। बुलाओ मैं ये G2 आ रहे नीचे ये लोग को बता कैसे खेलते नीचे। वेट फॉर G2 कहाँ से है क्या अभी है G2 है। प्लेऑफ्स के लिए मैचेस चल रही है, प्लेऑफ्स के लिए। वेट फॉर G2, वेट फॉर फेनेटिक। बैठे हैं ना वो लोग आराम से ऊपर, बैठे हैं ना। खून चला रहे हो रात को। हार रही मेरी टीम इधर 12-3 हार रही है, ऑलरेडी बीटी में हूं मैं। वेट फॉर G2।
One back with player advantage there for Gen G. Now expounded upon.
मैं 80 ऑफ करेगा तू आ कल स्ट्रीम पे। कल नहीं, मैं परसों से आऊंगा मोस्टली। स्ट्रीम पे आ जाऊंगा, लेकिन आऊंगा तो भी मालूम नहीं पड़ेगा क्योंकि हाई तो लिख नहीं सकता। हाइड खाया वो तेरे से। भाई 12-3 इजी हो रहा है। जेंजी का मैप ठीक है, कोई सी जेंजी का मैप
are looking incredible.
It's just jaw-dropping. What do you do against this? I mean, they're just unbelievably skilled with so many different weapons. It doesn't matter.
Bro, SE12 fan base is decreasing as there were only 20 to 25 people in the auditorium. Rest, it was all empty. Mayank bhai, number 1, were you there? Number 2, it was last moment. लोगों को पता नहीं था will there be a confirmation email, कौन लोग confirm आने वाला है। हम लोग ने भी इतना क्लियरली नहीं बताया था, विच वॉज बैड ऑन आवर पार्ट, जिसके लिए सॉरी बोल चुके हैं। ठीक है, मेरे पर्सनल मीटअप पे कितने बंदे लोग आते हैं, मॉर्टल बाय के मीटअप पे कितने बंदे आते हैं, स्नैक्स बाय के मीटअप पे कितने बंदे आते हैं, स्नैक्स बाय जब मरीन ड्राइव जाते हैं तो कितने बंदे आए थे, जोकर बाय जब ब्लिंकिट करके ऑर्डर देने जाते हैं बाइक से टून टून करके कितने बंदे आते हैं, वो सब देख के बोलना SE12 फैन बेस इज डिक्रीजिंग। मयंक भाई ठीक है, आप अगर आए हो तो आप क्रिएटर्स को देखने आए हो, उनके फैंस हो या आसपास कितने लोग हैं, 100 लोग हैं इधर, मजा आ गया, ये देखने आए हो, किसके लिए आए हो मयंक भाई? आप किसके फैन हो? आप SE12 के फैन हो या SE12 के फैंस के फैन हो? ये आप कंफर्म करो, समझ रहे हो? व्हाट अ गेम। मेरे कहने सेम मैचेस हम जी के इसमें भी देखते हैं, अभी यूज्ड टू हो गए। कैसा है मेगन भाई? व्हाट इज अप? सेकंड्स में जीत गए बिजन जी सेकंड मैप, क्योंकि सेकंड मैप था ना, इसलिए सेकंड्स में जीत गया। लॉल भाई, आई जस्ट केम इन एंड दैट्स deepest English in my books. You trying to curse what the fuck? Excuse me, मैं कुछ नहीं बोला। बे अपने बीडू लोग हैं वहाँ पे बहुत।
Okay. Come over here. Now texture.
बिंक्स भाई एक बार म्योकिन भाई को पूछो, ये बंदा किधर देखा हुआ लग रहा है क्या?
What is the source of this confidence? 텍스처 선수 오늘 보니까 그냥 보법이 다르던데 이 자신감과 미친 폼의 원천은 무엇일까요?
저에 대한 믿음이라고 생각합니다.
Having that full faith in myself. And also, I think today was all about how you guys worked really well as a team, as a unit. And I think it has to do with how you kind of ease the transition of Foxy9 and also Ash into the team. Can you talk to us a little bit about that as well? 일단 오늘 팀워크가 굉장히 빛났고 어떻게 보면 페이퍼렉스를 물리칠 수 있었던 것도 이런 빈틈없는 팀워크 덕분인 것 같거든요. 폭시9 선수와 애쉬 선수가 굉장히 잘해주고 있는데 또 마태형으로서 어떤 식으로 이 두 선수를 도와주고 있는지도 들어보고 싶어요.
मेरे को भी वहाँ पे जाना है ना म्योकिन भाई, कब जाऊँगा मैं?
무대 올라올 때마다 해주는 말이 있는데
सपोर्ट करने
저는 일찍 집에 갈 생각 없거든요.
सारे मेरे फ्रेंड्स वहाँ
그래서
पे
오늘
देखो,
무조건 이긴다고 말을 하고
आपको ऐसा
있고
नहीं लगता मेरे को भी जाना चाहिए? सारे मेरे फ्रेंड्स वहाँ पे, एक बार देखो ऑडियंस
우리 애들도 따라서 할 수 있다고 생각을 하기 때문에
देखो
그래서
पीछे
좀 더
4-5 तो
자신감
मैं
있게
देख भी
하려고
सकता हूँ ऑलरेडी।
하는 편입니다.
Well, there's one thing that I always tell Foxy9 and Ash as
देखो और
we step
10-15
into the
मेरे
venue and onto the
फ्रेंड्स।
stage, and that is, yo, I don't want to go home. I want to stay as long
When
as I can in
you wanna
Masters
go for
Toronto.
split
And I feel like that
क्या
kind of
इधर
mindset
मास्टर्स
is
में मेरे
what
फ्रेंड्स
the
है
two
यार,
rookies really
split
need,
बोल रहे हो?
and that kind of mindset and the
मास्टर्स में मेरे
confidence
फ्रेंड्स
that I
देखो।
show in myself kind of will be emulated by those two players and to the rest of the teammates as well. So you know what, I try to really be confident and really put it out there, show it, just
कैमरा
so that we
के
can
पीछे,
put
कैमरा के
out our
पीछे
best performance
ना
on
मान
stage as
रे,
well. Now
ना
last
मान
texture,
रे।
for the first round of the playoffs, pick one team that you would like to face
ठीक है,
and one team
champs
that
come।
you would rather not face. 이제
आप
플레이오프에
जा रहे हो?
진출하게 됐잖아요. 1라운드에서 만나고 싶은 팀 하나 뽑아주시고 안 만나고 싶은 팀 하나 뽑아주시면
If we go
감사하겠습니다.
champs, 100% will take you.
누가였지? 솔직히 퍼시픽 그냥
네, लेके जाना सीधा बोल दो.
아라큐는 만나기 싫고 퍼시픽이라서
Haters.
그냥 퍼시픽 말고는 아무 팀이나 상관없는 것 같습니다.
Thank you for the membership. मेरी जान के टूटी.
G2나 G2? 네.
Well, I don't want
What a
another
guy.
regional matchup in the playoffs, so I would say RRQ, I would rather not face them. And for the team that I would like to face, I would pick G2. Thank you, Texture. Congratulations.
भाई G2 बाद में का टीम का नाम ले, अब भी बोल रहा हूँ, अगर वो G2 वाले बंदा जो चैट में G2 लिखा उसने मेरे को रिवर्स तोड़ा ना, अंडी मंडी में बोल रहा हूँ, आगे का बात किया है उसने, आगे का, ध्यान से सुनना, आगे का, ठीक है, आगे का बात किया है, प्लीज देखा G2 क्या थी.
Winning form team.
It is avoid GENG at all costs. This team is completely dialed in right now. I mean, on an individual level, Texture obviously popping off. I think Foxy9 also had an incredible map. Munchkin too. They're coordinated. They're playing so well together. I'm really scared about this team.
I think Texture's performance, especially during this Switch stage, he's definitely put himself in the conversation of one of the best duelists at this tournament, and he is definitely a force to be reckoned with.
By
Yeah, and
fun
again,
में
like I
Texture,
said, some of those
fun
C1
है. One of the
teams,
best
I
duelists, one of the
personally
cute
wouldn't choose
duelists बोल
GENG.
सकते please उसको.
Unless they want to have the hardest possible road, they can. But after today,
ठीक है, अभी
which means there's only 2 slots left, and that is going to come down to some of our teams here, and it's going to get really sad because eliminate.
सेन और जेंजी पहुंच गई है, तो मेरा पीकेएम्स का 50% मेरे को मिल रहा है, पीकेएम्स का बराबर है, मेरे को मेरा पीकेएम्स का 50% का रिवॉर्ड्स मिल रहा है. W.
If you're going to bounce back, it could go either way.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at performance in this tournament, Wolves by far had the best showing, but I think Heretics and MIBR both criminally underperformed relative
By
to
Heretics
what we know
जीतना
that
पड़ेगा.
they are capable of, and of course with Nats coming back. I
लोअर
think that's the
ब्रैकेट में
hardest
अगर
one to call
हेरिटिक्स
for me is that
वर्सेस
first
PRX
series,
हो गया,
whether or
मेरे
not
लौड़े
MIBR
लगे
will bounce
पिकेम्स
back.
के. सिंपल बात.
You said if Nats is going to be coming back. Mel, don't do that to me. I don't want to think about a world.
I just want
आ
to,
रहा है ना
I'm not
वो.
going to believe it till I see him sitting up there. I don't want to jinx it. He's one of my favorite players. I really don't want to.
There was a clip of him rolling up to the hotel, you know, getting out of the taxi like a VIP. He is in Toronto. I'm hoping
Let's
he will
go!
be back tomorrow. We'll find out, I guess, you know, when we get the roster confirmation. But to me, that's going to make a
By
world
W
of
Nats,
difference.
yaar.
If he was here in the first round of Swiss stage, Mel, I would have backed Liquid to maybe even be playing today in the 1-0 bracket.
Yeah, considering how close their match was with BILI
W.
without
मजा
Nats,
आएगा अभी
I can
देखने
only
को.
imagine having him back.
आ गया, लेट्स गो. रिबेल चैट में क्या और मैच है? नहीं हो गया, 3 बज गया भाई, और क्या मैच है? हो गया भाई, मेरा पीट गया. चलो गाइस, सारे मेंबर्स, लास्ट बॉस है, लास्ट एक अच्छी टीम आ जाए, मैं बॉस मार दूं, शांति से सोना है और मेरे को 2 शूट भी करना है, समझ रहे हो? तो फट से लास्ट बॉस मारते, नहा के शूट वूट करते और कल सो जाते. सिंपल बात है. चलो, और कल एक स्पेशल स्ट्रीम भी रहेगी, बहुत ही ज्यादा मोटिवेशनल एक स्ट्रीम करूंगा मैं, तो वो स्ट्रीम भी ज़रूर देखना. शेड्यूल वेड्यूल कर दूंगा मैं. AWC का स्ट्रीम होने वाला है, एक चीज़ साथ में मिलके देखेंगे. सुपर एक्साइटेड, तुम लोगों को देखने के बहुत कुछ सीखने मिलेगा. जेन्युइन वाला. इट्स नॉट अ फाफी फेट, बट इट्स समथिंग विच आई एम गोना शो यू, एंड साथ में मिलके देखेंगे. ठीक है, बाय. आदियोस शेड में पादियोस, टेक केयर, सी या, बाय. आ जाओ लास्ट बॉस मारने, 5 मिनट में आ रहा हूँ. इस जेंजी मीज जी गैरी व्हाट से एक्सक्यूज मी, गैरी भाई गाली दो इसको, गाली दो. डॉक्यूमेंट्री ए लीक्स नाइ. चलो गाइस, बाय. आदियोस शेड में पादियोस, टेक केयर, सी या, बाय. मिलते हो 5 मिनट में आ रहा हूँ, मेंबर्स ओनली में. ठीक है, बाय. गोल्डन खुला टिबोन का केस पकड़ो तो फिर उसका उसका केस भी पकड़ो, उसका गोल्डन भी पकड़ो, दोनों पकड़ के ऐसा ऐसा करो। खेलता हूँ क्या मैं वो गेम? गोल्डन खुला, गोल्डन खुला।
I find you a star, and we could be in love, lighting up the dark. But there's nothing I can do. I can never get to you. So I'm looking for a miracle. I get somebody to be so beautiful. Yeah, it's only a dream. It's how I feel. You deserve better than me. Nothing I can do.